of parkland appears to be hanging from the neck of the Boston Peninsula. Frederick Law Olmsted died in 1903, but his legacy lives on.
Hello everyone. I'm here to remind everybody about the importance of having a real ID if you fly within the United States. If you're somebody that doesn't have a passport, and as we come upon vacation season here in this time of year and through vacation plans being planned for the summer, check your wallet, determine if you have a real ID issued driver's license or identification card. And if you don't, the registry is happy to serve you. Just like to remind everyone that there is additional identification you need. Even if you currently have a Massachusetts driver's license or ID, you need to show us 2 forms of residency. We need to see your full Social Security number illustrated on a document that you bring in. That could be your Social Security card or another document that has the full Social Security number on that document. And we're happy to serve you and convert you to a real ID and enable you to have a more successful travel.
At this time, I'd like to call to order the 6 p.m. meeting of the Quincy City Council Oversight Committee on Monday, May 11th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Tonight's meeting concerns 2026-057, a resolve requesting the comprehensive report of city transactions on property transactions rather. The purpose of this hearing is to better understand how city-owned property is acquired, leased, managed, and sold, to ensure the council and the public have a clear understanding of policies and decisions making involved in these transactions. Look forward to hearing from the administration and the relevant departments this evening. Thank you for everyone's attendance and tonight, and for those watching at home. Want to call the roll?
Councilor Ash. Present. Councilor DeBona. Councilor Hubley. Present. Councilor Mahoney. Councilor McKee. Councilor Riley. Present. Councilor Ryan. Present. Councilor Yuan. Present. Chairman Jacobs.
Present.
6 members, you have a quorum.
Very good. At this time, I'd like to open up the meeting to, oh, sorry, I have to read the open meeting law. Sorry, pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings and transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledgeable and permissible. I'd like to open this meeting up to questions from our councilors. Any councilors have any questions? Councilor Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was reviewing the documents today that were provided by Mr. Walker, and I just requested some additional information, one of which is the assessed value at the time of the sale or the time of the purchase. And there were a couple of other items I added to the request, which is like a little legend to confirm the definitions of column IV, which I believe would be eminent domain or voluntary. I don't know if that's correct, Mr. Walker?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. No, and I do have that information. I was going to send it on over tomorrow, and as we continue to update the spreadsheet. IV is improved or vacant, meaning is there a building there or is it vacant land?
Okay.
And these are, you're correct, Council. A lot of these that you mentioned are coding issues relative to how the assessor's office characterizes the property, but we can certainly provide all that information when we update the spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the members? Yep, Counselor Riley?
So relative to the Bayview Ave and C Street property, do we have any update on the Maritime Center?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So that process has been through a couple of iterations over the years. There was an original design dating back, I think, working collaborations 2 ward councilors ago. Subsequent ward councilor and the team felt the design was a little too big for the site. There were some other design issues. And at that time, the city with the ward councilor went through some redesign processes, and it was about at that same time that 2018 hit with the storms, and there was a little bit of a recalibration in terms of where we needed to be focusing some of our resources and where we might be able to do the most immediate term good in some ways. And it sort of shifted a little bit, went to drainage, seawalls, those sorts of things. Still very much a viable, hopeful project in that area, and certainly as the ward councilor works through the process, we'll be happy to work and try to get something moving on that. I think we'd be looking for state grant money, federal grant money. There's some homeland security issues relative to that site as well, but still believe it's ultimately a viable entity in the end.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. But we don't have any idea what it might cost to fulfill that vision?
No.
Or even fulfill a design of a vision?
No.
And we purchased that property in 2017, 18, 2018, I guess. What about the Southern Artery properties for the marina there, or whatever we're calling that?
Yeah, so let me back up just a little bit on that. So with us tonight, we have Dave Murphy, the Commissioner of Natural Resources. We also have Rob Stevens, Deputy Planning Director and the Planning Director, to handle urban redevelopment issues, and Commissioner Murphy can certainly handle open space issues. There were a number of folks, a couple of folks who were not able to attend this meeting based on some scheduling issues. Certainly follow up on, that's one of them that we would need some follow up on, other than to say that we are making money on that site. It's operating at a revenue plus, and certainly provide a more detailed picture with the appropriate folks.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I guess, this is a good spreadsheet. It sounds like this was created as a result of our request. So I think it's good to have this, comprehensive list of city-owned properties and where they're at. But I think the purpose of it was to, talk more about the potential purchase of Eastern Nazarene College. And it does seem like we've got an awful lot of property on the books that is, we've taken the revenue away from the property tax roll. And, many of these do not seem to have a clear plan. I'd be reluctant to add to this list with more properties.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Respectfully, I think if you drop these properties into sort of the buckets that they belong, urban redevelopment, which is a large share of some of the properties we have listed here, that is a revenue generator for the city as we move forward. That's the purpose of urban redevelopment, to take a part of the city, the downtown, that was a drag on the city's economy. It was a drag on the city's tax base. And through state approval of an urban renewal district, through multiple votes of this body, the city took a very firm, bold stand and said, we are going to rebuild our downtown, and we're going to make it a revenue generator. So in terms of properties that came off the tax rolls here, the properties that are going back on are producing a great deal of growth. And that's the purpose of urban redevelopment. we talk about development in the city, and, the mayor certainly heard a lot over the years relative to too much development, that we're trying to squeeze too many things into too many places. We certainly don't agree with that assessment. We try to locate development in the corridors of the city where it belongs. What goes a little bit unnoticed is the amount of open space that the city has acquired over the course of these last 15 years, based on this spreadsheet, that has prevented development in a number of places where the neighborhoods in specific to those properties would not have wanted that in some areas. In other areas, it's where we have historic assets that perhaps the Adams Street properties are a perfect example of that there was a permitted, approved project for upwards of dozens of units that would have ended up dominating that corridor heading down Adams Street toward the Adams Academy. The city.
If I could just interrupt for a minute, Mr. Walker, that neither one of those properties fall into that description that you're talking about. So, the Maritime Center had single-family homes that were occupied, that people lived in, and, I think there was one holdout. And, I don't know what the case was with the marina, but, neither one of those, I don't think, fall into that category, but.
I would respectfully disagree on the marina property, because that was, at the time, a property that was going for sale and a property that very much could have been redeveloped. And the city took the stand that there's not enough public access to the waterways in this community. We're looking for ways to do that, and the city capitalized on that opportunity. The Maritime Center, okay, but by the same token, you're still going into a place and trying to do something good for the community. It's a little bit more complicated. It got a little bit more complicated. Other things happened. That doesn't, I don't think, negate the appropriateness of the purchase of the property and trying to do something down there. The facilities that are down there are used by the city. The city's maritime unit uses at least one of the houses down there for its use. And we're hopeful, just because it's been a little bit of time, doesn't mean we're not going to be able to have the Maritime Center that the community of Housnack and the larger community wants. Now, it's not happening on a time frame that we originally anticipated. It's not happening on a time frame that I'm sure the ward council or some of the neighbors are greatly happy with. But that doesn't mean, because if we had passed on that opportunity, if we had not done that, then perhaps we would not have an opportunity to do it. So there's a balance, I would say.
If you want me to keep going, the St. Mary's.
Questions about these
Go ahead.
buildings? Yeah. So regarding 1303 C Street, that's the one that the Marine unit uses. We purchased this marina. Have majority of the operations of the Marine unit moved over to Southern Artery?
I have to double check. I can get back to you on that.
You get back to me then?
Yep.
Also, about regards to 128 Baby Ave, what's going on in there? What's happening there? Because it looks terrible.
Yep.
And it looks like it's falling down.
Fair enough.
What's this? That was in 2018, so it's been, about 8 or so, yes, about 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, what have we done with that house in 8 years? How do we know the inside is, is someone from the public buildings, are they maintaining it? Is anyone going in there? Why haven't we decided to rent that building to somebody or do something with it? It's been 8 years.
Sure.
What is a long-term lease, like 5 years?
I think we would explore the opportunity for potential rental. I think you raise a good point, Counselor. We're happy to take a look at it. I don't know that much has been done with the house, but you raise a good idea.
We spend a lot of money in Quincy on positions that I think don't necessarily serve the function that they need to, and I think we own enough real estate that is something we can do, that this building could be rented. What comes to mind to me, working in the tourism industry in Quincy, for many years, is that One of the things that we have difficulty with in Quincy is finding seasonal work to come and actually work here in Quincy. At the Adams houses where I worked for years, we would interview hundreds of people, and they would accept a job, and then they'd leave because they found a job that had housing, federal government housing, and we had nothing to offer them, and they would come here. Some of them would come here. They couldn't get leases. The park's open for 5 months out of the year or whatever. And here I see a house that's been sitting free and clear for 8 years with maybe 2 or 3 bedrooms that could have been rented to actually bolster our tourism industry, which this administration says they're proud of and they want to build, and I think that's true. But it's great to pay someone a 3-figure salary and say, hey, we believe in tourism. But then the people who are the front-facing people who can't provide housing, we can't provide housing for them at some type of I don't want to say reduced cost, but we seem to be in the business of providing relief at reduced costs in commercial property in Quincy. I don't understand why we couldn't do that, especially since the federal government's over here giving us upwards of $3 million a year to fund our basic, a real tourism industry, which is the Adams National Historical Park. So I think that that's something that we could do. Just one of a few things we could do, especially with that property, as it is, a residence. Going back to the one on Adams Street, what properties were you talking about? The ones that were going to be developed? What?
The exact address is, Counselor, I believe it's 2428.
24 and 28.
I believe it was 3 properties in total. I believe that the Adams Academy, there was some issue with that appropriation took care of as well. And there were properties that were purchased from the developer.
Those are the ones that were like next to the Adams Academy. Okay. Would you say it was 24 and 28?
Yes.
Just trying to look for them now.
And there were a couple, I don't know if it's clarifying, but there are a couple more Adams Street properties on this list that were bought as protection of open space. More closer to the actual house, the historic district.
I want to say that again, sorry.
What's that?
What was that? What'd you say?
Closer to the historic district, there were 1 or 2 parcels. I think we always considered it one property, but it might have ended up being 2 parcels.
Well, those houses are actually, I don't know if we're getting confused with the terminology, but those 2 properties that you just mentioned, those are in the historic district. So you mean historic district, like the city's historic district, or like the National Park District?
The city's historic district.
Yeah. What about the properties that are beyond the Beal House, in between Eventide Nursing Home?
Those are the ones.
two you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Okay, so I mean, those were purchased probably back in like, I don't know, 2016 or so, 2015. Like what was the intended purpose for purchasing those, other than just preserving the historic view shed?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, so there was a house on one of those properties, right?
Correct.
Who took that house down? Did the city take it down?
They took it down.
Okay, why?
It was falling down.
It was fine, it was in that budget?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are we thinking that property is going to be used for, like, moving forward?
Open space.
By the city? Like, the city is going to maintain it as open space? Okay. Going back to St. Mary's School on Crescent Street, where is it? Sorry. So going back to St. Mary's School, do you know what year that was purchased in?
Should say it on the spreadsheet.
I think it's 2017.
Yes.
2017. Okay, and what was the initial reason for that acquisition?
The initial and continuing reason for that acquisition was for the future potential elementary school.
Okay.
We knew at that time and have maintained this, that wasn't anything that was going to happen anytime soon. We have a number of building projects in the pipeline. Those projects have to get done before we can really focus on getting MSBA. The MSBA has limited resources. They have limited application process with us. This is a little bit of a different animal too, because this would be an entirely new school. So the goal was it was for sale. It was going to be bought, and this was, I guess I would consider it a target of opportunity that we preserved the property for future city use, and since that time have gotten great use out of the actual site. So long-term, still 100% want to do a school there. There should be one.
Because in this document that you gave us, you said that its intended use at the time of purchase was for future school use and fire training center. So do you recall there actually being any talk of it being used as a fire training center moving up to the time that it was?
Probably not before it was purchased, no.
Okay, do you know when that probably first came in? Because I did a lot of research on that, and I couldn't find any detail when that was proposed to the public to be used as a fire training.
I think once someone from the fire department drove by, saw that we owned it, and said, this would be a great place to do this, and we don't have an immediate need for the site.
Have we ever built a school without using money from the MSBCA?
The Richard DeCristofaro Center?
Okay, and when did that start getting talked about to be put in the pipeline? Was that before 2017?
I don't have any knowledge of it. I know the concept of something like the Richard DeCristofaro Center was something that the school committee had discussed for many years. The actual proposal concept for the Richard DeCristofaro Center was in that time range when it was proposed and then moved forward on.
Okay, but can you see how, like, again, we purchased this building in, 2019. You see how people might be like, it's been 7 years, and that, there's still really no plan
No.
about what's going on there?
Understood. And in this case, unlike the issues that we may have had at the Maritime Center, I think is a little bit different. In this particular case, there was no immediate plan to build the school. The mayor was very upfront at that time that we want to protect the site. It's one of these control our own destiny situations. We can do this now, and it would save a spot to have that elementary school that we want to build, knowing in not only in the back of our heads, but out publicly that we were in the middle of, at that time, I'm sure Southwest was still in the mix. We were working on Squantum. We were working on the Richard DeCristofaro Center, and particularly when it comes to MSBA. And we don't have it, and there could be a big hill to climb with the MSBA tomorrow if we apply for it, because it is not an existing school. But we knew at that time, and have made no bones about it, that this was going to be a long-term play on that school.
Okay, so one of the things I'm hearing is that, we bought these things, and then, something happened. And obviously, things happen all the time. And, things because we get this new project, I'm not saying it, it's the Rick DeCristofaro Learning Center, but we get this new project, it's like another project that we had kind of gets bumped further back, right? So it seems like we're kind of, it becomes I don't want to say a resource issue. Like, we don't have the staff to necessarily kind of handle all these projects at once. So how do you think this is going to work out when we, try to go and purchase the Eastern Nazarene College, and we're all of a sudden acquiring, 20 some odd acres of land with, 14 buildings and all that? Like, what's that going to do to some of the things on this list?
Nothing. I think that where it's to large scale apples and oranges, we're going to be able to show this body a clear, definitive framework of a plan that's going to make sense from a practical perspective. It's going to make sense from a financial perspective, and we're looking forward to having that discussion as soon as the council decides. Schedule some hearings on it, and we'll be able to make that case. We've gotten use out of St. Mary's. This is not the St. Mary's thing, and I think repeating myself a little bit, but the St. Mary's issue is not a lack of resources. It's not a lack of staff. It's not a lack of anything other than the MSBA and the city. We have schools in the pipeline. Certain things have to get done first before we can do that, and we were very clear about that.
So let me just ask you this question real quick. The other day we were here, and you guys, the administration, I should say, asked for appropriation for a feasibility study for roofs at 4 of our public schools. What's the point of a feasibility study?
This is the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program. It's a little bit of a different program than the new school building program. So if you went to the MSBA program.
Right, but I'm just asking, like, what's the point of a feasibility study? Like, why are we spending the money? What are we getting from it?
We are getting, for the ultimate project, we get state reimbursement. The state requires us to go through the feasibility stage. We can't just tell the MSBA, we need 4 new roofs at these schools, and they're just going to say, yes, we have to. There's a process, as with anything at the state level. There are a number of layers to it, and the feasibility piece is the first layer of it. The school committee votes, then the council votes, then we enter the feasibility process. That feasibility process will then come up with the construction cost, design.
Right, so they're going to tell us how much
They're gonna tell-
it costs for us to take the solar panels off, take the rocks off the roof, remove the rubber roof, how much material we need to put the new rubber roof down, and how much to put, to put the solar panels back on. But so back in 2019, when we bought the St. Mary's School, I couldn't find any appropriation for a feasibility study about how that building was going to be used, what was going to be done on that property, just an appropriation for $2.7 million to buy it. So we bought the property with the idea of a plan. We have a good idea, but there was no actual plan or study ever done about what was going to happen there.
So again, that is because we were already in the MSBA process with Squantum at that point in time, and we knew that they weren't going to take us right now. And that process, I believe this year you will see the beginnings of the MSBA process with, and this is a school department decision, so I don't want to talk out of turn, and school department involvement, so I don't want to speak out of school, so to speak. But it's there waiting for that process to begin, and it's been on a timeline that everyone sort of understood from the beginning that would be taking place. We knew from the beginning that we weren't going to be entering a process the day after we closed on the building. We knew we would need to find some interim use for that facility, and fortunately we have.
And so, I mean, as the MSBC, they're the only ones that do feasibility studies? We would never just do one on our own?
Again, because you're locked into that state process, we would be guided through a feasibility study by the MSBA. There's a technical component, right? There's the technical MSBA feasibility study, and then there is some work that can be done on the city's end, but again, it's all locked into whatever process you're going to go through.
So the Eastern Nazarene College appropriation that's before the Finance Committee in the upcoming meeting is asking for $22.5 million. $1.5 million of that is to do a feasibility study on on how the property can, I don't know if I want to say managed or used, but the administration is currently, peddling that we're going to be able to sell, 13 or 14 of the homes, however, I can't remember if it's 13 or 14, at a net gain of $7 to $9 million. What happens when that feasibility study comes back, in a couple of months or a year's time, and they discover, oh, actually, we can't sell these houses because, this is where the over 55 community has to go, and this, that, and the other thing. I was listening to Joe Catalano's show on QATV, and he asked the mayor point blank, he said, what's the extra $1.5 million for? And the mayor said, oh, it's for a feasibility study. And Joe Catalano said, don't you think we should have done that before we actually went to purchase the property? I mean, what stops the city from, 9 months ago, when, or whenever you guys started talking to Eastern Nazarene College about approaching the city council for an appropriations bill, so that way we could have tried to do some type of feasibility study before we're being asked for $22.5 million to buy something that we don't know what we can use it for.
Sure. At that point in time, we were not engaged with Eastern Nazarene College. They were pursuing private development. The opportunity came to the city after that private development, rightfully so, fell through. Our position...
Do you know when the date was for that?
I don't.
Or generally, like, was it in the summer?
I don't, off the top of my head.
How long, the feasibility study, I mean, how long is something like that going to take? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if feasibility study is the only thing, and if the word feasibility and study are, if we're talking about a specific thing, like we're talking about when we would be talking about a feasibility study relative to the MSBA process, I think in general terms, the mayor's probably talking about is feasibility in general and whatever work is needed around that for some of the internal main campus facilities, what could make for the senior housing, what challenges are there? There are going to be environmental costs associated with the planning. There are going to be legal. There is going to be some carry costs. I think I referenced it publicly as, contingency, that there's a lot of things that go along with this. And there's going to be a need for a little bit of funding to get us off the ground going. But I don't believe that the sale of the single-family homes is connected to will be connected to any sort of feasibility study, because as we're looking at it, that's going to be a fairly turnkey operation when it comes to that time. We're going to buy the property, and then we're going to move to sell those properties.
So, I mean, how long do you think is viable time? Because we got properties here that we've been holding on to for 8, 9, 10 years here, and it's like.
Right. And I think we have to show you to prove to this body that it's a viable purchase, that it makes sense financially, that it makes sense practically, that it is the right thing to do, that it is a great deal for the city. Overall, it's a great deal for the neighborhood. It protects the neighborhood from a number of things that could go on there that wouldn't be necessarily beneficial to the neighborhood of the city. It controls our destiny. It provides for community use. This is an opportunity that we feel strongly, and we need to show that to you, that we feel, and we feel the community will feel, that this is an opportunity that we should not pass up. But we will have to show you, and there's no disagreement there, that we're going to be able to make money back almost immediately to show that this makes sense. And I think we're going to be able to do that.
Well, I mean, that's great that you think we're going to be able to do that, and it's great that the administration says we may be able to do this, we may be able to do that, but I'm waiting for when the administration says we are going to do this, we are going to do that. Councilor Ryan, do you have a question?
I do. Actually, I'd like to go back to the properties list, and I'd like to take a look at the second page, item number 570, and I'd like to know what the reasoning was for the purchase of a former car wash for $1.7 million for a future park.
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Murphy on that one, Councilor, if that's okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Councilor, that was a car wash located next to the Cleverly Court soccer fields. The soccer fields on Cleverly Court are used by the U8 and the U6 members of the Quincy Youth Soccer League, the smallest of the smallest kids. There was a small parking lot adjacent to the soccer fields, but not nearly enough to provide enough parking. So families were parking on both sides of Cleverly Court, which was creating a bit of a safety issue as kids, particularly the younger kids, were dodging between cars to get across to the soccer field. So there wasn't enough parking for that facility. So that car wash was targeted as a parking lot, which is what it's used for today, and it's a safer location now.
Did you have the amount that it was assessed at for the property?
I would defer to City Hall. I was involved in the purchase side of things.
All right, you'll get that? You will. Okay, thank you. And so in the future, it's going to be a park?
The 570 is predominantly the parking lot. We talked about putting a companion playground in there, what they call a sibling playground, if you will. But there's an opportunity that has also come up across Cleverly Court, a former property, which is also on your list, an MWRA lot that was given to the city, that we've been working with Councilor Ash on developing a park location there, which would have that playground.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Mahoney?
So sorry, I was a little bit late. For some reason, I thought this started at 6:30, but, so I don't know what you started with, but I want to start just by thanking the administration for getting all the information together for me and for all of us here tonight. and I guess we're going through the mayor's assistant to get the answers, is that how we're doing this time? Okay, so how much in total debt service is currently tied up specifically for property acquisition since 2010? All right, great. I want to know annual payment obligations, maturity dates, variable versus fixed, those types of things. What is the projected operating cost over the next 5 to 10 years of all of these properties owned by the city of Quincy? Utilities, deferred maintenance, staffing, security, capital improvements? Do you not know?
No.
So we don't have that in the budget? We're not taking care of any of these locations?
Well, I would say that a lot of these would be just baked into the normal operational budgets
But you don't know,
within
okay.
those departments. Well, I'm saying that
Yeah.
a good bulk of them, the ones that are operational, the
You
ones
don't-
that get
Yeah, what I'm
CEUs.
saying, though, is that these are completely separate standalone buildings, places that we purchased from the city, not the buildings that we know we maintain, so I would think that there'd be a separate accounting for those, but okay. How many acquired properties are currently generating revenue versus operating at a net loss in the city that we've purchased?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, definitely the Monroe Building, as we talked about last week, and the Town River Marina are the two major revenue sources. There are some minor revenues that we can put together for you coming from the Wollaston Congregational Church, which was recently purchased with the collaboration of the Ward 3 Council at the time to protect the church group and to protect it as a community space. That was one of those projects that was slated for redevelopment, would have been sold, would have been turned into condos. And the neighborhood worked with the city very diligently to see if we could come up with a plan to purchase it. Right now, there is, minor levels of individual community groups that are contributing a little bit. So I don't see that as a substantial revenue source. I would say the two driving revenue source properties here are the Marina and the Monroe Building.
So the other properties that we took offline that were potential businesses that were having commercial property tax coming in and we took offline, how much have we lost that we've taken over?
Well, I would argue, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, perhaps before you came in,
Yep.
that a lion's share of those properties that you mentioned are subject to urban renewal, and the amount of projects or the amount of parcels that we've purchased all fits into the pie of urban renewal. There's a reason why they were taken or a reason why they were purchased, and it was to create new revenue in the downtown. That the city made a determination 15, 20 years ago that the downtown was a lag, the downtown was a drag. It was not producing the kind of tax revenue that it should.
So I see the diff. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I see the diff and I recognize what the diff is. What I was asking for was the other pieces where the capital bonds were being used to purchase the properties. And the reason why, I don't want to get caught into a long story of why the diff, I understand that, but what I'm asking for is debt service that's currently tied to property acquisitions. And then also those buildings down in downtown, those will definitely, if everything comes true, as we all hope it does, the diff will pay for itself. It's been said many, many a times in this council chamber and by the mayor and through every place we go. We know that. That's pretty much the mantra, right? Downtown diff will pay for itself with all the new growth. However, I'm talking about all of the other purchases that we have that are coming from capital, how much bond is tied up in that. I'd like to know the diff as well, separated out. But then also how many of the properties that we bought are generating revenue or versus a net loss. And what that means by that is, did it come off the tax rolls? If it didn't come off the tax rolls, then maybe you'd say it's not generating a net loss. But if it's sitting empty, vacant, and not being taken care of, or used for the purposes that it was built for, then chances are it's a net loss.
Sure. I would ask you, we'll take a look at the specific ones, but the bigger ones here are areas where the value is to the community, not necessarily to the taxes. The project on Hunt Street, that included the purchase of a number of homes and a decent amount of private property. That was for a community benefit. We, as a city, made a determination, this body included, that it was worth purchasing those properties, taking them off the tax rolls, and creating a first-class athletic facility and other facility amenities for the students of North Quincy High School that had never had one of their own. So we can go down each list. If there are some vacant ones that maybe aren't producing revenue, I think that's
That's one that's
fair
actually,
game,
that's
but-
actually one that's actually been taken care of, though. I'm talking about the ones that are sitting and not actually being, they're just sitting and not, the one on Hunt Street, we created a field, a soccer field, and it's being utilized by the high schools and outside, but, so,
In general, I think the Chairman Jacobs brought up a couple, Chairwoman Riley brought up a couple, but the lion's share of this list would not fall into those categories.
Okay.
There are one or two that I've seen, but if there are others, we'll address those.
what properties purchased since 2020 remain unused, underutilized, or without finalized redevelopment plans?
Yeah, we'd have to take a look at the list, but I don't think it's a lot.
Okay. How were acquisitions prioritized when free cash reserves are reportedly only 55? Like, this is separate from that. I guess I'm trying to get at, like, when we get to the ENC, and that's my next one for ENC. So before considering, and I'm just going to go through, because I know I'm late, but before considering the Eastern Nazarene purchase, what lessons have we learned from our prior acquisitions? What projects, which projects met expectations, which did not? And the reason why I asked it is this is often a conversation that people have when they're purchasing things or what they're trying to accomplish with it or where they're going with things.
Yeah, I think that we could pick off some issues with a couple of these, but by and large, going down this list, when you look at the big major purchases over the course of dating back to when the spreadsheet was created, that the value created to the community by a lot of this has been beneficial. And so I don't know there would be a great reimagining of any of this. Again, you mentioned the North Quincy High project. There's the public safety headquarters, which required a number of property acquisitions. And by the way, which required property acquisitions for us to be able to take care and reform what Father Bills is doing. There was acquisition there.
Those are all the ones that were done. I'm talking about the ones that are sitting, not being taken care of. So I don't want to focus on the ones that are done. I'm talking about the ones that were taking, the ones that are sitting that we acquired. How about just going forward with, I think I'm going to jump on to Councilor Jacobs. Feasibility for the ENC, environmental liabilities, renovation costs, infrastructure needs, long-term operating costs. Have any of those things been determined? I know you're going to be presenting them to us, but I think
We
it's
will.
important. What is the estimated total cost of ownership for the ENC over the next 20 years, not just the purchase price? You know, it goes on. And then transparency and reporting. This one's really important. I know you love the word transparency, but why is this information about all of the purchases that we have in the city of Quincy, why is it that these are not already centralized and ready and available for the council that we had to take? I'm not sure, but I think it was much more than 5 days for it to be turned around to the council. Just curious about that.
Well, none of these projects none of these purchases live in one place. These are very distinct individual projects that fall within, some of them, multiple ones fall within urban redevelopment, the planning department. The planning department would have no reason to have a database showing the North Quincy High School properties that were bought for Hunt Street. The public safety headquarters was a public buildings project. That lives in its own bucket. So yeah,
love
it
the
was, these come from disparate places, touching many different departments across the city.
Yeah, I guess
And there just wouldn't be any reason, other than being asked, can you put that into a centralized form? And we were asked, and we did.
Well, actually, the centralized reason would be because we're purchasing all of these things, and in some cases, many people don't even know what we've purchased unless we go back and read old newspapers or old Quincy Suns. So which department is ultimately responsible for tracking post-acquisition performances of city-owned properties? So you're going to tell me no one, right? Because they're all in different departments, they're all in different buckets.
It depends on the department.
Huh?
It depends on the department.
So, okay. But it should be, just like anything, it should be, especially if it's bond-related, we should be able to tie those things out. Can the city commit to an annual public report on municipal real estate holdings going forward? Because we seem to be in the acquisition stage, and we buy a lot of things that we're not utilizing them for, but they have great intentions. And I think what you're hearing from here at the council is that as we're being asked to think about what your next acquisition is, we're coming back saying, what about all of these? And, you know, as far as a governance question, you know, if we're buying things without clearly defined intended use at the time of the purchase, the expense drives faster. The longer you have something and don't utilize it for what you think it's going to be, it deteriorates. So we have buildings and places all over the city that we've purchased, and they sat and they deteriorate. That's what happens. I mean, I realize that the St. Mary's School will never be used for a school, and right now it's being used as a fire.
I would disagree with the premise, Counselor, and in a big picture sort of way. Again, we've picked off a couple individual issues with individual purchases where timing and circumstances have not worked out. But if you look through the up and down of this list, like there may be a couple more specifically that you can point out to me where things aren't in the right place, or they should be in a place where it's your position or other council's position that something should be done differently. But when I look down this list, I see projects that have provided great benefit to the city by and large. And again, I'm not disputing that the council has pointed out a number of these that have, but I disagree with coloring this whole spreadsheet as like we have all these buildings that we just don't know what we're doing with. I think
So we're going to disagree. I understand that, and I'm okay with disagreeing. But what I'm asking, very, very simple, is that we have acquisitions. We're told if we don't buy them within the next X amount of days, something terrible is going to happen. Or I just go back to the Greenleaf building that I spent 6 years up here saying, are we almost done? Are we almost done? Are we almost done? Are we almost done? You bought it in 2017. And I think one of the counselors were cheeky and said something like, is this going to be a listed or save it or something? And you went in 2017 and you bought it because you wanted to move the building department into this building, and you had 6 weeks to do it. 6 weeks is what was told. Anybody can go back and watch the council meeting. I did. I watched it. And in 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, I think you're in there. Did you get in there in 2025? I'm not sure.
Yes.
2025. So in 2025, you moved into that building, but you had to buy that building on that day, at that night, at a council meeting, because, and I don't want to go back in time, Chris, but this is definitely something that is habitual in this council chamber, where things come to the council and it's, we have X amount of time, and if you don't get it done, there's a chance that something horrible is going to happen. And it's happening right now. It's happening over the weekend with 15-second snippets of, if we don't buy ENC, something bad's going to happen. And that is deliberate, and that is not actually working with us. And if you want to work with us, then we need to be honest about what we're doing. So I'm putting that card out there too. We have our doors open all the time. You can call me, you can reach me whenever you want. But if I'm listening to a podcast and I'm hearing that this is what's going to be happening, I find that to be a little bit disingenuous.
I would disagree, because it's been nothing that hasn't been said from the first day that the mayor announced that the city should purchase the property. There was no news.
So back in February?
Yeah, there was no news.
So back in February?
February, yes.
Yeah, back in February. So I didn't hear him say, if we don't do it, the Dover Amendment might step in.
Maybe he didn't use the specific term Dover Amendment, but
But the Dover Amendment already stepped in because they had
there is.
they had people living there that became a problem over at that time. And
Exactly, and
that's how it got used.
and
And
I
it
think
was
that-
for sale, and I'm just saying that, I'm just basically saying that we need the right time to be able to analyze things with the right information. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because you have to ask for everything. We have to ask for all of these pages of things. We have to ask for the information. We have to dig for it, and then we have to ask for you to bring some more things back. I'm all set. I didn't mean to take over the whole time. I just wanted to make sure I got my questions asked. Thank you.
Councilor Hubley, and then Councilor McKee.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I didn't have a ton of time to look through this entire list, so I honed in on the Ward 3 properties. And I intend to dig in a little bit more and try to map it out, get a better understanding of their status. I, too, also had questions about the coding on it, so I look forward to merging that information in. But first, a comment about one of the properties. There's only two in Ward 3, kind of a quiet place from an acquisition perspective. This first, 0 Harriet Ave. I remember being part of the team, former Councilor Kevin Coughlin through the Montclair Wollaston Neighborhood Association, his son James Coughlin, as well as the Neponset Watershed team, as well as the Wollaston Hill Neighborhood Association, for which I was a part of at the time. And I know the neighbors down there from knocking on doors are tremendously happy that we were able to preserve that property. And so I'll leave that one at that. That was a really good acquisition. What was going to go in there would have completely changed the composition of that neighborhood, of those wetlands. It would have been, it was a very contentious thing, and I'm really glad that the city and the council at the time was able to step in and make that purchase happen. And I've personally worked on a number of cleanups, removing invasive species down there, as well as a lot of trash. And recently, one of our corporate partners, Ahold, brought a team of employees down there, for which we're grateful. They did a huge cleanup down there and did a great job. So I would look at that one as a really good opportunity for acquisition. And the only other one that's in Ward 3 is a building that's kind of near and dear to my family's heart. It's the former Wollaston Congregational Church. The church had gotten to a point where its membership wasn't really able to sustain its mission. It's the church I believe I was baptized in, and all my siblings were married in, I was married in, and I still am in contact with a lot of the former folks from the Wally Kong, and you know, when they reached out to me and Councilor Kane at the time, their main goal was to see that this building, which had been serving the citizens of the Wollaston Hill neighborhood, that it continued to provide services. So I know there's a lot going on in that building. There's a bit of programming. I'm still trying to understand it a little bit more and what's going on now. But the neighbors are very interested in getting a sense for the timing of things, and I think it would be helpful, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if there's a way to kind of set the neighbors' expectations. So I guess through you to Mr. Walker, do we have a sense for when we'd be able to start to maybe have community meetings, engage the community on what's to become there? I think folks have I have a couple of neighbors reaching out to me asking if they could use meeting spaces, because I know it's not all accessible. I'd actually wouldn't mind using it for community meetings, since it's like 3 houses away from my house. So talk a little self-centered there, right? But yeah, we're very interested in the neighborhood's very interested in what's going to happen with that building. And again, not only are the folks who were part of the congregation very thankful that it's going to provide some sort of function of service to the neighborhood, but they're also very interested in what the potential is there. So if you have any words on that, that'd be helpful.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Anytime, Councilor.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilor Hubler. Councilor McKee?
Yes, so actually I kind of am going to follow on a little bit about Wollaston Congregational Church. My son went to early school in that building, and we had great times there. But I know that the building was also in really bad disrepair. And so I'm just wondering, it sounds like we'll be getting this information, but how much is it costing to repair and take care of the building compared to, whatever use fees are coming in?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, the work that's been done has been general public buildings, one-off maintenance, Band-Aid type of situations. They're still looking at the bigger envelope and the bigger picture, and feel very confident that it's not in as bad a shape as maybe it was probably initially interpreted. But those sorts of things and the level of use, those things all play together. But right now, there hasn't been a major expenditure in the building other than the normal day-to-day upkeep and perhaps a boiler, a small item like that. But yes, and we can track down exactly what's been done and where we are in the process of what major, if any. I mean, it would be our goal to keep this thing, the community space, without a major capital investment in the building, to see what we can do internally. We've got a great team at Public Buildings to do some things.
I know there was a lot of flooding when it would rain, and some issues with sewer issues and that sort of thing. So, but anyway, it sounds like that'll be coming potentially. Another question that I had about that is sort of a broader question about how we know about things. Like the city bought that, but the Ward 3 councilor didn't know that he could use it at any time. And I've wondered if we could use it as well. And with the Monroe Building, it seems like you kind of have to know to go to certain people to ask certain questions if you can use the space or rent the space or whatever. That does seem to raise like an equity issue, and I guess I'm just kind of wondering, how does one, like, who oversees that building? How do people who want to use it ask to use it?
Yeah, right now it's been, excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, it's been status quo as we sort of get our arms around it, but as Councilor Hubley mentioned, I think it's time to begin discussing what further uses, what additional uses can be accommodated there. But yeah, from the beginning, it's sort of been a turnkey. Again, it was one of these situations where the timing was important because the church had obligation. We worked with the ward council. He was very supportive. The neighborhood was very supportive. And we felt we could handle it. And we think we can handle it going forward. But yeah, those plans probably need to start coming to shape pretty soon.
Yeah, okay. And then I had a question from just a Quincy resident about the Monroe Building, asking about how was the $60,000 per year property management fee set? Because typically that's done on a percentage basis for, commercial buildings for how much rent is coming in, and that would seem to be way higher than that amount. And was there like an open bidding process for?
There was an RFQ process that went out for property management for the Monroe Building and the Marina. How the math works on all that, I'd have to dig a little bit for you, Counselor. I'm happy to do that.
Okay. And then I guess just with ENC, the idea that, we could kind of quickly sell the individual homes that are on that property. I've heard different things about wanting to sell them to, first-time home buyers, et cetera. And I like the idea of, affordable housing, but I guess how quickly would that process be able to take place if we were making it kind of an affordable or first-time home buyer type of property? Like, realistically, how fast could we do that?
We're still fleshing out all those details, Counselor, but I would say that, without putting a specific date on it, I mean, that, from our discussions and the plans that we're working on, immediately is the word that's been used multiple times. Now, immediately doesn't mean tomorrow morning. Immediately means an appropriate amount of time within the framework of whatever plan the mayor and this body agree on is the best way to move forward. But we have frameworks in place. We have the talent in place. We have the logistics in place to run a robust home buyer program in fairly, I would say, very quick fashion. I do not believe that this is going to take years. I think you can do something along the lines of what we're going to be showing this body that we can do within months.
And then another question is, I guess this list of properties that we've purchased is, I believe, 73 properties in the last 15 years. If the council looks into this and determines that buying ENC is not a great idea financially for whatever reason, is the administration open to potentially selling off some of these other properties to make the difference?
We would have to take a look at that. I think selling off of property is an avenue that we have used previously to do certain things. I certainly wouldn't, and I know the mayor wouldn't slam the door on that. I think it's our hope that we'll be able to show you a number of items that will show the financial feasibility of this. And ultimately, that could be one of them. I don't, off the top of my head, think that is going to be necessary, but it's entirely possible.
And I guess just a kind of a general question, which may be for the ENC talk, but I know some of these properties that are bought through the DIF, I think the rules of like being able to sell them to anyone and sort of open bid that is limited. In certain urban revitalization districts, the mayor could choose to sell to a particular developer rather than, opening it up if it was deemed to be beneficial. So I guess I guess I just want to say that I have concerns about the ability of the council to control what happens going forward with any of these properties and who they're sold to and how much they're sold to. I know that we have to approve those things, but I think in the past, some of the sales have not always been they haven't made money. Whether or not they've lost money, depending on the lot size, is a different question, but it's sort of questionable, and the fact that it is sort of questionable makes me concerned. Maybe that's more of a statement, but those are things that are going on in my mind.
Councilor Yuan?
Hello, through you, Chairman. So, Mr. Walker, on this spreadsheet is about 80 properties city involved in purchasing, and around 10 properties didn't list sales and purchase price, including several properties taken by eminent domain. I'm wondering, is it because there is a lawsuit going on with those eminent domain, and the purchase price is not set, so you don't disclose?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I did update, I believe, this afternoon. For some reason, the original spreadsheet I sent Friday.
No,
did not
this is a
have-
new.
This is today?
Yeah.
Which
So
one?
the first.
There are, there might be, if you pick out some specific
Yeah,
ones, there could be
okay.
some duplicates where it becomes a question of the deed and the.
Yeah, let me point to the first page at the bottom, 37 Broad Street, and then down 45 Broad Street. It lists taken by eminent domain, but it didn't list the price.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chairman, 37 and 39 Broad Street, which you see are separate, that's actually just one property. So one property has the price next to it, and the other other property doesn't. 24 and 20, I need new
45.
glasses.
Well, I know in some of the other ones were like that, they were boxed together, so that way it looks like
Yeah.
they're just out of order.
We can, through you, Mr. Chairman, we can certainly clean up to reflect, to better reflect that, but what I think you are looking at are different addresses that happen to be the same property, so the price is listed under one address, and then you get to the next address, and there's no price listed on it, because that price was already covered under the first one.
So just to clarify, so you mean 37 Broad Street and 45 Broad Street, it's the same parcel?
I know that, I'm looking, 35 and 37, did you mention?
37 and 45.
37 and 45. 37 and 45. I have to double check on that, but the reason, and if I could see this, it would be helpful, but I can't.
There's a lot of them on.
Fair enough.
I'm just
The
wondering.
rationale, my answer, we will figure out the specifics, but my answer speaks to the reason why why that exists like that, because there are multiple addresses that are actually just one property.
Okay, I'm wondering if it's because taken by eminent domain.
All of those were taken by eminent domain on Broad Street.
How about the second page? In the middle, 24 Adams Street, is order of taking and didn't list the price.
Same thing. 2 parcels, 1 project.
In the order of taking, does that mean it's also taken by eminent domain? What's that mean, order of taking?
I do not, order of taking generally means eminent domain, but in this case, there is such a thing as a friendly taking. The language is just a little bit different. If it was pure eminent domain, I do not, let me get the answer on that, because I believe that was negotiated, and it was not eminent domain. The order of taking on this sheet refers to, that's a note from the assessor's database, that refers to the council order that approved the order. So it could just be some semantics there.
Okay, I have a little comment, just a follow-up with President Mahoney's comment. So on this spreadsheet, there are around 80 different properties, city involved, but the public didn't have the opportunity to review this spreadsheet of all the property transactions involving the city beforehand. It is difficult for residents to follow the discussion if they are hearing the information for the first time during the meeting itself. Even for councilors, we only received this document on Friday close to 5 p.m., and it was still missing significant information. Then this afternoon, about 3 hours ago, we received an updated version that still lacks substantial details. This resolve was put forward on April 6th, so the administration should have had sufficient time to prepare a complete document rather than waiting until the last minute to put it together. I would greatly appreciate it if going forward, the administration could make every effort to upload all supplemental materials together with the meeting agenda at least 48 hours before the meeting, excluding weekends and holidays. This would help ensure residents have adequate access to the information and are able to participate meaningfully in the public process. Thank you.
Any other questions from any of the councilors? Councilor Ash.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question for Mr. Walker, and that is, under funding source, does federal grant, is that uniformly ARPA funds, or are there different types of federal funding? I'm asking in particular with respect to 662 and 674 Southern Artery.
Those were ARPA. I think it uniformly, the federal grant in these cases is uniformly ARPA.
Okay. If it's those two, and then there's also I believe the only other one outside of 1177 and 1227 is the VERC car rentals, 231 Southern Artery.
Mm-hmm.
Just confirmation maybe of what federal grants with respect to the key would be very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yep, Councilor Mahoney.
Could you tell me what the purpose of purchasing Furnace Ave was?
That was for flood mitigation. That was part of the 2011 West Quincy Flood Mitigation Capital Improvement Plan.
And has the pump station been built?
No, because a pump station is not going to be built there. What happened? So we applied for a FEMA grant, won a FEMA grant to build a pump station. FEMA then added a litany of conditions to whatever they wanted in this pump station, and it increased the price of the pump station 2- to 3-fold. Working with our team, we recalibrated that specific component of that overall project, did a lot of different things in that area without doing the pump station. The success of the Furnace Brook work that we did, the success of the subsequent Furnaceburg project that we did.
So I appreciate the success of the project, but I want to go back to Furnace Ave, because that's what we're talking about.
No, it's still a component of the overall.
So what I remember from Furnace Ave is that we purchased Furnace Ave, and it was tied to the Saturn building that became the Compass or some kind of medical building eventually, and they needed to split it. And the city came in and bought it and said it was for a pump station, and it was underwater already, and a pump station typically wouldn't go there. But we can revisit that. But that was actually I think there's some questionable stuff that was done there, and obviously that isn't being used for what it was supposed to be used for. And I just wanted to make sure we talked about that too, because that was 2011. So I'm all set, thank you.
It is being used what it was intended for.
For a pump station?
No, but it's being used as part of flood mitigation.
Yeah, a field
There
that
was
floods water.
nothing questionable about the
Yeah.
use of that property. It folded into really a dynamic flood mitigation project across West Quincy, which has produced great results.
Except for the flood station the pump station we were supposed to have there. I'm just saying that it was again, one of those things that we had to purchase in the last minute, in the last hour, or the last day, to make sure that we got this taken care of, because we needed it for flood mitigation for a pump station that never went there. Just pointing it out. Thank you.
Any other questions from the councilors? Councilor Riley?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was one other property that we didn't get to, and that was the future fire department on Quincy Ave, and I don't know if these other properties are all related to it, but
Yeah, it's all one.
that's one, the first page, it's about 3/4 of the way down. 47 Quincy Ave, and then I think Summer Street and Faxon Lane, they all tie into it. And these were all purchased from Massachusetts Electric. I don't know why they were selling them off, but do we have an update on that project?
So the city is in receipt of a $4.5 million planning grant for the design of what would become, and this all folds into the Public Safety Headquarters project, what would be a new Engine 1 facility, not fire department headquarters, because fire department headquarters is now technically in the Public Safety Headquarters building. The administrative staff, all the public-facing staff, dispatch will ultimately be part of that as well. So it was determined during the early study phases of the Public Safety Headquarters, the original designs, and some folks will remember this, were to include a firehouse at where the Public Safety Headquarters is now. But we enlisted some folks in that world to do, response time radii, trying to figure out what would make the most sense. And it was pretty clear that we were going to lose some substantial response time if we did not have an engine and a ladder truck in that general vicinity of where headquarters is located right now. And so we sort of recalibrated, and as part of the Public Safety Headquarters, said, all right, so we're going to need at some point, because that building is in tough shape, and it's no longer going to be serving the broader purpose, that we should be looking at a new Engine 1, which is a smaller type of building, to service that area of the city to make sure that we don't lose a response time. So there has been some preliminary designs kicked around. We have a federal grant, courtesy of Congressman Lynch, that is working on the design, but there's nothing imminent on that at the moment.
Thank you. On the sold list, there was the McGrath Highway, or was it the Ryan Parkway? Which one was the one that was the AA Center?
That was the right there on, like by the intersection of Washington.
Can you maybe give us an explanation as to why that property was acquired and then
Yep.
sold off? And I don't know whether we made any money off of that, but
We broke even.
Well, maybe.
So that, as the city purchased it as a possible location for some community services, including AA and some other things. Not long after that, the state determined that it was going to need extra space for any parking that it was going to be building at a new courthouse. Originally, their original designs didn't incorporate that whole site, and we quite frankly pushed back on that courthouse, the courthouse design and some of the issues there, and they then determined that they were going to need that extra property, and so it was baked into land acquisition that they went on for when they came up with a, schematic preliminary design for their building.
Thank you. I guess the only closing statement I will make, I don't think I have any more specific questions on the properties, is, in looking at this list, there is definitely a lot of successes. We can see, I think the only one in Ward 6 was the North Quincy High Playing Field. We delivered the DeCristofaro Center, we delivered the safety headquarters, obviously. There's been a lot of successes here from this, but there's also a lot of properties that seem to be sort of languishing, waiting for their turn. Unlike the Acapulcos that, in breakneck speed was purchased, demolished, redeveloped, and funded all of that. I would say that it seems like it's more about control of these properties and the fear that if we let someone else take them over, that, we're not going to be able to control the destiny of it. But I would say that if we're going to be faced with, pressure, I won't say opportunity, but pressure to purchase Eastern Nazarene College, I think we've got to find a way to divest some of these holdings so that we can justify shifting it over. And I also think that we'll need to have some parameters around the order if we were to approve it, some timing, milestones of when a feasibility study would be done or whatever, and regular reporting back to the council because, obviously one-off, none of these projects seemed probably anyone had any real resistance, but collectively, this is a big chunk of investment property that the city is holding. And it costs money to hold property. Thank you.
Very good. Is there any of the other councilors have questions before I ask a few others myself? All right, I want to look at the second page at Cleverly Court. It's like 2/3 the way down the page. It was acquired on April 9th, 2024. That's the one from the MDA right now. So there's no information there, it just says future park. So we own that lot now?
We do.
Okay, did we pay for it? Did they give it to us?
They gave it to us.
They gave it to us for nothing, okay. So it's sitting empty right now, 1.8 acres, I think is that what, land area, so, I mean.
Because there's a project that's being designed there through Ward 2 Councilor Richard Ash and the Commissioner of Public Resources.
Okay, a park is being.
Yes.
Do we have any idea of when that park is planning to come online?
I held a community meeting in February with.
I do remember
with
that,
the
yeah.
commissioner and in the land design contractor. So it was a nice community meeting, probably had 24 or so, 30 people attend, just really waiting to see the aggregate of that meeting. I believe that the commissioner has all the notes and whatnot and discussing next steps.
Mr. Chairman, that's 100% accurate. With any hope, we'll have a final design and cost estimates late spring or early summer, at which point we'll have to seek funding, whether it's through this body or other capital funds.
Okay. I just was, the only reason I was asking was, we just had a tremendous amount of snowfall and over the winter. And, I know that we were towing cars. And I know there is some capacity that we don't have to store cars. And like we have all this land, and I think the ordinance says you have to own a storage lot in Quincy in order to tow for the city, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, so we've kind of limited our ability to use tow companies because they have to have space in the city to store their car. And we seem to have an ample amount of space where we could feasibly just say, for a fee, like we're gonna let you store the car, and we could have, made additional money, from that. And we could have maybe increased the amount of capacity we had to tow cars. Because again, we're limited to how much we can tow because we only have like 2 or 3 tow companies that we can even utilize in Quincy.
I will say most recently, Mr. Chairman, that lot was also used for the dredge material from Sailor's Pond. It was loaded with basically the sludge from the pond. There wasn't a lot of space available. There were some tailings and some pipes that DPW had stored there as well.
Okay, well, I'm just saying we have other
locations.
Unused property. I mean, I also want to talk briefly about The Verk rental, I know another counselor just talked about that. It looks like it's .18 acres, and we purchased that for $300,000. I assume that was with ARPA money. Where did we come up with $300,000 for that? I mean, like, where did we come up with that's what it was worth?
My sense is that there would have been an appraisal that was a developable piece of property.
Because, I mean, I'm just saying, I just looked at an appraisal for the city for .25 acres, where we're looking at $160,000. And I would say that that land is comparable, because they're both within, like, you know, a flood zone. You know what I mean? And I would argue that the $160,000 property is actually better, because it wasn't a dilapidated asphalt parking lot. And so I just wonder where we're coming up with $160,000 for one parcel that's literally almost twice the size, and we're offering $300,000 to Verk Rentals.
Sure, we can figure that out.
I'm just wondering why that wasn't used as a comp.
I wouldn't have that appraisal with me.
That's good. My last one here, my last question is 172 C Street, the former home of Dwayne Thompson, a neighbor of mine, a good friend of mine for many years. His house unfortunately burned down a couple of years ago. The city purchased that property for $245,297 capital bond. So that wasn't for back taxes, like we paid $247,000. And it says it was used for open space and fire department use, which is great. You know, it is right next to the fire station. But, you know, I have a child, I have two children, one of whom attends Atherton Howe Elementary School. And I don't know if you've been down there, but we have a real parking shortage going on down there at Atherton Howe Elementary School. And we got this lot, I know the lot is considerably larger on paper than it actually is, because it's like on a cliff. But there is a substantial amount of potential parking that could be used there. I mean, I see private contractors parking their cars in there, you know, of people who live in the area. And, you know, meanwhile, we got kids at Atherton House School, and I've talked to TPAL about this, I've talked to the principal, Robin Marrera, I've talked to the assistant superintendent of schools, and, I mean, we should be able to fit at least 10 cars in that lot. And I don't want to hear, like, oh, you know, we can't afford to pave it, because I just got an email from Catherine Hoban on May 7th, she's the director of purchasing, regarding the recent John Quincy Adams statue unveiling, if you want to call it, where we had a great, you know, a great event. It was well attended, and it was really well done. But, you know, we all sat under a tent, under a beautifully paved parking lot that was on private property that we, the taxpayers, paid $27,000 to pave, just to have it a few weeks later ripped up so it could be, you know, a big giant hole in the ground. Because Catherine Hoban says that we paid an additional $49,150, and 55% of that was the cost to re-skim coat that parking lot.
Okay. I'm happy to take a look at it. I know that there was ADA requirements at the time of that, the tent placement and the ceremony that probably required us to do something with what was in that parking lot.
Okay. I'm just saying, you know, I mean, that was a zero benefit to the taxpayers. I mean, literally less than like 1/8% we're paying out money. And it's like, we got kids, you know, playing in a schoolyard where teachers are driving their cars through the parking lot that is deemed the schoolyard, because the administrator in her ability, she does go out there every day and puts those cones there to keep the teachers from parking there, but, you know,
I would just say
they
that
still park there anyway. And there's no reason why that lot can't be unfenced, signed, and paved if we can pay $27,000 to pave a lot on private land for a couple of days.
it's a different bucket of money than we would normally get paving money from, but we do a lot of schoolyard paving. That's downtown revitalization money. I don't know the full cost. I'd have to take a look at it. But again, when you do an event of that scale, when you do something like that, there are costs associated. There are costs associated with ADA compliance and making sure the site is accessible. So to have an event like that at that scale, there's a cost associated with it. And again, I think overall, if we're looking at the number, whatever that number is, based upon what's there now, what's going to be there in a year or two, that cost is certainly within reason.
All right, very good. So I just want to make a closing remark about the things that have happened here tonight. What you've heard tonight from the city council and from the administration is we own a lot of property. We have a huge portfolio that we've amassed over many years. This is a 10-year look back here. And what I see is that certain projects get fast-tracked, and I'm not necessarily talking about the DIF projects. You know, I know that that's a different thing, but I'm telling, or I want to send a message to the people of Quincy. It might seem like you see things happening downtown, that's great. But if you look at this information, if the city is a property owner or is looking to buy property in your neighborhood, and you think, oh, this is going to be turned into something, it's probably not going to happen the further you get from downtown. Properties seem to languish 7, 8, 9, 10 years, okay? And not only that, while they have it, they don't do anything with it when they have the ability to do something with it. So I would just hope that, you know, this information goes back to the administration and that we can actually make some gains and actually use some of this property, turn that 1073 C Street, Mr. Thompson's yard, into a parking lot. Not only that, but also the corner of Manette Ave and C Street, the lower half, you know, up by, not down by the Willows, but where the school is, there's also a fire station right across the street. And there's very little parking there for the firefighters as well. A lot of times they're parked up on the side of the street, which is fine, you can park on the street. But I mean, we could provide parking, you know, in that lot. And, you know, again, it's a dangerous corner. We had a child hit there just a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago. And it can get even more dangerous the closer people park to the corner. Yet we have a vacant lot where we could literally park, you know, 10 cars. So that's my message for tonight. I'm just hoping, again, that we can, you know, try and find some use for these properties as we sit here and wait to hear the plan that hasn't come already in the last 10 years. So thank you so much. And I just want to, any other questions? All right, I want to adjourn this meeting of the Oversight Committee at 7:25.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Monday, May 11th, 2026 Finance Committee meeting. I'll begin by reading the open meeting law. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Counselor Ash. Present. Counselor DeBona. Present. Counselor Hughley. Present. Counselor Jacobs. Present. Counselor Mahoney. Present. Counselor McKee. Counselor Ryan. Present. Counselor Yuan. Present. Chairman Riley.
Present.
I know Counselor McKee's here. So.
She is, yes. So we will begin with our public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2027 municipal budget. I will ask that we keep our comments to 3 minutes or less, and also remind people that this hearing is specifically for the budget, so we need to keep our comments relative to the 2027 municipal budget. So is there anyone that would like to come forward?
There's also a sign-in sheet in the back.
Oh, there's also a sign-in sheet in the back if you'd like to express yourself.
No.
No, if you don't want to speak, you can sign in the back.
Okay. Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm
Joanne.
inspired. Joanne Collins, 88 Hillside Ave in Quincy. Just wanted to see, I think that it was Councilor Yuan that said it is a little bit difficult when you're in the audience if you don't have that piece of paper in front of you. So I was wondering if we could ask, maybe it go online, or if there's some way that residents can actually take a look at that paper. Oh, yeah, you can ask. Oh, so that was just my request, is just to see if we could get that online, or if somehow the taxpayers could see what these properties are and understand them that the way you do, so we can understand what's going on a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Helen Shiner. I live at 23 Copley Street. I am an abutter to the Easton Nazarene campus. I've lived there for... We're talking about budget, though.
Good evening, Council, Madam President. My name is Tom Bowes. I'm the president of the Quincy Firefighter Association, Local 792. It's my second stint as the president of the local, 25 years being a chair officer of the local, one capacity or another. Over the last 25 years, an officer of the local, I've seen a lot. Early 2000s, we had a department that was poorly funded and staffed. Times it featured fire companies browned out, leaving whole neighborhoods unprotected, apparatus that was failing, a hydrant system in the city that was often failing at fires, and big deficiencies in training and equipment for our members. Over the past 16 years, we have worked with Mayor Koch and the administration and prior city councils and become one of the best departments for a community our size in the country. We now have a fleet management program for apparatus, resulting in newer rigs out there on the streets and the front lines. We've added over 100 firefighter positions in the last 16 years, resulting in bigger crews knocking fires down quickly. We have brought Ladder 4 back down in Howe's Neck, which we lost during Prop 2.5 cuts in the 90s. The infrastructure work in the city has resulted in better water flow and capacity in the hydrant systems, which helps us at fires. We've seen improvements in stations, 2 stations being fully renovated, hopefully more to come. We have had countless improvements in gear, equipment, training, and technology, resulting in a much better fire department for the city. It should be noted also during this time, millions of dollars were brought in by members of Local 792, securing both state and federal grant money for a lot of improvements as we try to do our part. We're lucky to be part of this community, and we take what we do very seriously. As our union banner says, committed to community. We get involved, whether it's Alzheimer's fundraisers, cancer fundraisers, senior citizens cookouts, sponsoring various teams and events throughout the city, or even times when neighborhoods get flooded out, like back on O'Rourke years ago, and we help people clean out their houses and fight up the grill and cook them lunch. That's what being a Quincy firefighter is all about. We're not always angry firefighters. We pride ourselves as giving back to this community and trying to keep the city and its citizens safe. Our budget consists of almost 98% personnel costs. Okay.
Is that clock accurate? Is that clock accurate as far as the 3-minute timer is concerned? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Clock hadn't been restarted before he started speaking, so I restarted it.
Okay. Hank Dondero, 65 Manor Ave, Quincy, Mass. 02169. Very quickly, downtown budgets have been proposed by the mayor and approved by the city council for quite a few years with a vision in mind. It appears as though this city council has an ambition and an aim to cut. I have one question. What the hell is your vision for the city? What the hell is your vision for downtown? What do you plan on doing? I've been sitting here listening to a lot of this. I won't go into it. A lot of this for several months, and I don't see anything that is positive being proposed as part of the budget. So again, and I'm going to emphasize this in more places than just here, what is this city council's vision for the city of Quincy and for downtown Quincy? That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry.
The clock all set. Good evening. My name is Greg Hartnett. I'm a resident and a property owner in the City of Presidents. I am a proud 15-year member of the Quincy Police Department and serve as the president of the Quincy Police Patrol Officers Association, a position I have held for the last 7 years. This is actually my first time I have ever stood before the City Council. Over the last 2 decades, the Quincy Police Department has made historic strides in the level of service provided to the City of Quincy. Our community policing model offers passionate, professional police services for all of our citizens. Our school resource officers engage with the students and staff on a daily basis, forging relationships that is uncommon in other cities and towns. Increased staffing levels, coupled with an investment in equipment and a wide variety of specialized training, allow us to provide the highest quality of public safety service possible. Quincy is a city with unique neighborhoods. Area patrol officers police the needs of neighbors to which they patrol and get to know the pulse of each neighborhood. Our officers engage with our residents, attend neighborhood events, and strive to become part of the fabric of the areas they patrol. Community programs such as our car seat safety program, which is a state-funded grant, women's self-defense programs, DARE curriculum for 5th and 7th graders in the classroom, DARE camp for 5th graders preparing to enter the 6th grade, which is a week-long program, our Quincy Police Department Youth Academy for 7th and 8th graders, Cops in the Parks program, which we've expanded on throughout the city, Coffee with a Cop, our Quincy Police Department Middle School Wrestling program, and the Quincy Police Department Boating Safety Certification in partnership with the Environmental Police, just to name a few. Are unmatched in the region, making Quincy a great place to live, work, and visit. The QPPOA has worked with Chief Kennedy, his leadership team, and the Koch administration with the support of our City Council, forging a path forward as the city expands to provide unmatched public safety services and response times. The members of the Quincy Police Patrol Officers Association are hopeful that our City Council will fully fund the Quincy Police Department's operating budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. We have full confidence that Chief Kennedy will do an excellent job presenting and explaining our budget and answering questions that you may have. Thank you all for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Bill Zamzow, 46 Tilden Circle, Quincy. As for the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, problems with it are myriad. For starters, for over a decade, the mayor's budgets have not included actual annual spending data. Instead, this year, as in recent years, pages have been wasted in the budget book providing 40-some weeks of current year-to-date spending data, which can only readily point out over $5 million in over-budgeted spending on snow and ice removal, and how the fire department is yet again looking to run over $1 million over budget on payroll-related items. Net-net, it is thus all but impossible to otherwise figure out what's been spent where. In fact, not even the administration can keep track. To wit, the proposed 27 budget notes $478 million appropriated in FY 2026. Without going into particulars, a better figure for FY 26 is $468 million. In turn, the $492 million in spending proposed for FY26 works out to a 5% spending increase instead of the 2% increase proclaimed by the mayor last week. Granted, given such a higher spending increase than had been intimated earlier, I updated my pro forma. In brief, unless the mayor has more than $4 million in reserves to pay down the levy next fall, it would appear that he will have to tap all of the $24 million in untapped property tax levy to cover the 27 nut. In turn, such would give rise to a over 10% property tax in 2027. As for the city's debt service, it only gets uglier no matter how the administration tries to spin it. For example, the Quincy Center DIF debt. A few years ago, RKG Associates, the city's DIF advisor, went on the records before this body is projecting the DIF would run around $25 million in the red over the coming years before revenues exceeded expenses. Further note that the taxpayers citywide would thus have to be stuck with covering the negative. Even worse, a better read of things would indicate a several or more times greater running in the red, with more reimbursements without interest not happening until around the end of the century. In short, so much for the mayor's long ongoing claim that the new tax revenue from the redevelopment within the DIF would fully cover the nut. Finally, the POB bond. I'm on the record as warning that the bonds were risky. While the problems are too complicated to admit, the mayor's claim of issuing the bonds, $500 million pension bond, would save taxpayers $160 million ain't happening. I could go a little bit further on, but my time's out. Thank you for your time and consideration, and good luck dealing with problems not of your doing.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once?
Hi, my name's Bob Haley, 75 Elmwood Park. Yeah, I just have one question. The fire department's overtime budget has been over by $1.5 million the last 4 years. 3 of those years, they usually clean it up with end of the year transfers. They take from other department budgets and clean it up there. Last year, they didn't have enough money, so they took it out of free cash. I'm wondering why that is, that every year it's overspent. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Jocelyn Sedney, 85 Monroe Road. I reviewed the 2027 budget line by line. I did not address those line items that we cannot do anything about. For example, the debt service, which is one of the highest items in the budget. I have provided those numbers to most of the City Council. In order to deal with the lack of strategy for replenishing the reserves and failure to address the debt, and in recognition of this mayor's clear intent to continue borrowing by leaps and bounds, we must make some difficult decisions. The level-funded 2027 budget should be along the same lines as the 2026 budget. There are some numbers we cannot change, like the debt service, health insurance payments, etc., and raises negotiated with collective bargaining units. But other than those, the numbers should remain the same, with some reductions provided by departments. That means no raises across the board, except those referenced above. There are, in some of those line items, incredibly significant raises. For this year, the city must tighten its belt. I did notice that we have no figures related to Quincy College. In the management letters accompanying the budget, Quincy College is identified as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer enterprise funds, which submit budgets. Every employee of Quincy College is a Quincy employee with all related benefits. The college is a financial burden on the city. We should have a budget from the city on the funds expended for Quincy College with detailed information. As it is, no one has any idea what that burden is. I would also like to see a breakdown of the revenue from Furnace Brook Golf Course. The Recreation Department lists employees related to the golf management. We also built a completely new building, clubhouse, entered into a lease with the food supplier. It would be interesting to know whether the revenue has and will continue to draw down the debt and expenses for that project. I would like to know, as to the Human Resources Department, what positions get posted and the process for the same. If the mayor's office calls and says they have someone who needs a job and asks them to accommodate that person, what does the department do? Do they post a job, create a job, and how do they fund that position, as it is not in the budget?
In terms of school budget, I would like a message to be sent that any increase is meant to fund student education and activities, not pay raises for administrators who were well taken care of last year. As to the elections department, I would like to know what line items are directed to advertising and being sure that those people in wards and precincts that do not tend to vote in as high numbers as others do get the word that an election is imminent. The information technology was identified in at least one management letter from the last 2 years, if not both, for issues related to services provided. There have been 2 breaches of protocol to date. One was catastrophic and the other indicative of sloppiness. How are these issues to be dealt with? And certainly not by hefty raises for the senior management.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? And in the event that I messed up the clock, I would like to offer Mr. Bose an additional 2 minutes if you'd like to take it. Pardon me?
Who's counting? I just want to close with our budget. Our budget consists of almost 98% personnel costs. Any cuts to this year's budget would likely result in manpower cuts, which could result in increased response times for smaller crews throughout the city, resulting in increased property damage, increased injuries, maybe even fire fatalities. Cuts would jeopardize the safety of the citizens of Quincy as well as my members, something no one wants to see. We respectfully ask that you support our budget as submitted by Mayor Koch and provide the citizens the first-class fire safety they are accustomed to here in Quincy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. Okay, if there is no further public comment, we will adjourn until 8 p.m. Thank you.
Check, check. Oh.
It is working.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the 8 o'clock Finance Committee meeting with our departmental budget hearings, starting with Mr. Della Barbara. We've already read the open meeting law.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, councilors. I'm going to begin the evening with a brief overview of the 2026 revenue budget collections and where we stand at this point, and just kind of give you a slight overview of what we anticipate for 2027. So I want to say at this moment in time, we've collected 92.3% of the revenue that we estimated to collect has been collected, and that's as of May 7th, which is at a point of 85% through the fiscal year. The levy remains the city's most significant revenue source, which it accounts for approximately 74% of the budget. Levy collections is ahead of schedule with a 96.2% of the levy collected at this time. Tax title is a strong point. We've collected approximately $761,000 this year from tax title. Another highlight in the collection is higher than expected interest rate income due to the higher interest rate environment. We've seen a increase there of about $700,000. Motor vehicle excise tax is performing stable. This just shows that those numbers in a different light between the budgeted amounts and what's been actually been collected to date. So again, 92.3% of tax revenue has been collected through 80% of the year. Levy collection has been collected at 96.2%, and I can break that down between personal property has been collected at 98.6%, and real estate has come in at 96.1%. State aid has been collected at 74.9%, with one last quarter of revenue to come in from the state. That number should be 100%, we'll get there. Local receipts are at 78.9%, kind of lagging the 85% point in the year that we're at. But just to point out, we do another quarter of meals tax should be coming in of about $700,000 as well, which should get those numbers right back up. Briefly looking ahead to 2027, looking at the cherry sheets and the state aid, it looks like we're going to have a $70.9 million in increase in state aid, which is an increase of 2.52%. And that's based on state receipts of $76.9 million and assessments and charges, which less $6 million there. Federal funding changes is a big concern to the Commonwealth and what the current administration may receive from the federal government. So that's something I know the Commonwealth is watching, and it's something that we should consider too. This graph here is just showing that local receipts are basically based on trends, and receipts are primarily driven by consumption and inflation. In periods of high inflation, we're going to see less consumption demand. And where I'm going next with this is, inflation is still at 3.2%, which is above the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Interest rates could be coming along the line in the future. If that, with a new Federal Reserve chairman coming on board, that could stimulate our local economy even more. We can see local receipts jump. But one of my biggest concern is energy prices. Energy prices in the United States have jumped 12.5% year on year as of March 26, and that's obviously because of geopolitical turmoil. So just in summary, our FY 2026 revenues are exactly on pace for this point in the fiscal year. State aid will likely increase by $2.3 million in FY 2027. Local receipts remain consistent and in proportion to its previous year's pattern, with the caveat that local receipts may be pressured next year by increased energy and food costs in fiscal 2027. Overall, the revenue collections and projections remain stable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Della Barbara. If you don't mind, we'll just see if anyone has any questions. This is not an agenda item that we will take a vote on. This is informational to sort of set the stage for the budget discussions, but if anyone has any questions for Mr. Della Barbara or comments. Mr. DeBona, Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start off by just saying thank you, Paul, for your presentation here tonight. I know prior to you was Eric Mason, and prior to you was Mark Kavanaugh. I came onto the City Council in 2015. My very first budget cycle was 2016, and it was a totally different City Council then. And then we had other issues going on, basically on revenues. I'm going to get to the revenue point in a minute. But when I first came on to the City Council in our budget cycle, that particular year, Kirsten Hughes was the council president. Ian Kane was the finance chair, which was a rookie chair for the finance. Sat next to Joe Finn, and it was a totally different City Council. There was a lot of different other issues going on in the city at that time. It was pre-COVID, a lot of different concerns. Every year there's going to be anywhere concerns with the city. Revenues. Does anything globally that's happening, presidency, federal aid, how are we doing with that? Has there been any cuts of how we can receive funding, or have we been cut off anywhere?
We're directly connected, excuse me, to that by the way the federal government is giving aid out to the states. And right now, it's very contentious between the state of Massachusetts and the President of the United States because they have very different political viewpoints. And that's something that the state is remaining cautious about and watching, and we have to watch it as well. I wouldn't say plan ahead on giant increases in state aid that rely on federal aid to fund some of those programs, disbursements.
Have we had to dip into any grants that have been, I know we're going to get into grants, but it all relates back to our revenue sources. Have we had anything taken away from us grant-wise where we've had to, like, the city has had to absorb, vice versa? I know these are general statements that come out, but I just want to get a consensus of where we're at here in 2026 going into the new fiscal year.
I would think if you talk to public safety that they would see a decrease in the UASI funding, which is grants coming down from the federal level dispersed to local emergency management in Boston, which then disperses that out throughout the communities. I know in the past I've seen those grants for Life Vests, for 911 funding, et cetera. And, maybe just because my capacity has changed from Director of Accounts to Director of Municipal Finance, I'm not seeing those grants come through on a regular basis, but I'm sure if you talk to either chief, they've seen probably a decrease in that funding.
Going a little further into House of Representatives, Senate, midterms, president's going to, unless something happens to him, is going to be in office. We're going to be in our fiscal new year of 27. What could have any major impact in the middle of the year if anything happens? We know that gas prices have well elevated up to $4, and I've already seen an increase in some of the milks and the eggs and the bread. How does that reflect us here in Quincy?
Well, I think it's the same way it affects everybody throughout the United States. Geopolitical matters that come up that are unpredictable, such as the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and driving up oil prices to the point where they are right now, are putting strains on, people's pocketbooks. You know, I'm a dad, I have 4 kids, and, you know, my grocery bills are going through the roof. Everybody's feeling that pinch, and that, we may see that here in the effects of, you know, local consumption. Maybe somebody that goes out to dinner twice in a weekend stays home one night, that doesn't go out at all. So we would see decreases in our meals tax, or people put off buying a brand-new car, right? We could see an impact to our motor vehicle excise tax. There's different ways that, you know, the policies at the federal government or geopolitical issues are affecting us at a micro level, right down to the city of Quincy and the decisions we make.
My main goal here is in Quincy, obviously, but we have to look at the other 351 communities, 350 communities around us. Are they impacted very similarly to us based on what you're saying?
Absolutely. Everybody's competing for the same dollar.
I just wanted to get a general consensus here. We've got more deliberations on different subjects, but it's going through my mind constantly. When we're trying to fulfill a budget, a lot of it is fixed. We're working with revenues, and we need it. I thought we've done a great job on growth and all these other avenues, and I would hope that we do the best we can with collections. And we'll get to that later.
I would be cautiously optimistic that, you know, local receipts would remain flat or see a slight growth in the future. And that's with hopes that a lot of these geopolitical strains get solved and, you know, ease up so that the consumer can see a break themselves.
Thank you, Mr. DeLaBarbera, and I'll have more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Yen.
Thanks, Chairwoman. So I have a question. So the first page, 92.3% of revenue collected as of May 7th, 2026. Does that including revenue from DIF, downtown district?
Yes, it would include revenue collected from the downtown district because that's being collected in the form of taxation in the levy and coming into the general fund.
And did you have a breakdown of the downtown revenue, downtown district revenue, and other than other revenues? Do you have a number?
Well, I have the gentleman here tonight from IKG who put the model together for the revenue calculations that can tell you how that revenue is calculated. And I believe I did send out those numbers to Councilor Mahoney.
The revenue number from DIF in 2026?
Yes, I didn't bring it with me this evening.
So, did you have that?
I don't have it with me.
Okay.
So that would be right here. We are estimated different. Around 14 and 21.7. Just want to be right here. Yeah, so there you have specific numbers. Counselor? The estimated deferred revenue for 2026 in the levy is $12,952,623.
Can you repeat that?
$12,952,623.
And the total revenue collected, how much for that? So this is from DIF revenue, right?
Correct.
And the general fund, how much the revenue?
That $12 million would be in the $303,715,545 collected in 2026 real estate tax to date.
Could you repeat that number? Could you repeat that number?
Yes. $303,715,545.27.
Can I just, point of clarification? Point of clarification? So you're saying that the total amount of revenues received for taxes was 303 billion, is that what you're saying? And of that, 12,952 was diff.
Of the $303 million, the 12 million, et cetera, was diff
Okay.
income.
And it all comes in through the general fund.
That's correct.
So it's the total value of our revenues for that year is the 303, and 12 million of it is the diff.
At this point in time,
And that's just for this year, the 3/4 of this year.
correct.
Okay. And do you certify the diff monies?
No, we do not.
No, and the assessor doesn't certify the yearly diff monies?
I believe the assessor certifies the assessments on the parcels within the diff district.
But they're not separated, so it's just the certification for the revenues that come in.
No, there's a certification on the parcels. We do not certify the revenues. It's not a requirement that we need to do.
So you certified the parcels, but is there a base parcel rate for the diff?
That I'm not aware of.
Nope, 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 nope. Thank you very much. I have questions for you too. So that's you're not aware of. So.
That's correct.
Okay. So. Do we have 2025's numbers? I don't mean to hijack you. Okay.
I do not.
Okay, so could you explain to me, because you're the chief financial officer, I'm just going to ask you to explain, because we have a lot of new counselors up here, and you're the chief financial officer, I don't want anybody else coming up. Explain to me how the diff works.
Well, first off, I'm the director of municipal finance. I'm not the chief financial officer, and there's a big difference in title.
Okay, so as the director of whatever, you're the head honcho of finance right now. Is that good? So could you explain how diff works? Because you're the chief financial, whether you're the chief financial officer or you're the director, you're the one who's presenting the whole city budget to us tonight, correct?
The entire city budget?
Well, the budget that's coming in, and we just talked about the revenues, we're talking about all, I'm assuming that everybody put their budgets in, and it has to go through your office to be able to get the budget out. Who created the budget for this year?
The department heads create their own budget. It comes up through municipal finance. The mayor reviews it, and it gets presented to the councilors.
Okay. So you don't actually meet with any of the department heads?
Of course, we meet with the department heads. We answer questions.
Okay, so you meet with the department heads, and the mayor's part of that. What I'm saying is this presentation typically, whether it's the head accountant, chief financial officer, director, whatever you want to say, is kind of the master plan behind the whole budget. Each department brings things forward. So now I'm asking you for the diff. Could you explain to me how diff works? Because we have many new counselors up here that may not understand how it works. I just want to see if you could explain it to us.
Sure. We have a diff district. The diff district involves parcels related, and I believe a 25 square foot vicinity, or no, I'm sorry.
That's good. I just mean, it doesn't have to be exact. It's fine.
Okay, the diff parcels are located in the downtown district. These parcels are, once they're identified, there is projects, the city can use the diff legislation to go out and ban and borrow money to get some projects off the ground. The projects within this diff district can be banned for a 10-year period, where we can just keep rolling these band notes over and over. But at the end of the 10 years, we must go to a long-term bonding on those projects. However, if there's an opportunity with lower interest rates and any time in the future, we don't have to roll those bands. We can lock in the long-term cost at that point. That would depend on advice from our financial advisors. Now, the way I understand it is when this diff legislation came about, is the revenue from the downtown district would pay for the debt service on these bonds to get the district going. It was initially set up as I believe, a district revenue area. But because we did not go ahead and issue revenue bonds, we issued general obligation bonds, we did not have to certify the actual income coming in. And that money can go into the general fund and therefore pay the debt service on the bonds. It comes down to, from what I understand from talking to our bond counsel, it is the type of bonds that we're issuing in the downtown long-term, which dictates whether or not we have to certify those revenues year to year.
So, okay. So when you get the money in the general fund, you're commingling the DIF funds into the general fund, and there's no separation of incremental growth?
No, there isn't. There was up until, I believe, 2022. And at some point, there may have been a decision to go away from the DIF sinking fund. I think that determination may have been because we did not have to certify that money, but that revenue, but I don't know. I wasn't there.
So through you to our auditor, Susan, could you tell me when the sinking fund went away? And if there, and maybe through you to Jen, I don't know, was there a vote on them? The sinking fund?
I'm not sure if there was I believe back in the time, I know there was a presentation on the sinking fund. I will look and see if I can find that date. And then I believe maybe the last, normally in December of every year, a council order would come before the city council to vote to move the money from the DIF district, from the sinking fund, and then to reimburse what has been paid out of your short-term borrowing line. I don't know if that was in '22 or '23, that was the last time.
So when we're looking at, when we bring this money in, and it's in the general fund, and we're recognizing it, and we're putting it in the 2.5 levy, is it all being done at the same time, DIF and everything else?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not actually recognizing the incremental growth anywhere? So this is where my concern comes in. I'm not sure if we have a DIF anymore, because a DIF, this is my understanding of a DIF, and this is, I'm not trying to debate you, I'm trying to understand, and I might need RKG to come up. Based on the materials that you sent out to everybody, and based on the debt presentation that we had a couple of weeks ago, the DIF obligation seems to be approaching $794 million. And do you know when it extends to, the DIF obligations?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Do you know how far the DIF obligations extend to? I was asking for forecasting, and you didn't have any forecasting. I'm just asking, do you know when the DIF, all of the 794, do you know how far it goes out?
Well, it would depend on when some of these bands get bonded long-term. I mean, if interest rates are favorable, we're going to do most of it as soon as possible.
Do you think it's like 2040, maybe?
That, I don't know.
Do you know when the revenues max out, where we have it right now? So you gave us all this information, big stacks of papers, you sent me a lot of things. I asked for things very specifically, and I went ahead and did my own calculations on this, and it's $794 million as of today, and the DIF extends through 2067. I'll be 102, and we don't have the downtown done yet. We're going to have additional borrowing that's going to be happening on future DIF-related projects because it's not ending anytime soon. And what I'm trying to understand is the long-term trajectory of our projects and our obligations, because we're going to be at $1 billion for DIF pretty soon, because you're going to come back. It's stated in the materials that I got. And then RKG, is it RKG? Said that in their what I was able to see was that it looks like it's going to level off around 2044, I think, 2044. So in 2044, there'll be no more money to pay off the DIF, and the DIF will go out to 2067. I mean, this is where we're at today, but we have a lot more to do, and we're commingling the money. And now this is how the DIF really works, from my understanding. And I will share with everybody here. So when we describe that little square, that's the area, that's the downtown area that we're going to do. and we assess the values of those properties, and we call it the base. Thank you, you're shaking your head, yes, it's the base. And we collect those taxes on the base every year, and that goes into the general fund, okay? And then when we, in the 10-year bonds, when we get the bands out, and it might take 10 years, it's for the infrastructure, it's for the development that's gonna happen, and then development happens, and then in the magic year 10 years, you should have a development done, and the bond might roll over, and the project is now producing money, and the money that comes in should go into a sinking fund, but it was going into a sinking fund until 2022. But now it's going into the general fund. And when we get that money in, that's certified, should be certified by the assessors, because Mansfield does it this way, Somerville does it this way, every other community that has a DIF does it this way, but we do it, we commingle, and it's a little bit different. So I'm not knocking that, I'm just trying to understand it. So when the money comes in, you have the base, but then we had the development, the growth, and the money comes in, we're supposed to separate the base because they've already paid the taxes and only count the incremental growth. And that incremental growth that you get wouldn't go into the general fund. It would go into the sinking fund to pay off the bonds that we have. Follow me?
I'm following you, but on bond counsel, who we consult with Rick Manley,
Maybe we can get on a phone call with me and you and bonds.
I would love to, instead of going back and forth right here, but
Maybe, you know, now I'd like you to come up, because I believe me and him, he's agreeing with me, so I think maybe he might be able to help me out.
Sure. So good evening, Council. I'm Eric Wasigas, Associate Principal with RKG Associates. And just to sort of build off of your point around, at a high level, how the DIF works effectively. Back in 06-07, when the DIF began, that was your certified base value. And so at that certified base value for all of the parcels in the district, that's your starting point. As you start to add new growth in that district, the delta from that new growth and that original base value is what you can consider as increment, or in this as DIF revenues. So I guess some of the key things to consider with that DIF revenue is all properties in Quincy under the rules of Prop 2.5, as tax rates change, that DIF revenue can change relative to the changes in tax rate. And the other key lever there is that as a project is being developed, so say a construction project is being built over 3 years, right? And each year that it's assessed, it would be 1/3 the value, 2/3 the value, and then the full completed value. Over those years of construction, the assessed values can change, and this is contingent on things like market activity, as we've seen, especially with multifamily and condos. Assessments for that and valuations for that are really high. So as you see things come online, those assessed values drive the value of that new growth. And so effectively, you can start to see that growth, but once the project is completed, that completed value, that delta from that base value, is then what you can carry through for the duration of the DIF as DIF revenue. So that base value, the taxes off that base value, that's still going to the general fund. And while things like appreciation of other properties, so if you think about a project in one place, there could be properties all around that are continuing to see appreciation, but not new development. That can't count as DIF revenue, but that does count as additional revenue into the general fund. So it's creating value in that way, even though that's not specifically DIF. And I believe you all have a sort of a one-pager that shows a stylized example of this. And so effectively, as you see through the revenue projections, you're seeing as projects come online, those that are under construction, those that are currently permitted, and then those that are undergoing conversations with the city, that's what's driving that value as you go through the duration of the forecast in the DIF. And those obviously can change. Interest rates go lower, you might see things push forward. Interest rates go higher, you could see things pushed out. So there are things that can affect the delivery and also the valuation of those properties, but that's ultimately what's driving the revenue. And so I'll stop there because I know I just said a lot of things.
So I thank you very much for that explanation, but my concern is the commingling of so what I'm hearing from Director Delabarber is that we're putting everything into one thing, which is the general fund, and then we're assessing that value, and that's what we're looking at when we create our excess levy to the 2.5, which we're not backing out the incremental growth, which would then deteriorate the DIF because there'd be no DIF in the chapter 40Q. Is it 40Q? Been doing a little bit of reading because I've been asking for a lot of stuff. So my concern is, and I've been asking this for the last several weeks, and I was a little frustrated when we had everybody, and I know you weren't there that night, so I'm glad you're here tonight, because I did get your report, and I did do my forecasting with it, and 2044, no more revenues, 2062 is how long it goes out. So from 2044 until 2062, if we were to stop doing everything right now, in 2044, the value stops, but the diff goes out to 2067. And what I'm trying to explain is that this has always been something that we said is going to pay for itself. But as of today, when I'm looking at this, it is not paying for itself. Now, one might say, well, we have more things to do. But as of today, what we have done so far, complete, $794 million, we are not one decade, but multiple. I'll be 102. I'll be long gone. But my point of this is multiple generations. And when we started this back a long time ago, it's a hard concept. It's not an easy concept to digest. And trust me, every day I'm like, I'm going to have a diff aneurysm, because it's like I can't see, and that's why I'm asking all these questions. And again, I'm trying to understand if we're commingling it and we're not applying an assessed value for the diff, how we can possibly, we're either overvaluing our levy, which making it seem more, and we're not doing a diff. 40Q, no, there's no 40Q. So we're using 40Q just for the bands and all the other things, but we're actually not accounting for it correctly. And that's a key thing, because we were doing that up until 2022. But somewhere between 2022 and now we stopped doing that, and nobody can tell me why. And I've been asking for the certified records for diff for a couple weeks now. I haven't got them. I got a chart that you sent me, and you say you don't have to certify things, but you have to do something. Even the treasurer, when you get up here, I'll be asking you too. Your direction has to be, when you get money from the diff, are you putting it into one account, or are you putting it into two, like base versus new growth? And it's not even new growth. It's I have the wrong word here, but it's basically I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's actually the difference there, your delta. I'll use your word, the delta. So if we're putting it all in one, and we're calling it general fund, then technically, thank you very much, everybody in Quincy, from Ward 1 to Ward 6, you are now paying, all your taxes are paying for the diff. The one thing that everybody's been promised for decades. And that's crushing me right now, because this is not the story I want to tell. And it's very upsetting to me as a taxpayer. I've only been on the council for 2 years. And in 2 years, when I came back, the diff is now not a diff. In your opinion, if we're not doing that, RKG, you deal with diffs a lot, right?
Yeah.
If I'm going through what the 40Q is telling us to do, and I'm telling you this is how they're doing it, we have a big problem on our hands, because our accounting is off.
Yeah, so what I can speak to is that based on the revenues that you see from the assessment in fiscal year 2026 and the projections out over this period from 2026 to 2044, the diff is covering its current debt service. Running out past that, obviously, it would be contingent on future projects, things that are not known at this.
I took all of Hilltop's bonds that they gave us. They gave us a big stack of stuff. I took it all, and I ran through a model, and the model says it goes out to 2060. I was asking for forecasting. I mean, if I can't get it, I'm gonna have to do it myself. And I'm not gonna say I'm completely accurate. I don't do it every day for a living, but this is what we were asking for 2 weeks ago. Didn't get any of that. Yours goes out to 2044, and I run that 794 out. It goes out to 2067. So, and I'm not here to debate you about this. I'm just seriously trying to understand, more importantly, how we, the city of Quincy, went from having a sinking fund to putting it in, commingling the money, and absolutely have no idea why the assessed value is important to the diff. And it's hugely important, because how are you separating the base? And the base will change every year, just like you said. So if our taxes are $11 when you started, all that area gets charged at $11, and it goes up to $12. All that it's just taxed to $12. Every year we set the tax rate. The the treasurer has to send out the bills. The assessor has to tell her how much to send it out for, and then we get our money back. The development down in the diff sends the money in, but it's not just the check. My check comes in from my money, from my taxes, and it goes into the general fund. My house is part of the general fund. Everybody in this room that has a house in Quincy goes into the general fund, but the diff goes into the base goes into the general fund, and the remainder has to be separated out because of a diff. And if you're not separating it out and you're not accounting for it, you're either double counting in the levy and then also saying it's diff. Now we have what I call an accounting nightmare, because I don't know where we go from here.
Yes, and so I guess in response to that, what I would say is under the, if you were to review the mass development guidelines, and as Councilor Mahoney is mentioning, typically speaking, those diff revenues are tracked as a separate line item. That being said, I was not here or am privy to how the city specifically arranged how those are being tracked through its current structure. So I would defer to my colleagues on that question.
So one of the things I will say is 40Q, it's kind of like the honor system. There's no real, like the DOR, although I'll be talking to the DOR, they have you upload your assessed values and the accountant uploads the budget and it all kind of commingles there. But when you're using the tool in our tool chest, when you're using the tool, you're supposed to separate it out. Now, I'll use the example of Somerville, and I looked at both of theirs. Somerville in Assembly Square, they started, and they did their diff, and I think they're going to be done paying for Assembly Square, which has Puma, which has, it has, I gotta forget the name of Mass General, Beth Israel is over there. It has a bunch of businesses. It has basically a walking mall. It has living spaces. It has parking garages. It has everything. And then they even got their own line, their own green line. We, in downtown Quincy, don't have any of that. And I'm not saying we should, because it's a different place. And we have a bombed out Quincy Center T station that seems like it's never gonna come online. But they've been doing it longer than us. And we're basically said all the time that we're a state, like everybody in the state thinks we're like the leader of this. I have to tell you that if everybody in the state knew that we weren't accounting for our money correctly, the way I'm hearing how we're accounting for it, they would be pretty sure that this wouldn't be the state optum for 40Q. And second to that, what changed in 2022, sinking fund, to what we're doing now, I have no comfort in knowing that I really do feel bad for everybody at home who's paying their taxes, who thinks it's just because their assessments have gone up. Your assessments have gone up, but you're also paying for $794 million in diff that we were never supposed to have to pay for. So those gifts that we're giving out to developers are starting to hurt even more. And I'm going to stop there, because it's very frustrating, and it's not your fault, and it's not your fault, Mr. Della Barbara. By no means do I believe that this was created because you took this job. I'm just saying that the information that you gave me and I looked at is this is where I'm getting. And I'm looking at the assessor next, because I'm gonna have questions for you too. But it's very daunting what I'm hearing tonight, and I'm not feeling very positive. And I don't know how the rest of my colleagues feel, but I do feel as though we have a big problem right now. Thank you.
Any other counselors with comments?
Please tell me that's not what we're doing.
Counselor McKee?
Hi, this isn't about the diff per se, but just about
Relative to the revenue.
revenue. Yeah, this is relative to revenue. This might be just a conversation that we can kind of come back to, but again, I've been looking at the graphs of DLS data for the top 50 biggest cities and towns in Massachusetts. So I'll just show, this is just population. So Quincy's number 8 here. So just to kind of set the stage, you would expect maybe the other graphs, Quincy would be around that area. So here is transfers. Quincy's at the very, very top in terms of transfers when it comes to the revenue from the general fund as a percentage of total revenue. And so I'm just throwing this out there. It seems like maybe some money that's coming from bond premiums and stuff. It seems like Quincy might be transferring more money. I'm just telling this to everybody here so we can kind of get a sense of where we are. And then this would be something that we can maybe think about, because the other revenue sources would be, what we charge for different things in the city. And so service charges, Quincy's number 46. So I have questions, I guess. It might be that we have to do an ordinance to kind of look over the fees and things that we're charging in the city. But it seems like we could be charging higher fees. For fines and forfeitures, we're, I'm blind. This is number 22. I guess that might be tax forfeiture, property tax things, property takings, licenses and permits. We're number 33, so again, pretty far down that list. So anyway, that's just something I think that we should I want to put out there for discussions, and maybe we could think about raising those fees and licenses and permits.
Actually, Counselor, your timing's perfect. Treasurer Smith is kind of working on a project right now with the different department heads, looking at the fees, realizing that we are more or less down the bottom than all the other cities and towns around us. So it's going on.
Great, that's great. And I guess I just had maybe a simple question. When in this slide about fiscal year 2026 review, it says higher interest income revenue, and you said that's about 700,000. What is that? What does that mean?
Interest on cash reserves.
Okay. But wait, it's this slide. But our cash reserves, are you talking about different cash reserves? Because do we have $55,000?
No.
Oh, you mean the 9 point something million?
The treasurer could probably speak to the exact number. But when we do a bond offering and for capital projects, et cetera, we might borrow $27 million for an extended period of time for, we call it like burn time on a project, where a project manager may say, we need $27 million over the next 3 months. We'll go out and borrow $27 million. But the money doesn't get spent on that day. So the money sits in an interest-bearing account and earns interest. So with interest rates being as high as they are, interest revenue has exceeded our estimate at this point in time.
Okay, I see. Thank you. That's it for now.
Jacobs?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Delabarba. Thank you for your presentation tonight. At the top here on the first, not the title page, but the first page, you said that 92.3% of the revenue has been collected as of the 7th of May. Is that on target? Is that what it would have been like this time last year or the year before? Does that seem like normal to you?
It does.
It does. Okay. And when you say like motor vehicle excise tax is performing well, do you have any data to back that up? Or do you notice that we're going to collect less money than we did last year, maybe due to as you stated, geopolitical, controversy going on because people can't afford to buy new cars? Are we expecting to get the same amount of money? Because I know I drive a 16-year-old car and I've been paying $73.50 for basically since the day I bought the car. My wife's $72, and I don't understand why, because our cars are basically the same, but that's all right.
Well, I think you see the ripple effects of what's going on right now with interest rates, with energy costs, food costs, and everything being where they are. That may delay decisions that may happen next year. So I would be cautious in 2027. I would expect that 2026 we'd, probably be able to to hit that estimate that we have, that revenue estimate.
And possibly go down maybe the next year or something. I mean, I'm just asking, like forecasting, I mean,
Right,
I know I'm not thinking about buying a new car,
neither am I.
especially with gas prices at $4.50 a gallon.
correct.
My brother's driving I call it a Power Wheel, and I thought he was silly, but now I'm like, well, maybe it was pretty smart to buy that Power Wheel.
Nope, maybe.
Going back to the diff, you know, I appreciate, you know, your explanation of the diff. And what was your name? Eric's explanation of the diff. You know, I am new to this. I don't really understand the diff. I do have a much better understanding of it now than I did before. I do have some concerns about what I heard Councilor Mahoney say about the mixing of the general fund. I will say I Googled it, you know, the other day, and that was pretty much the definition I got, that there's a base, and then anything on top of you collect the tax revenue, and then anything that's collected from the base goes into the general, and then anything on top of that goes into the diff. If we're not, again, if we're not recording them as separate, I mean, I guess we haven't been since 2022, is there any way, although it seems to allude that Councilor Mahoney is saying it would be an accountant's nightmare, to go back and do that? And if we did that, if it turns out that the general taxpayer is paying for portions of the diff, I mean, how is that gonna, if we go back and start doing it the way 40Q says we're supposed to do it, what's that gonna do to the downtown? Like, are they gonna bring in, is it gonna be successful? Because we don't have any models that show what it looks like now or what it used to look like versus what it should look like. We don't have any of that.
Well, I believe that's what RKG just did.
If I might answer that question. In terms of the prior year since 2022, we can look back at the assessment rolls from prior fiscal years, and I believe we did that work and sent that over to Rick. So we have that from '06 to 2026. And so based on those numbers, we can look at what the debt service was on the diff and then what those revenues are generated by the diff.
Okay, so we can go back to doing it the way it's supposed to through 40Q, since we're now just putting it all in the general fund? Like, when are we gonna go back and do it the right way?
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the revenue, just how the revenues are computed. That I would leave to the lawyers and the folks.
So do you think we should go back and do it the right way?
Mass development guidelines and the guidelines from the state suggest that tracking that separately is best practice.
And if you were in this job, you would suggest that that's what the taxpayer deserves?
It's probably a good rule of thumb to follow best practices, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Ryan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Paul, for coming here tonight. Can we go to state aid for a moment, please?
Sure.
So in the state aid, it states that the net state aid for the fiscal year 2027 is $70.9 million. Is that a definitive?
What was that number again, Counselor?
$70.9 million.
Yeah, that's the net number.
Okay, so is that a definitive? Has that been certified yet as far as what you get?
No, it's pretty far along in the process.
Okay.
It's in, I believe, the Senate budget process. There's only one more approval. So it would be more accurate to say that's a likely number than an actual number, but it should be close.
Okay, thank you. The state receipts, what does that state receipts consist of? That's just cash that comes in?
Right. Well, that's the total amount of state aid. There's a lot of aid in there. I believe there's school funding, there's different funding in there that makes up that $70 million.
Okay. And what is the assessments and charges?
Those are assessments and charges that the state charges the city of Quincy. So they deduct that from the aid that they're giving us. It's kind of silly, but that's the way they balance it.
Can you give an example of the charges?
It's on the cherry sheet. I don't have the cherry sheet in front of me. I would be glad to send that to you tomorrow morning.
Oh, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's all I've had for this. Thank you very much.
Would the auditor like to add anything to the cherry sheet? What was the question on the?
Do you want to know what the charges are for the cherry sheet? Yes, please. County tax, there's also a line for mosquito control projects, Air Pollution District Metropolitan Area Planning Council, RMV non-renewal surcharge. There's a charge that we pay for the MBTA. There's also one for special education, school choice sending tuition, charter school sending tuition. And that makes up the charges that the city has to pay the state. You're welcome.
Anyone else? I'll take privilege then and just try to wrap it up. Oh. Please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Getting back to motor vehicle excise tax performing well. I know previous councils, we talked a lot about our protocols, our oversight, our tracking devices for making sure that folks that move into the city are actually getting on the books and starting to pay us. Do we have a lot of those protocols in place today? And how is that going? It looks like it's up in revenue.
Well, I believe the new treasurer has certain protocols put in place, and she's a very aggressive collector. She takes a lot of pride in it. I would address that question to Treasurer Smith as for what she's doing. She's doing an outstanding job.
We've put a lot, over the years, former city councilors, working with Molly, we've done a really good job with tracking that. And there was a major concern in previous councils that we weren't getting that revenue, and it looks to be performing well. So just wanted to point that out, that, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay. So this is not an agenda item that we need to vote on. This is just informational. I would like to just say that I think several of us, although we're trying to understand the diff, there are a couple of concerning things we keep hearing. Number one is that we're commingling funds. That's never a good practice in any financial situation. It's always better to be able to hold money aside, be able to evaluate it. So I think this body is going to be looking for more regular updates on the diff and the projects that we have in the pipeline, the projects that are complete. Do we have projects that are complete that we can demonstrate that they're paying for themselves? I don't know. That's I think what we've been trying to understand, and then so that when we bring new projects on, when we continue to roll this model out, that we are certain that it's going to pay for itself. Mm-hmm. That's what we're looking for. We're looking to see that it is paying for itself for those older projects. I mean, we're 2 decades in on this, right? Maybe from initial conception, but you know, it's a big part of the debt that we're carrying.
Correct.
So take the pension obligation bond out. We'll all agree that was a great move. The diff is the next one, and we owe it to the taxpayers. The property tax owners are the ones that carry the burden. Even if we up our fees and find other ways to generate and collect revenue, the property taxes are going to continue to be the lion's share of our revenue stream.
Of course.
All righty.
You have me
You
for
got
like
through
the
that
next 2
first one,
hours.
Paul. Okay. The next item on the agenda would be the municipal finance budget review. And if somebody could help me figure out which page that would start on, I think. Thank you. For all of you following along at home, page 25. Okay, Mr. Delabarbera, I don't know if there's any commentary you want to give before we open it up to questions, or if you want to jump right into the questions.
That depends on what the council wants to do. I can give a brief overview of municipal finance if you want, or otherwise, for time's sake, if you want to jump right in, jump right in.
I guess I would say not a general overview of municipal finance, but if there's any specific line item that you want to maybe proactively explain.
Well, I'll just say, explain from the budget or from the department?
Well, the
Okay,
budget.
so I won't give a department overview. I'll just jump into the
No,
budget.
we don't need a department overview.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
No, the questions are fine.
Questions? Councilor Ryan?
Yes, Paul, with regards to your 2027 budget, I'm taking a look at line item 510133.
Yes.
All right, business manager. I noticed for 25, it's 108,000. For 26, it's 122, and then it jumps up to 148 for 27. Can you explain that big jump?
Yes, this position has received, I believe, 2 salary upgrades over the last 2 years, and also receives an position bonus of $10,000 from year. And there's 2 other positions within this budget that receive an additional $10,000, and that's because we had a head clerk retire 2 years ago. I believe the salary was $64,000, and when she retired, this position and 2 other positions assumed the responsibilities. They now earn an extra $10,000, and we were able to cut $34,000 out of the budget at that time.
Okay, so how many positions in this category?
There's one.
Just one?
In 510133?
Yep, that's it, just one.
Yes, one.
Okay, okay. Okay, so that's all I had on that line item. I noticed that premium pay didn't have anything for 25 and 26. I know it's a small amount for 27, but can you explain the increase?
I believe that's just a contractual line that we're obligated to have.
Okay. All right, so audit of muni accounting, that went up about 125,000. Is that for additional audits?
No, so what that is, so what I did, if you look at the bottom line in my budget, ACQ equipment, that had been budgeted the last couple of years at $400,000, and I wasn't spending that money. I didn't have a need to spend that money, but I do have a need in the audit of muni accounting. Just the FY26 audit from CBIZ, the engagement scope was $195,000 alone. I anticipate the FY26 audit to come in probably around $225,000. It's not going to go down, it'll probably go up. So I wanted to take those, cut some monies from the bottom line from ACQ equipment, increase that. And I also use consultant auditor services from Clifton Larson Allen and Jim Powers. He's a former independent auditor for the city of Quincy.
Okay, so you just moved some money around from the equipment up to the audit, right?
I did, and I ended up cutting the bottom line up by $88,000.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Council Yuan?
Chairwoman. So I have a question for Mr. Paul. So on item 510190, city leave buyback, 2026 budget 600,000, and then year to date it's overspent 841,000. But you still budget 2027 600,000. So what's the reason if you already overspend almost double?
Well, the reason why it's budgeted at $600,000 a year for the last 3 years, even though it's been overspent, is we're working on the assumption that it's a level funded budget within the city. And what we try to do with that line is, and we have been successful in the past, we're doing year-end transfers. Year-end transfer is when we can take money from another general fund budget appropriation that has a surplus and allocate that over to a line in another budget that has a deficit. Now, the reason why you want to do that is because you're not going to hurt your free cash calculation at the end of the day. So the year-end transfers, they do occur. They're going to occur in 2 more budgets that I'm going to talk about tonight. And as previously mentioned, it has occurred in like the public safety overtime, but we try to find surpluses where we can and have those covered before July 15th.
So you expect 2027, the city leave buyback will also cost like 2026?
I hope not. That occurs when people retire and leave the city. It's a benefit that the city has, and these people accrue vacation time, sick time, et cetera. And when they retire, they're entitled to that benefit to be paid out. And it's certainly variable. I believe if you look at the actuals just a couple of years ago, I think the number was 550,000 or something. And then this year here, it's exorbitant. It's really high in 2026.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why you still only budget for 600,000, even though 2026 spend like 1,441,000. I'm just asking the rationale why you still only budget 600,000.
Because we were asked to fund a level funded budget, and that's what we're doing. We're asking department heads throughout, we'll be asking department heads throughout fiscal year 2027 to watch their spending, monitor their spending. And if there is areas where there is a deficit, we're going to ask the council to approve a year-end transfer from one appropriation to the other.
So my question is, this is not to reflect the real situation, because this will overspend this 600,000. You just hope if you really overspend, you will get some money from like a free cash or from some other place to compensate that. But that's still taxpayers' money. We would like to see the budget reflect the real situation, not just because you want to, it shows level funded. So then even though it will overexpend, but you still just budget to make it looks good, but actually it will be overspent.
I actually don't know it will be. It can go up and down. It's variable.
Can I just jump in here for just a second to help out? So, and I understand what Councilor Yuan's saying, but this past year you had 841,000. How many people retired in this past year?
I don't know that number.
You don't know how many people retired and
No, I don't.
made up the $841,000?
I do not know the number. I'd be glad to supply that to
Yeah,
you.
if you, maybe, auditor, could you take a look at that for me? That makes up the 800. So how many people are in your department?
10.
10, so there's 10 people.
Including myself.
Okay, 10 including yourself. And of the 10 that's in your department, I mean, anybody could leave at any time, is what you're saying.
That's correct.
Yeah, so, and of those 10, do you do a yearly, check-in on how many sick days and vacation days they have so that you can budget for that? I'm just wondering. 'Cause,
Well-
I mean, do you accrue for your, do you have?
We actually do. It's part of the independent audit that we go through each year where they ask for accrued liabilities for the entire city. And if I believe if everybody walked out the door today, including yourselves, I think the accrued liability would probably be around $60 million.
Let's all go.
Let's go.
So what I'm trying to say, though, is that this is why it can kind of go up and down, but you also only have 10 people in your department, so it's kind of just having an understanding. And it's hard, some years are worse than others, but yeah.
Well, I would think looking at my department there, no one's looking to retire anytime soon. But no, you're right. You could probably get a better idea probably with the public safety.
Yeah, Eric Mason left your department, so that's one. So I don't know how many other people left. So did he get $841 in accrued vacations? I don't know. It's a whole city. I'm sorry, it's not the whole city. I'm a part.
No, that's not my
I was jumping through
department.
the whole thing. That's why I was.
That's citywide, not my
All right,
department.
that's okay. I was just thinking it was for the 10, so I'm okay with that now. Now I feel much better. But so I was thinking it was for your 10. I was like, you have a lot of money for 10 people. That's what I was getting at.
No.
But again, this is. So you have an audit, and you get it, and you get it back, and you kind of have an idea of what it's going to be.
I have the report from last year. It's sitting on my desk. They asked for this as part of their audit to assess some of the risk that the city may have. And one of them, as crazy as it is if whatever number of employees we have left, what is that accrued liability?
So just for my own clarification, is it everybody in the city gets the accrued liability, or has that been grandfathered out to be certain, like it used to be like dollar for dollar, day by day, and then it was like 50% of your accrued? And
No, it's the whole city, and I believe it's accrued.
It's paid out.
Sick time is, I think, paid out at not your full daily rate. It's paid out at, I believe, $50 per one day you have accrued on the books.
The vacation is 100%.
Vacation is 100%, but it's not paid out for, say, if I have I never take a vacation and I have 200 days in the books in the next 20 years. I don't get paid out 200 days. It's shame on Paul for not going on vacation. I believe the maximum number is, it was 2 years or something, yeah. There is a cap on it.
Yeah, so I just think that's important for people to know too. So I apologize for thinking your 10 employees were getting the 600,000. Wow.
They're probably disappointed
I was
right
like,
now.
I know, I'm so sorry. You have to be here for 32 years so far, so. All right, I just wanted to ask, I'll send this back to Susan. So it's hard for them to do
Just
that.
finish.
Council, oh, okay, go ahead.
I'll finish my question. So the same page, item 570300, the dues subscription, it went over from 12,000 to 67,000. Even though I see your revised budget is 40 for fiscal year 2026, revised become 47,000. But then you increase to 67,000. So I just want to explanation.
Sure. I wanted this budget to accurately reflect the spending that we have in these budget lines. So what I did when I became Director of Municipal Finance, I went through that line. I put together all our dues and descriptions, and I have them on this sheet. And the items that should fit in there add up to approximately $65,264 in expenditures. We had budgeted $12,000 so in 2026, so I wanted this year's budget to more accurately reflect the actual expenses being paid out of that line. I would be glad to supply these subscriptions/dues that make up that line to all the councils. If you want, I can give it to you by email, but I do have a copy, and it's right here.
Okay, yeah.
Councilor McKee?
Yes, hi. So actually, going back to the business manager line that Councilor Ryan mentioned, you said that that is a position bonus of $10,000, but it also seems like there's, you said two salary, how is this determined that there would be two salary jumps here? That's a 21% increase over the previous year. And even if we added $10,000 to that, it would be like $132,000. I guess I'm trying to figure out.
So union employees are entitled once a year to request a job upgrade. With that job upgrade, typically, they will submit added job responsibilities, et cetera, that they've taken on that would justify an upgrade. That upgrade is then, it goes through an upgrade process with, I believe, HR and the mayor's office, and sometimes upgrades are approved, sometimes they're not. But this particular position, I believe, has gone through two of those upgrades over the last 2 years. And then the $10,000 was for an employee in my department that retired. We did not fill her position. She made about $64,000 a year at the time. So instead of filling the position, we gave added responsibilities to 3 other people and gave them an upgrade in salary of $10,000 apiece and reduced our personal services line by the $34,000 by eliminating that job.
So the one time per year job upgrade, that's already happened for this position, and that's gone through the union process or whatever HR process?
Correct. I believe about a month ago, they finished their upgrade process and so forth, and then we got the updated numbers to put in the budget.
Okay, so we can't actually change that number, is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. What is ERP support agent and ERP main stipend?
So our ERP support agent maintains our municipal finance website, updating, budget numbers, local receipt databases, and verifies data integrity. The position's recent focus has been on upgrading the site with new ADA accessibility requirements. So this individual more or less works with municipal finance as a focus on the municipal finance website and does some projects with IT.
Okay. And then the main stipend?
The main stipend was put into the budget a couple of years ago for our munis administrator, who has been asked by municipal finance and other departments, not just municipal finance, to work on projects outside of his scope.
So this is the munis administrator? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh. I mean, but the stipend goes to the munis administrator?
Correct.
Okay. And is that done on this person's daytime job, or are they staying extra for that?
Well, this is a stipend, so it's applied to that individual's annual salary.
But I mean, so this person is being asked to do things outside of the department and so is being given a stipend, is that right?
That was the determination, I believe, 2 years ago when this was put into the budget.
I guess my concern is if they're not staying extra, then they're getting paid their current salary plus this, but they're only able to do one thing at a time.
Right, I believe when the former CFO put this into the budget, it was the idea that this individual was being asked to do IT functions with Munis that were outside the scope, for the city, outside of the scope of his normal job function.
So it's like a raise.
Sure.
Is this the same person who might be responsible for the old signature of Eric Mason in the?
Oh, no.
No?
No,
Okay.
not this individual.
Okay.
He removed the signature, but he wouldn't be responsible for that, no.
Okay. But that did happen for several months after
It
Eric
did.
Mason left.
It was a signature on a purchase order. It wasn't a signature on a check. It was a signature on a purchase order, a vendor's copy only, that one copy of that is generated and sent to the vendor. Internally, the purchase order that's distributed amongst clerks, department heads, citywide, that purchase order does not have any signatures on it.
Okay. Then I noticed that the ACQ equipment line actually has stuff for a lot of different departments. Is that like trucks, and it looks like possibly flock cameras, an ice rink camera? I guess I'm wondering, why is this in the municipal finance budget rather than in whatever department these things are going to?
Well, I assume when this line was added into the municipal finance budget, they wanted municipal finance to have some control over some of these decisions being made, rather than not have it at a department head level. If you do notice, it was $400,000 at one point. I cut it down to $100,000. For that reason.
And what is ComData?
ComData is the purchase cards that the city uses. It's very similar to a purchase order, but ComData allows department heads and certain individuals to use basically a credit card, a city credit card that's linked to these organ objects or expense lines. So it allows department heads or purchasing people to even buy stuff off on Amazon and save money, but they can use a credit card to do it, and then they can come back and say, oh, please charge this line, my 530303, my contractual line. This is a contractual expense. And then municipal finance will process those invoices, make sure the proper departments are charged, and everything works accordingly. It's really convenient for the department heads now.
And I wanted to ask every department that comes up, how many vehicles does, or if any, does municipal finance have?
None.
None of yourself, okay. And then I wanted to take a look back at overtime. Let's see. Okay, so a little bit over the budget, $9,000 over budget so far on overtime. Okay. All right, I think that's it for me, thank you.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes, I'd like to go back to the business manager 510133. 2 times upgrades. You said that person's going to $148,730. It's just one person, right? We talked about that. You said it's contractual. Is that person a union employee?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, I just wanted to confirm that. And they got 2 upgrades in 2 years? I mean, that's pretty rare. I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of city employees who try to get upgrades and are unsuccessful, so it seems very, it just seems kind of odd that you could get 2 and 2, like that's pretty good, 2 for 2. I mean, I mean, are you involved in that?
I'm not in the union. I
Yeah,
don't
are
know
you
the
involved
person.
in the process of the
No,
upgrades?
not at all. Employees that are in the union,
What union is that person, what union is that position?
Supervisory.
Supervisors. Right.
I would encourage my employees to always apply for an upgrade,
Yeah.
but I'm not on a committee that says
Thank you.
yay and
Thank you for
nay.
answering my question. That was the question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Counselor Ash?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Del Barba. Which of these positions are union positions? That may be helpful for the discussion.
Manager of accounts, okay, so myself, manager of accounts, and strategic asset manager are all appointees.
I'm sorry?
Appointees.
Okay. And so the rest of the employees,
I'm sorry, ERP support agent is an appointee as well.
and so the rest of the personnel services would be, the rest of the positions above personnel service would be union positions, right?
Right, business manager is supervisory union, head clerk, and admin secretary down below, all union.
Okay, so if I look at 2025, the head clerk salary was 136, 150. Was that 2 employees?
It was.
So I would assume that one of those employees either did not appear in the 26 budget, right?
Correct, that was.
Would be the $60,000 that your department was saving, and you allocated 10,000 extra to 3 positions.
Correct.
Creating a delta of 34 to 30 and some change, right?
Correct.
Okay. Which positions did those extra 10,000? Which positions assumed the responsibilities for one of those head clerks that led you to that $10,000 bump?
Sure. The head clerk position, the admin secretary position, and the business manager position were the 3 that received the $10,000.
Okay. With respect to the overtime, it looks like you were at 5,245 for the last 2 years, and now you're at 15. What leads you to that line item, that jump this year?
Actuals.
Okay. And that's where your overtime is right now?
It is. So, and just to explain that, Counselor, there's other departments within City Hall that do not have an overtime line. I've I thought it'd be better if it was reflected in their budgets. I don't think it was. But municipal finance is paying some of the overtime for the tax bills that go out through the assessors and treasurer's office, et cetera. So a lot of that overtime to the munis administrator that other departments are using are being charged through municipal finance. So that's where you see, me asking for more than $5,245 is, water and sewer actually, have overtime for this individual sometimes that gets charged to municipal finance.
And what's the overtime, generally, what's the overtime process? Like, does somebody tell you, I want to get this project done, can I stay X amount of hours, or what's the procedure
Well, that's it.
there?
When we're sending out the tax bills, we know it's all hands on deck, and, depending on, how the process is working, our munis administrator, it's hard to forecast how many hours and issues with spooling and whatever they're doing to get these bills out, and they have to get out. So, yeah, but I know during, tax bill time that this individual is going to be doing stuff there. Same with water and sewer projects. So we know when this individual is going to be working.
Okay. That's all for me. Thank you.
Councilor Hewley?
Yes, thank you. So I might be jumping ahead too far, but on page 33, I don't know if this is something you can address or whether this is for the assessor afterwards, but I just noticed a large jump from 26 to 27 on contracted work. Are we too far? That's too far ahead?
Stick to
Okay.
135, just
Yeah, I'll
for
jump back.
simplicity. I think we're almost through this one, so.
Yeah, all right.
Councilor Mahoney.
I'm just going to go back to the ACQ equipment. Was that the credit cards? Is that what you said that was? Or what? It's other things, right?
The ACQ?
Yeah, the ACQ.
No, that's acquisition equipment. There was a line put in there that let municipal finance have some control over some of the purchasing decisions for departments, and it's been maintained at 400. I cut it to 100.
So in the fiscal year this is what's messing me up. If we go back and look at the fiscal year 2026 budget, which you say this is the 2026 budget, it looks like it was $277,500. And then I don't want to pull the packet out that she sent me. Auditor, could you tell me year to date what the price, how much we spent in that line item? 580,500.
Yeah, one moment, please. Currently to date, one moment. Oh, sorry. Currently to date, we've spent $52,245.
So that makes sense why you're cutting it down by 300, but why is the change that it says 400, 400, 400, 100, but in the fiscal year 2026 budget, it was 277,500? I'm just...
25, there was $735,000 spent, and then in fiscal '24, there was $251,750.
So in fiscal year 26, what was in the fiscal 26 budget, though? I saw 277,500.
That was the revised budget, so it appears that...
What do you mean a revised budget? I'm trying to understand that.
So the revised, so what was voted on last year at budget time was $400,000 for this line.
Okay.
And then it appears that there was some money that was transferred out to other lines, I'm assuming within the municipal finance department.
Okay.
Totaling $176,927.
Okay. So we've only spent 52, so it's not really dropping by 300, it's dropping by a little bit less. I'm just a little bit confused.
Well, no, it's not dropping by 300,000 because I want to use some of that money in the audit of municipal accounting. So like overall, I decreased the bottom line of this budget in 2027 by 88,483.
Right. and you increased the audit of muni accounting because, are you getting a new auditor? Because CBIZ is just,
Not at this point. Not at this point. It's, I guess firing an auditor and going out to RFP is kind of a sticky timing type of subject. So we're waiting on the 25 audit to come back probably within the next couple of weeks. And then we would have to go to RFP immediately to get ready for the close of the books in August. And
I think, so I just know that CBIZ was really late with Holbrook's.
They were.
And with everybody's. And
Correct.
we made an attempt to go to MMA to find a new auditor, and we're going to have a new auditor for next year. So
Okay.
it can be done, and we did have to go out for procurement, but just checking, because you don't have it yet, and that does affect, from what I'm understanding, I believe that does affect your bond rating too, because they can, and your credit rating if you don't have your audits done. And CBIZ is-
absolutely, yeah.
And it's not by any means, this is by no means your fault, Director. But it's definitely it's a big sticking point.
It
And
is.
I do apologize. I've always thought that your position, and Chris was just telling me, was Chief Financial Officer. I didn't realize that Eric was just giving himself that title of Chief Financial Officer, but it was always Director of Municipal Finance. I just learned that tonight. So I promoted you to Chief Financial Officer. You can have it if you want it.
no, I don't.
But no, I just want to apologize, because that's where I was getting that from, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Delbarra, thank you for answering all of our questions here tonight. I want to make a motion to approve the municipal finance item. Motion to approve, made in the form of motion.
Okay, motion to approve item 135, municipal finance. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Mahoney? There's no need for a second.
My only concern about moving this forward, and this is not because I don't agree with his budget, but I do feel like the diff is going to be something that is going to haunt me if I just say yes to everything. So we do need to have a visit back. And I know we're going to go into the other section, and diff isn't really in his budget, but I really think we have to roll up our sleeves and get the diff figured out. And so, all the people in this department have to work on that with me.
Well, they all might retire because they're going to get a big payout.
We'll get more overtime.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we need a roll call vote, or all those in favor? Any opposed? Councilor McGee, are you opposed? Okay. Duly noted. Okay, moving on to the next item. Reserve Fund. Mr. Delabarbera. One line item, page 26, for those following along at home.
Well, there's no change in the appropriation put forward. We're looking for $1,750,000 for stabilization and $250,000, just like last year, for reserve appropriation OPEB. If you, just a note, if you want the current balances in either one of those accounts, if it's helpful, stabilization currently has $9,959,287, and the pension stabilization account has $9,291,044.
Any discussion or questions on this item?
The balances? Sure. Stabilization was $9,959,287. And the pension stabilization is $9,291,044.
Councilor DeBona, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular reserve fund, OPEB stabilization, has been a line item that at every single council meeting at our budget time, a person from the audience would come up and say, how are you doing on that fund? How are you? OPEB was big many, many years ago. I'm looking at 25, 26, and 27 in front of us, Mr. Delabarbera. If you could, how have we come over the years to where we are today based on these numbers?
Well, Council, I don't have that historical view in front of me right now. That's something wish I had it, that I'm going to have to get back to you on.
Because over the years, we've been a lot lower. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me as well, but we've always tried to climb out of this. And I think we're in a decent position. COVID obviously that's why I asked this, is COVID 2020 to 2021, and then now where we are today. It looks level funded here, so I don't see any movement at all. So with that, I don't have anybody else make any questions, but I'd like to make, yep, go ahead.
I noticed that there's just 2 reserve accounts, but we have more than those 2. Why are we not adding funds to the other reserve accounts?
I'm not familiar with the other reserve.
Oh, stabilization funds. Is this?
This is stabilization. It's the $1,750,000 appropriation.
Oh, is this all underneath here? So the stabilization fund has that balance in it, $9,959,000, and then there's the pension stabilization fund has that amount in it.
Mm-hmm.
So this money here will get transferred into that account, and then this money here will get transferred into this last account.
But what about this one?
That's an inclement weather fund, and that's an OPEB fund.
But I mean, why aren't we putting, and what about, are these separate?
This is separate, that's all under
Okay.
water and sewer.
Sorry, so the weather fund would be,
So the inclement weather fund. So you're talking about the inclement weather fund,
would that not be under this budget line item?
not under
this one?
Not under the step for stabilization.
Okay,
It would
sorry,
be-
that's,
There would be money going in there, but I can talk offline.
okay, sorry, okay, never mind. I thought that we had more funds that maybe we should be putting money into. So I need to understand that more.
Other questions or discussions? Councilor Mahoney?
I'm going to, I was just asking Chris, but I'm going to ask you too. So the reserve appropriation for stabilization, that's just our regular stabilization, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did we take some of that out last year to pay down the taxes?
We haven't taken anything. Money was put aside to pay PERAC, the retirement contribution last year. That contribution for last year, which we have not made yet, is currently $9,579,446.
Okay. When will we find out about that? Because I know we changed the discount rate, but when will we find out? When will we get the city's Milliman's actuaries?
Soon. We believe it's going to decrease, but not dramatically from the $9.5 million. It might go down, I don't know,
9.5 is down from the 16 because of the discount.
16.1.
Because of the 16, because of the discount rate, correct?
I don't think that was 100% the case involved, but yes, that certainly was a factor.
Okay. So there's a chance that the reserve stabilization will be going up. We just haven't accounted for it here, right? No? Am I wrong?
I'm sorry.
So because we set aside money for, I'm just making sure, is it really only 1.7? Is this the whole amount?
No, that's the amount we're raising to increase it. The budget right now is $9,959,287.
That's where I was getting confused because you told me that number. I wrote the number down, but okay, so I'm fine now.
Any other discussion?
Is that, I'm sorry, is that $1,750,000, is that the same as the $2 million that the administration said they were going to put in the stable, or is that the $2 million that they said they were going to put into free cash? Because the administration said they were going to increase the reserves by $2 million. Is the 1.75 million, is that what this is?
Well, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but this 1.75 is an appropriation that we've done for 3 years in a row into this account. I believe the $2 million would have been in addition to the $1.75 million to increase it even further, which is always going to be the case when we get free cash certified. We'll have options and be able to, come to the body. Sometimes it might be free cash, sometimes it might be other uses.
So there is no $2 million. The $2 million, is that going to be money that we think we're going to have left over at the end of the budget, and we'll be able to move that through? This is it?
This is
Is
the
the 1.75 is the 2 million?
The 2
Well,
million.
combined.
This 2 million, this 2.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see it there. Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that this is the 2 million they're talking
That
about.
was in the mayor's presentation.
Yeah.
I believe, yes.
That's what I just wanted to confirm that, yep.
Sorry about the confusion.
No, that's all right.
Motion to approve, please.
There's a motion to approve line item 132, reserve fund. All those, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Moving on, unemployment compensation. Oh, right. What happened to Department of Grant? Okay, what number is that? Does anyone know what page we're on here? 29, there we go. Thank you. Line item 913, unemployment compensation. Any questions? Councilor Mahoney.
Just a quick question. So year-to-date, Susan, could you just let me know year-to-date what we're at with this?
Pages on there.
37. So is this another one that you're going to be looking for year-end transfer?
Yeah, like 137 right now, it could be 145, depending on the number of claims throughout the end of the year, yeah.
I think it's at 237 right now, right?
No, but there's $100,000 budget in that line, so the deficit would be right now 137,
Yeah.
and it would just increase with the amount of claims through the end of the year.
Right, so there'll be a transfer for about approximately $130,000 by the end of the year?
It probably maybe 150.
Okay.
Any other questions on this item?
Do we ever look back for the last 3 years? What we don't have is actuals. I mean, Susan gives them to us, but I'm kind of more used to like having an actual right in the budget book.
Well, I have it written down here. 2024, it was $198,662.87. 2025, it was $119,430.86. And then currently this year, we're at $237,592.70.
Yikes.
Thank you.
Councilor Ash, oh, sorry.
Thank you. What I was going to ask is, if it's been the same amount, 100,000 in the last 3 years, right? And generally, and salaries are going to go up, and any of your comp claims are going to be based on your salaries, right?
Well, Counselor, the maximum benefit in Massachusetts is $1,105.
Okay.
And then the benefits that, for the people that are claiming it in the city of Quincy, it's 50% of their wage or maxed out $1,105 plus $25 per dependent.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? No?
Motion to approve, please.
Motion by Councilor DeBona to approve 913 unemployment compensation. All those in favor, discussion on the motion? No? All those in favor? Any opposed? No. Okay. Moving on. Medicare. Page 30. Any discussion on this item? This is just the match, right? Yeah, Medicare. 30? Yep. FICA.
Just.
Motion to approve. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Yuen?
Hello, could you provide a contract, the breakdown of cost by plan, this Medicare, because it's so expensive? Do you have a breakdown of cost of by plan?
Well, I think Medicare is separate from the employees' benefits plans where they can pick a Blue Cross Blue Shield in their PPO or single family or whatever. It's entirely separate. This is a contribution that employees and employers need to make. And we share the burden. We each pay 1.45%.
Do you have the contract of with this Medicare the insurance?
I don't believe there is a contract for Medicare.
So,
It's a tax.
Probably just statutory.
Yeah, this is a federal withholding. This isn't insurance. This is federal withholding.
Okay.
Everybody has to pay into it their whole life.
Thank you.
True, there is a max, right? So we have a motion. Any discussion on it? No, further?
It's already on the board.
Okay. All those in favor? Moving on. Any opposed? No. Okay. Long-term debt. Page 36. Okay, line item 700, debt service. Page 36 being the long-term debt, I take it. Any discussion or questions on this matter? Councilor Mahoney.
590103, principal long-term other. Madam Auditor, could you tell me what the amount we spent on was for 2026?
Yeah, one moment, please.
They're very lazy.
To date, we have spent $17,276,950.
So that's principal long-term debt, so it's over by about 20,000, right?
What was budgeted was $17,254,700.
So can we get the debt schedule for that? Because that would be something that we shouldn't be going over on. It should be,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, that's a question that I have, because it's just, typically those are things that you should be able to kind of pull down and plug in. It shouldn't be something that we're going over on.
No, it shouldn't be. These are they basically, their schedules, their plug-in numbers, they should match. When something like this occurs, is probably just payment instructions on what line to take it out of, whether it's 590103, and sometimes 590109 gets put in there, and then we do a reclass and
Reconciliation and.
yes, we
So-
tie it all together. So like the net sum
Yeah.
for 2026 will be 75,052, but we'll go in there and look at the lines, because they're debt service. They should be nailed.
Yep. So I have the same question on 590153, interest long-term other. Madam Auditor, could you tell me what has been spent there?
What number were you talking about, sorry?
590153?
Okay, one moment. Okay, that, the original budget was $11,925,508, and what has been spent to date is $12,610,226.52.
So for this budget, I'd like to put it on a hold so we can get that information, so we're not going to pass. I don't want to pass this budget, so.
Counsel, I can have that to you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Tomorrow.
That's fine. We can pick this one up at the next one, just so we can
Great.
all have it. I think it's important that we all have it.
So we'll place this matter on hold and move on to short-term debt. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to take more questions? I'm sorry.
Yes. Director De La Barba, with respect to the POB, this is kind of the year it peaks, right? This 37,169, 358.
Well, yes. Technically, last year I would have gone to it, but I did notice it went up about $200. But yeah, the jump in debt service occurred last year on that.
Understood. And then with respect to 590151, interest long-term schools, is it, what play does that have? What does that account have to do with like the MSBA, if anything? Or is that, this is the interest on the loans that we have taken out? And I'd be happy if Chief of Staff, Mr. Walker, would rather answer, that's fine. I know it's kind of I guess why isn't that in like the QPS budget? Why would that be here in the debt service budget?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, that's simply because the city has the authority, the mayor has the authority, this body has the authority to appropriate funding. The school department has no authority to appropriate funding. They can allocate.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on this matter? I think, did we have a motion to approve? Oh, no.
It's hold.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, so if no further discussion, we'll move on. Okay, we'll take that up at another meeting. So the next one would be the short-term debt, page 37, line item number 752. Councilor Yan.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question. According to the Hilltop Security, the debt book, the total due on the short-term interest is $26,151,000, but you only budget for $16,646,000. I'm wondering why.
Well, let me answer that question, and then I want to point out something in this budget to everybody. From looking at the schedule provided to me by Hilltop Securities, I think what you're seeing is the $16,646,432.92 on the schedule, or 33 there. That is the net interest payable on the bands.
So does that mean you use the bond premium to pay down the interest, so the interest going down to 16 million?
That's correct.
But the bond premium is not a free money. Usually is by the trade-off of interest rate. So the borrower, like a taxpayer, actually still paying this bond premium by the higher interest.
Correct.
So I think you should at least disclose that we are not only just pay $16,646,000 for short-term debt. Actually, we are paying $26,151,000 for short-term interest, short-term debt interest.
So the band premium we received, investors are giving that to the city because they want to get back in return bond anticipation note that bears a higher interest rate that makes that band more marketable in the secondary market. So they're giving us more money to be able to have a band that's more marketable in the secondary market, so should they choose to sell it. Now, the city receives that money. You know, what should we do with it? One of the permissible uses that we have, you know, is to pay down the debt. So instead of paying back a higher debt service number, we just put the money aside and then pay the interest rates on the bands, what the actual is. And that's why we're paying the net.
Yeah, I understand that, but you should separate the bond premium separate, then you show the really city is paying short-term debt interest is 26,151,000. So people know how much they paid for this short-term debt interest, because otherwise you just use the bond premium to pay down this interest. So people say, oh, we only just paid $16,646,000 for the short-term interest. So I think for the transparency, you should disclose this.
Okay. Just to make a comment on this, there was an error on the bottom line number
Oh,
for the
right.
short-term notes. I don't know if you received an updated
We did, yeah.
budget detail page.
You guys are moving along.
Okay.
Page 37. They have it? Is it the updated number? They have the updated number? 15. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that number was reduced by $812,615, and you'll see when you look at the water and sewer enterprise funds, that's actually the short term that should be in those funds. It was double counted when the budget was originally put together, so it's been revised down from the original.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out.
So do we need to make a motion to accept the amendment? Oh, Councilor Mahoney?
Yeah, I would be tabling this because, first of all, I appreciate Councilor Yuan's questions, and I do think that with everything that we're doing, the fact that last year we used premiums on the bond sales to lower the taxes, and we can go back and forth on that, Chris, because, but it's what you projected and what you told us you were doing. And then to say like, well, it's not really 26, it's really 15, not 16, it's really 15. There's a lot of moving numbers here. But more importantly, what we're talking about is when we had the debt presentation, and both you and Cinder stood in front of me, and I said, what's the $14 million add up to? And you said the $508 million of short-term bans that we took out this year. And it was wrong. And I know you know that it was wrong, because I said, and you said, I guess I'm wrong.
Right.
But I do think, I did ask for this. I think I asked you for it, and I asked the auditor for it, and she gave it to me tonight. So this is the short-term debt for the $14 million does add up. I have it now. And what we're going to be looking for is the same thing. But what I will say is that we should be getting this information. It's nice that we bundle it all up, but the council is looking at this budget and trying to pass it for you, but we have no vision into this. And when you're saying, yeah, it's premiums and we're paying it down, it all sounds great, and I'm sure it's happening, but what we're really looking for is detail. And everybody in the city should be allowed to get the detail of where it's going, and that's where Council Yuen's going with this, because if we're strictly going off of the 508 and what was presented at debt council, we would be going off of that roughly 3.5%, 4%, which would be much higher than the $15 million. So I just want to make sure we're all clear about that. So with this, because of the diff, and I also want to make sure that we're putting a hold on the debt service, we're going to put a hold on the interest short term, and we're going to look for some, you should have, for the short term, you should be able to have a rolling budget that plugs in also for next year. That should also tell us what the premiums are as you sell, and if they change, we, the council, should be informed of that. And that's just how I feel, and whether or not the administration feels that way, but I think, Paul, you'll be able to share that with us, because I think it will be helpful in the dialogue as we move forward. So I do thank you for that, but I'd like to table this for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? Okay, so we will move on to retirement and pensions. Right, page 28. Page 28, retirement and pensions. Line item or category 911. And then we'll let Mr. Della Barbara go. Any discussion on this item?
Is this the?
Retirement and pensions, right?
It's the PERIC payment.
Is this what we believe we're being billed for PERIC is the $9,749,500?
That's correct. We had that in a letter from PERIC.
We had it in the letter from PERIC last year too, but we didn't put it in the budget, so just checking. Just want to make sure. All right.
Any discussion?
I believe that's, Councilor Yuan was asking me, and I'll just ask it for you. The reason it's going down from 16 million to 9,749, do you have a reason for that?
Well, at the time when we did the appropriations from the stabilization, the budgeted amount, and we appropriated through sources of other funds, was $16.1 million. It just turned out the actual is going to be 9,300. 5.
So is that actually what happened, or is it because we changed the discount rate in the retirement? So we kind of loosened up what we had to bring in, and PERIC then made some adjustments to it, and the new bill is $9,749,500.
I believe there's a combination of factors, but I don't know the specifics off the top of my head right now, but I'd be glad to share that. But
The other
that's,
part of the specific is once you change the discount rate, and it lowers the amount that PERIC's going to be charging to the city, but it still ends up being the substantial difference between the actuary study and what we've paid in, that we owe back.
we did have the discount rate changed, which definitely brought the number down. But I also think there was an actuary study done on top of that. And I think there's a combination.
Was that the actuary study done from PERIC or the actuary study done by Milliman, by Quincy?
By Quincy.
Okay, so it's two different things. So the bill that comes in from PERIC isn't going to take into effect the Milliman actuary study. That's a separate actuarial study that I believe the city said we would have back by January. And it's not, this is by no means anybody, so I'm just repeating what we were told by January. It's now May, and we don't have that back. This is the bill that you received in from PERIC saying the city of Quincy now owes $9,749,500, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all. We're good.
Okay.
Any other discussion, questions? No? Motion to approve. I would just like to make one comment. So the 2026 budget of $16,100,000, that was not in the original budget though, right? That
No, I
was a
believe
revised-
the number was 0.
Correct. Council Mahoney.
So this is where this budget book, and I'll hold it up. So this is where this budget book is not transparent, because 2026 budget is 0, but you're doing actuals now and saying this is what it is. So the history of, like, this is where I've always gotten so confused in the city of Quincy, because we just changed the numbers. You voted on something last year. I'm not saying you do, Paul. I'm just saying that you can't call it the 2026 budget, because one would assume it's the 2026 budget that the previous council voted on. It either has to be actual, or it has to be the budget that the council voted on. It can't just be changing year to year. And we have the actuals that the auditor gives us for this year, but as we know, like, there'll be transfers at the end of the next year. But there's no way for anybody to look at this and be able to follow it, because that 16,100 was a big bone of contention at the end of the year last year. And now magically it's in the budget. It's like, it never happened. It just never happened. And it did happen. So that's a problem. It's a transparent problem. I'm going to keep saying that word because I know that the administration loves transparency. And that is what we call transparency. So thank you.
Or vote for this now? Can we table it? I want to learn more about this. I think we have a lot of questions about that.
There's a motion on the table to approve it. So we would, I guess, have to vote on it, or, pardon me? Okay. I would just, I didn't get to finish my point. Yes, that now the point has been made that this was a 0 budgeted item, so this is a little bit misleading. I agree with Councilor Mahoney on that. The other thing I'd like to make a point of, as everyone knows, I attend a lot of the pension board meetings. I hope we will continue to revisit the discount rate and not keep it at the elevated rate that brought this down. And do we have the Milliman report yet or not?
We have it yet, Rick?
It's a yes or a no, really.
We don't have it yet. They're still looking for information from the actuary, from our actuaries.
I said it was a yes or a no, but.
Excuse me, Council Chair. To Director Dilbaba's point, we don't have it yet, and it's not on Milliman's side. They're still looking for information. They're still trying to qualify information from the pensions actuary, Stone Consulting. They have some discrepancies on some of the factors they're using, so they're really digging in and want to get an accurate actuary evaluation. I did say yes. The answer is no, we don't have it yet.
Any further discussion? We do have a motion on the table, so I will ask for a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley? No. Counselor Jacobs?
No.
Counselor Mahoney?
No.
Counselor McKee?
No.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor Yuan?
No.
Chairman Riley?
No.
So we revisit.
So we'll table this one, okay? Okay. Mr. Delabarbera, I think that we've beaten you up enough tonight.
Nah.
Moving on to our treasurer collector, Molly Smith. Welcome, Molly. Welcome. Let's lighten up the mood a little bit here. Page 34.
Yeah, so maybe while you guys turn, thank you guys for having me. I've had the pleasure of chatting with a handful of you, but for some of you who I haven't met, and for the benefit of everybody watching at home, I thought I'd start with maybe a brief description of what we do in my department. The collector's office is a little bit more obvious, so maybe I'll start there, as this is the department that most of the City of Quincy residents will interact with. We collect taxes for real estate, water, personal property, motor vehicle, and boat excise bills, as well as parking tickets. You can think of us like the city's billing department. We send out the bills, collect payments, assess late fees, and lien tax titles. Our biggest value add here tends to be more in the customer service end, whether it's walking new homeowners through what their bill represents, helping to guide buyers and sellers in a real estate closing, or showing someone how to cancel their plates at the Registry of Motor Vehicles so that they can apply for an abatement. Our office is typically the first phone call someone will make to the city looking for help or advice. I have a staff, a wonderful staff, that can speak 4 different languages, so we become a tool for residents of all different backgrounds as they interact with the city. The treasurer's office tends to be a little bit more behind the scenes. We're essentially writing the city's checks and balancing our checkbooks. The treasurer's staff is responsible for funding all warrants and payrolls, paying all state and federal taxes, making timely debt payments, and reconciling all bank accounts. We also collect interdepartmental receipts and are responsible for depositing all city funds into their respective bank accounts. Once the funds are received in the city's coffers, we turn into liquidity managers, working on making sure the city's funds are safe, liquid, and generating a small yield. The treasurer's staff works hand in hand with our banking partners to ensure our money is held safely and soundly, ensuring that our funds are working smarter for us. So with that, as we look at the FY27 budget before you, my expenses are broken into 3 categories: personnel, contractual obligations, and other expenses. So starting with personnel, you might notice that some lines have dropped to 0 over the last 2 budget cycles. We are continuously looking at ways to be more effective and more efficient, and over the last 2 years have worked closely with our union representatives on how we can best staff the department. We've reduced our overall headcount over the last couple of years by combining roles and shifting responsibilities, and have created a new flex clerk that is cross-trained to cover both the collector and treasurer's windows depending on the volume at the time. Moving on to contractual expenses, the bulk of this is contained in the communications line. This really represents a citywide expense, as my office primarily covers all postage-related expenses for most city departments. This includes envelopes and postage for all bills issued by the city, as well as postage for checks that leave for vendors, and other letters sent by city departments. Mass General Law requires that various bills or notices be sent out by various departments, and so all of those flow through the mail and the mailroom that I oversee. My last category is other expenses. These would include office supplies, various subscriptions, conferences, and insurance premiums for various staff members that are required to be bonded under Mass General Law. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer specific questions.
Any questions from the councilors regarding? Councilor McKee?
Hello.
How are you?
So I have some questions. The third line down, assistant treasurer, that is going up 35% from the 2026 budget, which seems like a very, very nice raise.
Yeah, and it's certainly well-deserved. That's part of what Paul's experience on his team as well, that's part of the union negotiations and the union upgrade committee.
Part of the, okay, so
Yeah, the
that's
union
all-
upgrade committee, so all out of my purview, but I'm certainly an advocate for this specific individual. They're fantastic.
Okay, so that, we can't really cut that. And how many head clerks are there?
So that line has 4 people in that role.
Okay. And that, it seems like that, has that, how many people were there last year compared to this year?
So there were 4. There was 1, so you'll see that head admin clerk on the bottom. I think that person, I had to do a charge credit in the middle of the year, didn't get swept up in some of these movements. So she was in there, but shouldn't have been. So it was, I'll have to double check for you from last year. I believe it was 4. No, that must have been 3. I'll double check for you. I don't want to guess.
Okay. They got an upgrade. The head clerks as well got an upgrade.
So what I did, and again, this happened over 2 budget cycles, I had eliminated, and it was just as people retired or as people moved on from my department, we took a pause. Instead of filling the role immediately, we decided to maybe think it through. And so we said, maybe we don't necessarily need this position. So maybe what we can do is combine, take those responsibilities, merge 2 together. So that's essentially what I did, is I merged 2 roles together as people were leaving, and thought maybe I could be a little bit more thoughtful with the staffing.
Okay. This line struck me, the printer/bank messenger. It's only going up 3% from last year, but from the previous year in 2025, it was a 70% jump. That sounds like someone who just takes things to and from the bank. How is that getting that much money, I guess?
So that is 3 roles. What you're looking at or pointing out between 25 and 26, that individual was paid out of a DPW line. We shared. I had the admin responsibility over that individual, but DPW was paying them, and it just became it was very gray because I was managing them, but they were being paid out of somewhere else. And just to be really honest, it was just a pain to put their vacation time in. So I said, maybe we can reduce, so it's a net 0 to the city. We reduce the DPW line and just move them over to my line.
Okay, that's great. I did notice in the communication line, which is quite large, there's also things that are not communication, but cameras, laptops. I can't read my handwriting there, but it's something else,
Yes.
which should, I guess it seems, why is that not in the professional tech line?
So something that's important to me is that we have the ability to be responsive under any circumstance. So the snowstorm was a great example. My team still has to fund payroll. I can't tell city employees, you can't get paid because the city offices are closed and my staff couldn't come in. So to me, that's communication. I still need to be funding and communicating with the banks. I still need to be making debt service payment. If the city buildings are closed, Treasury still needs to operate. So part of our business continuity plan within my internal team is that a few key members of my team have laptops that should stay at home. They're monitored, right? IT has them, they're trusted staff members. They need to be funding payroll, even if the city is closed. So that's part of my business continuity plan.
I also noticed that the communication budget for the actual expenses for 2025 were $382,000, and then so far year-to-date, $293,000. So I was thinking, in the interest of saving money, that I would make a motion to reduce this communication line to $400,000.
So before you do that, might I make a suggestion? So I still do have one more tax bill mailing. So it is the 2027, Q1 2027 bill needs to be in the post office, like it needs to be in the mail on May 31st. So I need to have it generated, printed, and postaged by that date. So it technically ends up being an FY26 budgeted item that is representative of an FY27 thing. And what I would add too, it's hard for me to predict what other departments are going to do. If the city needs to send out a an abutters notice, that is a requirement. So I can't turn around to that department and say, I have no money in my budget. You can't do that. So I respectfully, of course, would always err on the side of caution on this line item.
Do you know how much that typically costs for the
A real estate tax bill mailing, I have it somewhere in my papers, is about $27,000. I'm sorry? Per quarter. Yeah, and so that's, again, so that doesn't include the water. That's every department's postage. That's something that we do.
I retract.
Thank you.
Questions on this budget item? Anyone? Okay. Counselor, either one of you. Hubert, did you have a question?
Yeah, I
or
do.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a question, sorry.
Okay, go right ahead.
Sorry.
I'll take the motion. I was just kidding.
We'll get there. Yeah, just trying to think forward. This is a question I've never really asked myself is, how do you predict when postage rates change? I mean, is there a standard interval that's somewhat predictable, and do you afford for potentially unexpected changes to postal rates?
So you're also kind of going into Councillor McGee's question where, I mean, the USPS can decide to make a change. So they've already said in July, they're going up to 82 cents a stamp.
wonderful.
We pay, depending on, and now every year, everyone loves postage. So I always get really deep into postage. So we pay bulk postage rates using our mail sort provider out of Brockton. So we had a discounted rate there. If mail is going out through the city, we're paying the full USPS price. So yeah, to your point, if the post office says I'm raising the prices, then, and if we've cut that budget, then I may be faced with a dilemma there as we go through the year on telling departments that they couldn't do a mailing.
Right, and we also don't know to what extent we're going to be doing large batch versus small batch, which has a different
Correct.
rate, and it's handled differently based upon tiers of pricing.
It's like,
So-
and to that point, if you're sending out a certified letter, I forget, it's like $13 a letter. It's quite expensive to send out certified mail. So I think health department has to send out, they are required to send out different types of mail. So you're right, I'll have no idea, and each department will generally not have a great idea of what they're going to be required to send out.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I missed the date that you said that the post, they had advertised they were going to be increasing it.
It's July 1st.
And so you've afforded for that?
So I actually, in this budget, am hoping that, in addition to some of the projects that we've been working on a new online payment platform. So I'm also hoping to save some of that postage to start blasting residents with information on that. And as of July 1st, we'll be able to offer e-billing. So right now, it's about 90 cents per bill. So all inclusive that between the envelope, the return envelope, the printing of the bill itself. So my hope is that I can push many, many residents to e-billing. It's something like take off my treasurer hat, put on my resident hat. I'd love an email. Like don't send me any more mail. So as we migrate to that system, my hope is that we'll see cost savings over time in the real estate and the water billings.
Yeah, and I believe I owe you a return email on that topic. I'm sorry, I'm a little tardy
I'll
on
call you
that
out
one.
on it, but yeah.
We'll
So
get to that.
to that point, if anyone, I've kind of reached out to people who have expressed interest, or I know you're on the technology committee.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to sit down with people and chat about it. And we're going to start blasting residents, postcards, inserts in the bill. So there's going to be a lot of information, social media. So hopefully everyone will see it and enroll in e-billing.
That's all I have, thank you.
Councilor McGee, did you have more questions?
A couple quick questions, because I meant to be asking everybody the same set. So how many employees do you have?
There's 13, and that includes myself.
Okay. And how many vehicles do you have?
0.
0 vehicles, okay. And was there any overtime?
0.
0, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Molly, I know last year, April 14th of 2025, we put into some legislation to give you some tools in the toolbox, prior City Council, and yourself and the mayor. Thank you for all the hard work to do this. There was lien on real property, and local charges and fees that have not been paid by that due date. It gave you the authority, basically, for any unpaid charges assessed by Inspectional Services Department and the Health Department. How is that going for you, and is it upon a workforce within your department? How is that rolling out into real time?
So it's been going really well. I think so what Councilor DeBona is referring to, and this is kind of going back to a prior city council meeting, even this session. So if someone for the fog is a great example. If someone is dumping oil, grease, what's F? Fat. So if someone is dumping that and we have assessed a fine onto that property, the only collection method really in that before the what we brought forth. So the only collection method was to withhold a permit should that entity go and try to get a permit for something. So what we put forward was the ability, so inspectional services should not be a collection agent. Paul said I'm aggressive in the collection, and I certainly am. So that is not inspectional services. We should leave the collectors to be doing what we do best. And so what we did is we put forth legislation to be able to lien those unpaid fines onto the real estate tax bill. So we went through and we sent many, I think it was 2 or 3 rounds of nice letters saying, hey, you have an unpaid fine. You need to work with the inspectional services on paying this fine. It could result in a lien on your property. And so we sent a handful of rounds of letters. I think there was like 800 or 900 unpaid fines that we sent 2 to 3 letters in time. So there goes my postage again, right? So if we cut if we cut the postage budget, I couldn't have done a project like that. And so what we did and what we realized was, and it was the same thing when we did our tax title project, that some of the data in the inspectional services system needed to be cleaned up a little bit. So it was a great way of us catching people who'd said, oh, I paid it and it wasn't marked as paid. And so we collected a little over $43,000 last year in that effort, which was great. And so what we're going to do is continue to work on. So we did not actually lien anybody for this year. I think the first year I wanted to make sure that we were getting the word out before we did something that was a little bit more hard and fast. So we would be doing that for this December. But yeah, we did an additional $43,000 that we wouldn't have collected.
I appreciate, because I know that some of the newer counselors wanted to do something very similar with other avenues, and we can explore that at a different time. But I just want to see that legislation is put forth, $43,000 has been collected.
Yeah.
And it gives you a little bit of extra tool in the toolbox. So
Exactly.
I appreciate all your hard work with doing this. It's good to hear if you're going to go into the email and roll that out.
Yeah.
Would you have I guess tiers? You throw the email out first. If they didn't pay by a certain date, then you're going to go the mail way. How are you going to try to?
Mass General Law requires that I can't, I need to have a constituent opt in to an email. So for me to not have to send them a hard copy bill. So once a constituent opts into getting an e-bill, I can then remove them from the hard copy billing. And then we'll have an app in the App Store, so you can download the app, look at your status, look at your payment history, and you'll be able to make sure if you're paid or not paid. There's gonna be auto pay. So it'll be really great, I think, for the residents.
Not only for real estate taxes, will it also be for water bill?
Correct.
And everything, so you can go on the portal and just pay everything.
Yeah, and my goal is, and this will it's actually taken me a lot longer than I thought it was going to. And I threw a maternity leave in there too. So it will take a lot longer, but my goal is to be able to have you pay your kids sports user fee in there. So my eventual goal is this will be really the conduit between city residents and their payments and the city of Quincy.
So one-stop shop.
That's the goal.
I appreciate it. Appreciate all your hard work and moving the city forward, new
Thank you.
technological upgrades. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Ms. Smith, how are you?
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation tonight. I just want to say thank you for the phone conversation we had 2 weeks ago. Really went down a rabbit hole there. Didn't know where we were going. But one thing I definitely got from our phone conversation was you turned something that's very boring into something that's very exciting and tangible. So congrats to you. The question I had about the email, that you were talking about, right now you were saying to do the letter and then the return envelope and everything. You said it was like 90, it's costing the city like 90 cents, right? Obviously, with the online thing, there'll be no return envelope. So, but I guess what I'm getting at is, I think right now with the Unipay, which is like the bane of my existence every 3 months, when someone calls me and says, "Oh, did you pay the tax bill?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, I don't know which one because I'm paying like 3 tax bills and can't identify which tax bill you're paying." But I guess, there is a fee associated with using the unit. I think it's like 50 cents, right? What's the fee for this one?
So it'll be the same thing. It'll be 50 cents. All of these, so the city does not pay anything to Unipay. Unipay provides this service to the city for free. Pay it will be the same. So, well, I keep calling it Pay. It's called Pay Quincy MA.
Yeah.
So Pay Quincy MA will have the same 50 cent ACH. It will have a 2.99% fee for the credit card. And again, this service is free to the city to use. And so that's something that's really important. Nobody works for free, right? And so somehow they need to be paid for the hard work that they're putting into developing this site for us. And it'll be that way.
Still cheaper than the 83 cents for the stamp.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Counselor Ryan?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Molly, thank you for your presentation tonight. Do you have any idea what the percentage is of homeowners that now pay their water and or excise tax by mail?
I don't, and that's not an answer that I like to give. It's really a limitation of the system that we have right now. So Munis, and this is where I'm really excited about Pay It. So right now, if you pay with a check, there's not a great way for me to tell the way it's working right now. Did that check come in from the mail, or did that check come in from our online processing center? Or did you send so a lot of residents use their online bill pay and don't realize that their online bill pay is just actually cutting a check to the city. And so it's hard for me to make that determination. I think over time, the metrics and the analysis that we'll be able to get out of this new system will help us make those decisions and help us figure out who are we targeting for. If you're going online to do an e-bill pay, you might as well go online to our site. So obviously you have some tech savviness. So those are the people that I'm trying to migrate over. We'll still, of course, be open for walk-ins. I think there's going to be a population that does not want to use the online system, and that is perfectly fine. We are still here. We have lollipops in the collector's office, so we're still here. We'd love to have people still walk in. I think it's how do we service people who don't want to do that, and I think this will be a great way to do it.
Okay, so this new system is going to eliminate some of the limitations, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I have a little story to tell you with regards to the limitations. I have a friend who lives down in Florida for 6 months, and she comes back home. She sent a real estate, no, it was a water bill to be paid for the city of Quincy. It took them 3 weeks to process the payment.
So it didn't take my team 3 weeks to process the payment. I will tell you that. My team gives me a hard time about it. We traditionally will say people aren't, we're not leaving until all the payments of the day are processed. So what that has happened there is likely the scenario, it's getting stuck in the mail somewhere. And so the mail has been atrocious. And so we always tell people, please pay online if you can, and save that time, because unfortunately, also Mass General Law will say, I can't waive any interest. So even if you can prove that you sent the payment on time, if it got to us late, then there has to be interest assessed. And under Mass General Law, I couldn't waive that.
Okay, so I could tell her that next time she needs to pay a water or a real estate tax bill, she can do it online?
Tell all your friends to do that.
I will, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Counselor Yen?
Present, thank you, Molly. So could you point which positions are union positions?
So all of my team, well, with the exception of myself and with the exception of the data analyst, everyone else is union.
Oh, data analysis is not a union position.
Correct.
And is this a new position?
It's not. So right now, and it's just the name, when we originally hired this person, we put them in the clerk typist role because that was the open salary item that I had at that time. But the name is not representative of what their function is. And so this year we had, we created a new line for that.
So this person was hired for other position, you just changed the name?
Correct.
Okay. And so for the second line and the third line, the personnel salary increase, that's because of the union contract?
Correct.
Okay. Just looks a little bit a lot like 2026 the salary is 102,000 and it become 137,000.
Correct.
That's their union contract.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilor DeBona. I would just like to make a couple of comments. The clerk typist position sounds like a holdover from like the 1970s, but I'm sure maybe from a union perspective, it's hard to make that change. I just find that comical. But I will tell you, I know I have not come and sat with you like maybe some of the other councilors have, but I was impressed that you cleaned up all those old checks going back decades.
Yes.
Decades. There was 3 pages in the Quincy Sun, which I'm sure the Quincy Sun loved to be able to get that advertising. But I'm sure that was a huge effort, and some of them were for, $1.50, and some were larger, and some familiar names. So I'm sure that was a huge effort.
No, thank you. And it's still an ongoing project. It's, again, all these things are tied to Mass General law, so we still have to wait an additional year. But yeah, it's been exciting to see my team continue to do innovative things, and it's revenue generating for the city. So thank you. We appreciate that.
And I think the other thing I've noticed is there doesn't seem to be as many tax-taking notices. It seems like maybe you're working a little hard, working proactively to try to collect those taxes from people that are becoming delinquent. Again, it always seemed like that was another, 2 pages in the Quincy Sun every year.
That's like the worst part.
So it's always better to just get the money. Less in fees and penalties and interest. Okay, so we have a motion to approve this budget. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? None opposed? All righty. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Oh, then we have the tax title.
I'm like, where's she going?
Yeah, no, we have the tax title. Sorry about that.
I was like, okay, I gotta go.
Moving on.
I'm out of here. Tax title.
Tax title expenditure. Budget item 158, tax title expenditure. Any discussion on this, or do you want to give an explanation for unclassified $150,000?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to talk about tax title, what we're using it for. I'm sorry, I guess I was all excited that you guys approved my budget. So tax title. So if an individual, if a property is delinquent on their taxes, the city has, again, these are legal obligations under Mass General law to put that title into, put that property into tax title. So what we'll do is we'll follow the Mass General law process. We will send out notices. The city of Quincy, so going back to my postage, it's important to me that we send out many notices before we send out the official demand notice. So right now we send out 2 friendlier letters saying, hey, you owe taxes, please reach out to us. We then send the demand notice that starts the clock. 14 days after that, we have to, again, legally required to advertise in the newspaper, publicize it in 2 different places. There's been some new law that's gone into effect and some changes in that. 14 days later, we then can place a lien on the property at the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds. So this line item covers some of those legal costs, the I don't know if the advertising cost is in here, that comes under communication. So legal fees, so we have a tax title attorney that we have separate from the city that works on some of our tax title cases. And that's
There's
really
a filing fee with the registry.
Yeah,
of
filing
Deeds.
fee with the Norfolk County Registry of Deeds and the tax title attorney.
Okay, any questions or discussion on this item? Councilor McGee.
Hello again. So I was just looking back at the expenses over the years. So 2023, 27,000, 2024, 54,000, 2025, 43,000. Year-to-date, 2026, 108,000. So I really want to cut the budget somewhere. So I'm just wondering if we could cut the budget to 120,000, because it seems like, it's never, up to 150,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something that's in your purview to do.
Okay, so I guess I'm making a motion to cut this budget line item from 150,000 to 120,000.
Okay, motion on the table to cut line item 570800, unclassified tax title expenditure from 150,000 to 120,000. I don't believe we need a second for that, do we? No? Discussion on the motion, sure.
Is that, Director Smith, does that at all, or Treasurer Smith, I'm sorry, if that cut is made to the budget, does that hinder your day-to-day, your day-to-day business and all of the good things that you're trying to further in accordance with, obviously, collecting all the bills for the city?
So it wouldn't hinder our day-to-day business per se. I think in the back of my mind, I would be really conscientious of properties that we put into land court. So I'm looking at you, Councilor Jacobs. So that property that we spoke about, if my budget was smaller, I would not have put that into land court.
Okay. Is there any way to forecast kind of what you're anticipating that I mean, this is the budget, so I would assume you're anticipating that 150 next year, or?
Yeah, again, it's so hard to anticipate how many people aren't going to pay their taxes. So that's a tricky one. But that being said, so this is a newer line item for the city. So I introduced this a couple years ago to start getting some assistance. So I'll go back to what Councilor Jacobs and I were talking about. There's a parcel, it's vacant land, and it's becoming the owner is unknown. They've long been deceased. And the vacant land is becoming an issue for the abutter. They want to do something to their house, and I can't quite remember the details. Yeah, but good for them. So the problem ends up becoming the city really can't do anything if we're not, the only option for us is to put it into land court and foreclose on it. Again, it's a piece of vacant property. But if the budget is tight, I probably wouldn't do that because I wouldn't want to incur legal fees for the city if I didn't know that I had the room for it. Whereas because the budget has a little bit more wiggle room, I'm comfortable putting something like that into land court and incurring legal fees for it.
Okay, and I know that we've had a few of those properties in Quincy Point as well. Okay. I don't think that a cut of $30,000 was going to really do much to the budget, so I'm apprehensive to approve it just because Councilor McKee wants to make a cut.
So we have the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
So just on the motion, so I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Council McKee is saying. And what we have learned is that we're under budget in a lot of other places. And if you needed to put something in there and you went over on that budget, we could do a year-end transfer.
Yeah.
That would be able to show that. So I just want to make sure. And then, of course, when it comes to legal, going over in legal expenditures, there's ways we can work with that too. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
do think I just want to make sure that this isn't where we're asking you to not do anything. But if you come in next year and it's 175, we'll be like, okay, you did 175.
To be clear, I'm fine with it. These are things that are not going to make or break the operations. I think for an abutter like that, it's really nice that the city was able to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas I think in years past, this abutter was frustrated that the city hadn't done that, and it's because we didn't have a budget for it.
We got 2 generations of the same family deceased, and it's like now we don't know.
Yeah.
We don't even know who the owner.
Yeah, so no, I'm fine with that being cut.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just being an at-large counselor and working with the ward councilors, I wouldn't want to take anything out of their toolbox to limit them with vacant lots and properties, and we haven't even gotten into inspectional services with the blighteds, which is a whole different ballgame. I field those calls a lot more than anything else in the city, besides some other things, but that is a pressing issue that I'll get to an at-large counselor. And I don't want to take the ability out of the ward counselors to be able to put that stuff and allow you to move that forward. So I'd rather leave it in the budget for me, and that I'm only speaking for myself as an at-large counselor and dealing with this over the years. So it's $30,000, was it a $20,000 cut, $30,000 cut? $30,000 cut. I'm more apt to leave the toolbox for you to do the job that you can do at your maximum capacity. So that's my, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeBona. Councilor Hubley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just being a little self-centered for Ward 3, and I'm fairly new to this topic. I'm starting to learn more about it. And actually, it was Councilor DeBona that kind of pulled me in early prior to my being sworn in on a couple of situations for receivership. Now, my understanding is that's largely an Attorney General function, houses that go into a receivership. But do we bear any cost in that process?
We do.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so I have maybe two, so they're probably small, but not.
I think I probably know what they are.
Probably do. So that would be my one little thing, but as long as we can do like a transfer, if we do end up getting into, I wouldn't be too much against that. That was my only comment. And the order of magnitude on those?
The two that I'm thinking of for you?
Possibly. I'm sure we're talking about at least the one in common, but yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, I'm happy to connect with you. Give me a call tomorrow, but
All right.
I'm happy to talk about them. Yeah, if a property is in receivership, that means there's really nothing left in the estate. And so usually there's a personal representative that's appointed, and we work with them a lot. But at some point, you can't get blood from a stone.
Right,
and
exactly.
so that's
Okay.
where,
But I'm thinking more of like legal fees or whatever we have to.
so and this is like, I could do a tax titles. I love it. I think it's like fascinating. So the city is going to be the #1 lien holder if the city holds the lien on the property. And so the city is really the only one in a position to do a foreclosure on a property like that. And so if it's one of them that I'm thinking where the owner is long deceased, it is it's like a shed. And so in that kind of scenario, it's been in receivership. The receiver is saying there's nothing I can do. So the next step, and really the only step, is for the city to foreclose. And so that's where the city would incur our legal fees.
Okay. And then it goes to market or whatever. Okay.
Correct.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, on the motion for the reduction in this line item from 150,000 to 120,000, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to take a roll call.
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hubley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan?
Ryan?
Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes. Okay.
I can't believe I almost
We're all
walked away
set.
from that one.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. So that means that we also need to take a roll call vote to change the total line item 158 to. Oh, a motion? Motion to approve as amended by Councilor DeBona. We don't need a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hubley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs? Yes. Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay. Thank you very
Now I'm
much.
leaving.
That brings us to Mr. Rowland from the Assessor's Office and page 33.
So the surgery was real. Yes, I did in fact have surgery. I'm not going to take this off to test that, but no.
So before we start.
Yes, Counsel.
So just paying attention to what time it is, and it's 10:37, and we have multiple things ahead. So are we planning on taking a motion to go past 11 o'clock, or are we?
I guess we don't want to be halfway through someone, right? Would anyone like to put forth? Okay, we have a motion to go past 11 o'clock.
That's what I wanted.
Let's second it. Why not? Roll call or all in favor?
It has to be unanimous, so.
Oh, it has to be unanimous. All in favor? Aye. If we want to stay after 11.
Well, want is a strong word.
If we all agree.
To finish everything on the list. Until, is that?
Well, without a motion and an agreement of all the counselors to stay until 11, we must adjourn at 11. So we could possibly be in the middle of Mr. Rowland's presentation. So
Yes.
I think it would be
Yes.
worthwhile for us to all just agree to stay. And we may not get to everybody, but at least we can go as far as we can manage.
I don't want to.
Counselor Jacobs, did you have?
No, that's, I mean, if He goes to, let's say he goes to 11:05, we can reconvene at 11:05 and decide if we want to end.
Correct. We could adjourn at any time, right? We don't,
Yeah, but at 10:59, we need to make a decision, not at 11:05.
right.
No, I'm saying,
Other department heads that have been waiting here.
Exactly,
It's not really
exactly.
fair to them.
Yep. Okay.
I think that's why I brought it up. I just wanted to see if we were going to go past 11, because we have people in the audience. We could end here with the assessors.
What do you want?
Madam Chairwoman, if I could, just if the sense of the body is we're not going much past 11, at all 11, then I would appreciate the courtesy to send one or two of the department heads who are still here home. But if it's the sense of the body that we've got people here and we're just going to stay and get through it, then I wouldn't raise that issue.
You've all been waiting here all night. Any discussion? I mean, I understand the point. If we're gonna agree to go to 11, we're gonna agree to spend the night, do the whole agenda.
If I could, it just be to the best of nature that Nicole Crispo has a few in there, but we also have purchasing, and Catherine Logan is sitting out there. She's last. If we could maybe push her after assessors, and because of Nicole, maybe she can
We can
either
cut her
or,
loose.
and maybe do it that way, because leaving her here for the rest of the
Yes.
night, she's last on the agenda for tonight. So just common courtesy, and I feel bad for Nicole, she's been sitting out there.
Ms. Crispo, you'd be agreeable to coming back another night? Or staying?
Or stay, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna stay last. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, maybe if we could take it out of order, if we could. Just, she's sitting here, she's last, and she's got 4. Nicole's got 4 of them. Yeah, she's got 4.
Okay, so the motion will be to stay past 11, to get through the agenda, and just change the order after Mr. Rowland. We will take Ms. Logan, and then Ms. Crispo will bring up the rear. Okay, roll call vote on that?
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
No, I'm sorry.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes. All righty. With that, Mr. Rowland, you have the floor.
Thank you. Ma'am, I have a little spiel here. Hopefully, I'll be quick. Good evening, councilors. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my staff and the Assessors Department for their hard work and dedication to serving the public this past year. Quincy's Assessor's Office is responsible for the valuation of over 20,000 parcels of real estate and personal property. The department is also responsible for administering over 74,000 motor vehicle and boat excise tax bills. In our department, we strive for accuracy within our database, as the only way to ensure that all constituents are taxed fairly and equitably, which we are committed to in our property valuation assessments. To ensure this accuracy, our department is always exploring new ways to audit and improve our property data, whether it be through the property inspection process, analyzing sales listings, using aerial imagery or new technologies in the field, and reviewing our annual information requests for data. Each year, our department goes through the certification process with the Department of Revenue to make certain that our assessments are at their full and full cash value in accordance with Mass General Law. As part of the certification process, the assessors certify the new tax dollars added to the tax roll each year, which is categorized as new growth. Historically, Quincy ranks in the top 10 for new growth tax dollars within the Commonwealth. Over the past 5 years, Quincy has added $6 to $7 million annually to the tax roll in new growth, which ranks us between 4th and 7th in the Commonwealth in a given year. While the certification process is one of the most important aspects of our department, it is equally important that we're equipped to be able to defend the city's assessments in the abatements and appeals process. This budget presented tonight ensures that our department will be equipped to defend our state certified assessed values and reduce the city's liability in the abatement process. Along with valuation, the Assessors Department is responsible for overseeing all state property tax exemptions. There are a number of exemptions that qualified constituents can receive to reduce their tax bill. The state has exemption programs for seniors, disabled veterans and their spouses, legally blind property owners, widows, widowers, and minor children of deceased parents, the spouses of police and firefighters who were killed in the line of duty. Now, last year, we added a new line in our budget to fund the added exemption levels for our veterans, which the council approved back in September of 2025 with the HERO Act. With the 2 veteran exemption clauses that were adopted, the veteran exemption saw a cost of living adjustment, and then they were able to be doubled after that fact by increasing them by 100%. Veterans who received $400 in tax assistance the prior year received $823 this past year. Veterans who received $1,000 in tax assistance the prior year received $2,058 in tax assistance. You can see that line was not added to the budget this year. We are not removing the additional exemption amounts. After reviewing procedures, the state does not want communities budgeting for the exemption increase annually. Rather, the money is to be set aside during the tax classification process in the overlay account. Each year, our office mails out the exemption application forms to past applicants. We give all applicants the opportunity to submit their exemption applications online. We created enhancements to our website to provide e-forms for each exemption application, accompanied with downloadable PDF forms that are fillable. All constituents can now complete the application process from home with the assistance of a family member or from a family member who may no longer live close enough to them to help them in person. I take great pride in the work my department does in assisting our constituents. I would like to thank you all for your support and here to answer any questions.
Okay. Counselor Mahoney?
It's quick. Just to follow up on the diff.
Yep.
And Chris told me I can't have the RKG guy's phone number if I'm mean, but I'm not going to be mean. I wasn't mean. So RKG said that you provided the certified assessed numbers.
So I update the assessments with them every year.
Okay.
So every year we send them a list of, after we get our assessment certified from the state in December, we update our RKG with an updated tax roll list for our diff parcels. So they were able to track the difference from the base year in '06 to what it is today.
So when we're asking for this information, how come we can't get it from you then? That's my only question.
What information are you asking from me?
Specifically for the diff, I was asking this through Paul, and he was saying that it was you, and then Councilor Yuen went in, and I think what we're asking for is the diff calculation for because there's the assessed side. You know, the assessors have to. We have a base. I explained this earlier. We have a base.
Yep.
And then we have the new growth. But we're commingling it, and we're trying to separate it out, and we're not getting anything from either side. But what I'm being told is it's commingled, so I'm trying to understand this. So if you have that.
I think you're referring to the revenue, which is commingling, rather than the assessments that my office is responsible for.
Well, what I'm saying is that I haven't received anything, and it's been asked. I asked it through Paul Delabarber, and he said that he was going to be talking to you on Monday. You were coming back after having surgery. So I didn't get it. So what I'm saying is, can you get that to all of us here?
We can get you whatever you need, absolutely.
So what specifically I'm looking for is the whatever we want to call it, new growth, the delta between the base and the new growth. Every year the base is going to change because every year the taxes are going to either go up or down. The base is going to change. What I'm looking for is that difference.
You can pick a year. I can give you the delta for that year when I run some reports for that.
Go back to 2006.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yep.
It wasn't me. Counselor Hubely?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have 2 questions. The first one is under contracted. I noticed there's a jump this year to $450,000. I just want to, is that contracted staff, and is there a reduction in somewhere else for?
So that, I've been the department head for 2 years. In the 2 years, I've moved money from our software line to contracted because I've been in the department for 10 years. I'm very familiar with the database. I am very confident in my abilities to manipulate the database and make changes in without having to consult with our software provider. In doing so, it'll open up funds for us to reach out to experts in their field for valuation. Assessors are required to value a single-family home, an apartment building, a storage facility, and the underground pipes, wires, and conduits for all the utility companies. There's a large ask for us to be able to value, and sometimes we're better off finding the expert that knows best to be able to determine those values and also be able to assist us in defending our values at the appellate tax board.
I see. Okay. And my other question is not necessarily related to your budget, but it's a question that you might have a good answer to that has a peripheral effect. Have you noticed any patterns over the past few years when we saw that sort of high inflationary spike in terms of any tax deferments or increased abatements or anything, aside from, of course, one-time events like Willard Street that we talked about before? Is there any pattern you're seeing?
No, I'm not, no.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
We do receive a lot of abatement applications, but our board is takes a strong stance on those. We want to make sure, not just for the residents, but for the commercial property owners and the apartment owners, the income-producing properties, that they're not trying to supplement their tax bill with the residential tax bills.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not as much asking about approved, but as much as requested. Is there a pattern in the requested?
No, I would say no.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor McGee.
Hi. Can I just quickly go through number of employees in the department?
9.
9. Overtime?
We use it sparingly if we need at the end of the year. The end of the fiscal year, we're required to capture all of our new growth during that time period, and sometimes there's a need for us to have our staff work additional hours.
Okay. And vehicles?
We do have one, yes, for our data collector.
Okay. And then could we go through again and see, or I guess say, which employees here are not union, if that's a minority, or are union, if that's the minority?
The union employees are the head clerk, the assessment supervisor, the principal clerk 2, and principal clerk 1, tongue-tied.
Okay, so that, and these increases of the 3rd through whatever line this is, let's see, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th line, these increases are 8%, 14%, 6%, 17%, 13%. Those, I guess most of them are union increases.
Yes.
Yeah. How many residential assessors are there?
2.
2, okay. Okay, and, okay, I think you got that other question. I think that's it for me then.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from anyone? Councilor Yuen?
Hello.
So just a follow up with Councilor McKee's calculation, like a salary increase, like 12%, 14%. I'm wondering, those contract, the salary can increase to 14%?
Which line are you referring to?
Councilor McKee, I calculate one line like a head clerk, that's a 12.2% increase of salary. I'm just wondering, is the union contract, you can increase the salary?
I have no
just
control
one-
over the union contracts and the salaries that are in place.
Pardon?
I have no control of the union contracts. I don't have say on the union contracts.
The assessor was saying that from head clerk down through principal clerk 1 are all union contracts. But I guess that line for the residential assessors did go up 8%, and those two are not union contracts. Did they have the annual, or what was the 8% increase?
I believe non-department head employees did receive a 3%. And there was an employee there, that long-term employee, who was, her level reached higher because of, she's been with us for a long time, and another staff member joined, and she was reaching being a parallel level, they're doing the same amount of work. That is why that one increased a little bit slightly higher than that.
Sorry.
Reminded me, teacher, the union, they only increase salary 3% usually, right? How come this can increase 14% salary?
Mr. Walker?
Counselor, where do you have the 14% increase, if you could?
I have 12.2%. You have 14%. Which line is it? I just calculated now.
Head clerk from 66,483 to 74,864. That's what we're looking at right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 12.2%.
Yeah, whatever that is. Now, the base COLA is 3%, and then employees who are in collective bargaining units have a number of other benefits that bake into their full compensation package, including teachers. There are step increases, there are level increases. There could be, in this particular case, I don't know off the top of my head if that is union-approved upgrade. I don't know, but the 3% is the cost of living wage increase, and then there are always, in collective bargaining units, there are other wage factors that go into their full salary. So this could be an employee, it could be one of several factors. One could be they hit a specific level within their union contract, a specific step. One could be that they were part of the upgrade process, which every employee, unionized employee, is entitled to this past year.
This kind of increase actually happened to a lot of employees. The question I asked for the collector, that department, that's also more than 10% salary increase. I'm just wondering why teachers union, they only get a 3% salary increase, but others get more than 10%. I'm just curious.
Maybe a recommendation might be, I don't know, when was I'm assuming these are all clerical and it's all underneath the clerical union. Could we get a copy of the clerical union contract? That might be helpful. Is that posted online, the clerical union contract? Okay.
Human Resources Director many times.
That's okay. So what I'm asking for is for all of the budgets that we have here, when we're seeing contractual line items, and I don't want to go by department because so I'm going to ask Mr. Walker if we could get a hold of the union contracts so we can take a look at them, because that will make, sorry.
I actually have requested and received the union contracts for, there's a lot of documents because they're sort of in the midst of working on them, but I can send those out. I haven't actually had a chance to look at them yet.
So I think it would be best if it comes through rather than individual I think we'd rather Jen send them out, but it looks like they were sent out to you, so we'll get them sent out to all the counselors. Perfect.
Counselor Jacobs.
Question about this job 512147 or account 512147, the methodologist appraiser. Like, I mean, I know you said, you know, the ones at the top are appointees. I mean, is that job a union position too?
It is not, no, it's an appointee position.
It's an appointed position, okay. Just wanted to make sure, all right. And that's just one person, I assume?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else? I do have just a couple of questions myself, but I want to make sure everyone's had a chance. So I know you talked a little bit in your opening remarks. Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor Ash, go ahead.
Just real quick, thank you. Can you just maybe tell us, it seems like required Revel appraisal, software, that line item was cut in half and maybe added to contracted. Do you mind just maybe telling us about that?
Yes, so the state requires us to have CAMA software for our appraisal, which we need for both our personal property and our real estate. And that amount was used before to purchase the software, maintenance on the software, and annual updates on the software. And then additional requests would come up if we're reviewing different assessment factors for a different property use code, and we want to have an analysis done, and we need assistance in that analysis. We would reach out to them to do that. I feel comfortable in doing that myself and not having to reach out to them for that assistance. But while my time is being taken up doing that, there are other aspects of valuation that I feel is better handled by a consultant, by an expert in that field for that particular piece of property. And we prefer to consult with them to make sure that that the assessment is fair and equitable, because that's all our goal across the board, is to make sure that everyone's assessment is fair and equitable for everybody.
So there are contractors that you use now maybe more frequently?
Correct.
On I don't want to say case by case, but on different bases as you see fit, as opposed to having the Revel appraisal software handle those issues.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else before I just ask a couple of questions? And I know you mentioned it in your opening remarks about the veterans exemption, but why is that zeroed out for 2027?
Because when we first brought it on, I requested that it be budgeted for the year to make sure it's set aside, and it was transferred directly into our overlay account. After reviewing procedures, that is not what the state wants us to do. They want us to make sure that it's set aside at the tax rate hearing time period for the overlay account. That's why it was removed from here, but still something that's going to be considered at the end of the calendar year.
Okay. And does that apply to the other exemptions? I know there's
Correct, yeah.
exemptions for the blind and
All of the
disabled.
exemptions come out of that overlay account, and there was an additional amount for the increase that we gave to the veterans that prior year.
Okay, great, thank you. So if there's no further questions, does anyone have a motion? I'm sorry, Counselor Mahoney?
For the student intern, can the auditor go back and tell me 2025, 2026, and 2027, how much we've paid out of that? I'm being very lazy tonight, Susan, I'm sorry.
I don't believe anything has been paid, but I just want to double check.
We had an intern, I guarantee you that.
You had
And they
an
got
intern?
paid. They were happy and they returned the next year.
I'm not sure what line they would have got paid out of, because for fiscal year '25, nothing was paid out of that line, and for fiscal year '26, nothing was paid out of that line.
Okay, I'll consult with municipal finance. They probably assisted in doing
Yep.
so.
So I have to find out what that is before, because I would cut that, I was going to cut that tonight, so I'm glad I asked Susan, and I'm glad I'm asking you, but I don't want to approve a budget that we don't know where that's being paid out of, just personally, because it's sloppy.
The intern we get every year is very helpful for us
sure
during
it
a
is.
crunch time of the summer when we're reviewing a lot of property
I
construction.
love interns. I don't want to cut the intern, but I want to know where the money went to, because it's not in your budget right now.
Yep.
The last 2 years, that means that $6,000 fall into free cash because it's being paid someplace else.
Okay.
So we do need to be better at, I'm not saying it was just we have to be better in general, all of us,
Absolutely.
including me. I'm trying to be good.
So we're going to table this? Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we are going to, yes, we're going to ask Ms. Logan to come up next and take the purchasing, page 31, for those still following along.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Catherine Logan. I'm here on behalf of the purchasing department. There are 4 of us in our department. For those that don't know, we oversee all the requisitions, purchases, contracts, and bidding procedures. This is done in accordance with all the applicable state and federal laws, as well as city ordinances to safeguard against waste, fraud, and abuse. It's always our mission to promote open, honest, and fair competition to ensure that the taxpayers of Quincy get the best possible value for every dollar spent to operate the city government. Any questions?
Any questions from Counselor McGee?
So, 4 employees, you said?
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, 4 employees, you said?
Yes.
And vehicles?
No.
No vehicles and no overtime?
No.
Okay. It's easy. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Counselor Ryan?
Catherine, with regards to the principal clerk 1, line item 512123, how many positions are in that, are in that title?
1.
1, 2, 3. Principal clerk 1, so she's got, yep, page,
Nope.
oh, sorry, wrong one.
Go to page 31.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm way ahead of myself. I'm missing, okay. I don't have 31. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Just because we're
So-
out of order.
Okay, I didn't go out of order. All right, so I actually don't have any questions on that. I was looking at the wrong page. So I think we're good on my side.
Thank you. Anyone? Motion to approve from Counselor DeBona. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, we did take it out of order. I'm sorry.
So the item, the personnel service, the item 53000, that's a professional tech. So 2026 budget 1,750, but spend 0. why you want to budget it again if you're not spending?
That is for our classes at the IG's office. So we have to periodically, we have to take classes to renew our certification. So it just may have been that at that year, nobody had to take a class or something, but right now, 2 of us have to be recertified. So we will be using that for our classes at the IG's office.
Okay, so the follow-up question, the next item is the next item, like a professional service, printing, and the next item is contracted. That's all like a 2,500 you budget, you only spend $140. And
Yeah, I mean, it's it's for our office supplies. So some years we may need more, some we may not, but it's just papers, envelopes, minimal, I'd say.
And what's this contracted? You budget 2,436 and you spend zero.
That's for our copier, so we transfer that. That's our payment for the copier, so we transfer it. I think the transfer happened yesterday to the IG's, to the IT department. So they pay our copier, but we carry we transfer it to them and pay for it. So it's for our copy machine.
I mean, just if some item not necessary, we don't need a budget again. But if you explain, you still need it.
But since we have a minimal budget, I would argue that we need it.
Okay, that's my question.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you, Ms. Logan.
Thank you. Good night.
Ms. Crispo, we will start with the
Good evening,
clerk's
councilors.
budget on page 44.
Page 44. Okay. Good evening, everyone. And I sent you all an email on Friday afternoon with my org chart and the pages that coincide with my budget. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Anyone have any questions? Councilor McGee.
Just going to go through the same questions. So employees?
10.
10, okay.
Including myself.
Okay. And vehicles?
0.
0, okay. And probably overtime is here. All right. Well, I guess I do have a question for Principal Clerk 1. Are there 2 people now?
Yes,
Okay,
there
that
are,
went up.
yes. And we've taken out the clerk typist 1.
Okay.
Because they got the upgrade.
Okay. Sorry, and I probably, I see other purchase services. Okay. Okay, so other purchase services, looks like it's various fees, including chairs, including for city council nameplates. Okay. All right. I guess that's it for me then. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilor Ryan?
Yes. So for communication, what does that include?
So that communications line is translation, and we just got some FOIA software.
Okay.
Yeah. So we tried to manage it ourselves for years, and it's just gotten so big that we just got some FOIA software that I was working with the police station, and since they got some, their representative came down, talked to us, and the FOIA software for the first year will be $4,500, and then $9,000 subsequent years after that.
Okay. Does that include any upgrades that they need to do? Do you have a contract with that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, okay. Okay, so, and then for other purchase services, what was your description of that?
Other purchase services, well, we use 3SG Plus, which is the software that we use for the council.
Okay.
And we use it for chairs, nameplates, council ads, President Press, software in other places as well.
Okay. Now, would any type of communication for elections go under this?
Nope, it's on the next page.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Any further questions? Councilor Mahoney, did you have something?
Can I just ask a quick question? So on the communications, how much did you say the software is?
The first year is $4,500, and then $9,000 subsequent year after that.
So it's cheaper the first, it's cheapest, because it's only half a year?
They're giving it to us at a discounted price due to the fact that the police and were coming on in the same year.
And what other things are used in the communication line? Just curious.
Translation, we got 16 new poll pads.
Okay, new poll pads.
With 70 languages.
Okay.
70?
So that's different than the FOIA, that's different, so the 4,500 is different, okay. So now just because I'm being really lazy tonight, Susan, could you just tell me like how much we've budgeted for 25, 26?
For what?
Spent in those line items?
26 and then 25. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
I got my
20,000.
package late, so I'm asking, can you just tell me quickly, because it will take me longer to find it, how much we spent in 2025 in the communications line and then 2026
Yes,
current?
one moment.
530400.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, 530400.
Correct.
Let's see. In fiscal '25, $14,489.77. And then as of right now, in fiscal '26, $415.67. But there is a requisition that has been entered for over $5,000. So probably about $5,800, and once that requisition gets approved.
And then next year, it would be $10,000 for it next year? So in this particular case, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but like this is a tough budget because we're just looking for these things. And when I was looking at it earlier, I knew there was 415 spent, but you're spending 4,500, so it's going to be 5,000 probably this year and the 20,000 that we're going to be spending.
Actually, we are signing the contract for the translation too.
How much is that? I just asked you that though, and you said 4,500?
Oh, no, that was for the FOIA.
Okay, so what's the other one? For the poll pads?
Yeah.
The translation software.
I don't have the exact amount. I apologize, I can get it to you.
Translation software is 5,200.
It's a new contract.
Do you want to, she knows that the translation software, 5,200, you said?
Yeah, $5,235.
That's right.
For the translation software, we already talked about that though, right?
The translation is 5,200, and the FOIA is 4,500 for the first year and 9,000 after that.
So that's still less than 15,000. So you're, even when you have everything in there, you're still coming in under the 15. So I'd say in this particular case, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but I just want to cut something, $5,000 cut from that line item. If it goes over, we can always transfer.
Is that a motion, Councilor Mahoney? Okay, we have a motion to cut line item 530400, communication, from 20,000 to 15,000. Any discussion on that motion? Councilor Ash?
Madam Clerk, I would ask the same question that we asked to a couple of presenters ago. If that communication budget, if that line item comes down, do you foresee any issues within the department with respect to getting the requisite communications out by the clerk's office?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion?
You're doing a $5,000 cut?
Is that a comment or a question?
Just asking for clarification purposes.
May I, if I may? Obviously, you know, we have communication line in elections that we can do translation for our, with our other contractors for signage and communications with our ads and things like that.
Thank you. Okay, if no further discussion, we'll take a roll call vote on that motion.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes.
That was amended.
Yes. So if there are further questions, then I'll hold off because we still need to motion to change the total, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to approve as amended.
Motion to approve the budget 161 clerk as amended. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, do I need to do the math? Or will you do the math?
It's 15,000.
Okay. From here, okay. So motion to approve as amended. Roll call? Do we need a roll call on that? No. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Next would be the elections budget, page 45. Any discussion, comments, any questions? Councilor Mahoney?
Let's see, where am I going with this? In the, I hope I'm in the right place. Election, let's see, give me a second.
162 on the top.
So in the election department, the budget of 300,000 here for the election workers. Could you tell me, Madam Auditor, where we are for 25, 26 for spending?
Okay. In the election worker line for fiscal '25, we spent $198,252.50, and to date in FY '26, we've spent $173,215.
Okay, and we're budgeting 300? Could you tell me why?
For 300. All right.
So
300.
We're budgeting 300 every year, but the first
Yep.
year, 25, we spent 200, 26, we spent 173, so I'm asking for 2027.
And it's just because some years we have 3 elections, and some years we could have a special election that the money's asked for rather than to come back.
So what I'm looking at, though, is in 2025, which would have been, you spent 200 in 2025. Is that what I heard, Susan? 200? 198, so it was under two. So, and then in 26, which was an election, at the local election here, it was 173. We have a state election coming up and it's 300, but we haven't gone over 200. So I would like to make a cut in the election workers line, and if it goes over, we can transfer it. I'd like to make a cut for 100,000 there, but I'm open to 75,000. 75,000.
Or, and I can give you some background.
So we could go down to 225.
If you'd like.
Yes, could I ask a question? Madam Auditor, can you tell us what the amount spent the last year there was a mayoral municipal election? I'm sorry.
I know in 2024, we spent $212,142.50. One moment. In 2023, we spent $221,955.52. In 2022, we spent $178,238.45. Would you like me to continue?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, are there more election workers?
There are, we have about 250 poll workers per election. approximately $70,000, give or take, based on staffing levels at the polls.
Averaging 75,000.
Line item 512880 by $75,000, so the proposed budget would be $225,000. Any discussion on the motion or further discussion? Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 225,000, have we ever met that in the last 5 years, if I could, to the Madam Auditor?
Moment. No, we have not.
Okay. Directed to Clerk Clispo, do you think, with this cut, do you think you would be able to sufficiently do this with the election workers?
I do see the state election, we will have early voting for 2 weeks, 3 weeks in all, that we need to man those as well. But no, I think that looking back at a 5-year comparison, I think we could.
So this particular item, I feel different about. And we have supporting information that backs it up for the last 5 years. It's a significant cut. And if we haven't used it for the last 5 years, I'm prone to support this. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion on the table. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. Chairman Riley.
Yes.
Now as amended.
Okay. Any further discussion on any other items here? Counselor Yuan?
Item 510196, police details. So I see 2026 year-to-date is spent 64,168, but you budget 200,000. So I would like to know, like, the past 5 years, this item, how much been spent?
And if I can explain, during the move at the police station, they didn't bill us for the last election. So when we just got a bill for that, so we're just paying that now.
Okay, I would like to know the past.
I think it's encumbered.
Yeah, past 5 years, these police details.
Okay, one moment. Okay, one moment. Okay, under police details for fiscal 2026, $111,371.22. Fiscal 25, $114,371.15. Fiscal 24, $105,476.63. Fiscal 23, $127,243.09, and fiscal 22, $103,340.10.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
You're welcome.
So there is no year past 150,000, correct?
I do not see that. No. Fiscal 20, you were at 155,826, but prior to that, no.
So I would like to make a cut of this from 200,000 to 150,000. Is that okay?
Okay, we have a motion on the table to reduce line item 510196, police details, from 200,000 to 150,000. Any discussion on the motion? Counselor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's just a principle behind this for me, okay? Schools, education, police, and fire. Those three components I morally am against of cutting. So for me, I'm going to say no on this one. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Counselor Mahoney?
Just make it on motion. I don't believe we're cutting, it's never been spent more than 150, so it's just money that's on the table, so this wouldn't be hurting anybody. It would just, and if it did go over, we would transfer to pay for that. So this isn't about taking away overtime for the police, it's just that in the last 5 years, it looks like we haven't spent, 2020 was the last time we spent 155,000. So to be clear, when this happens, this is just something that would fall to free cash. It's just-
And
it's
if I
not
may,
budgeted.
on that line, I worked with the mayor and the administration and closing the schools on Election Day, which started to be a big issue. And so we have cut back on the amount of police that we've needed.
As opposed to when the schools were open? That makes sense. Thank you.
And I do this cut is because I asked the past 5 years spending, and this has nothing to do about against police, education, or fire. So I want to just, if we talk about the budget, we just talk about the budget. This has nothing to do with moral or something. So I just want to be clarified.
Duly noted. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Oh, sorry about that, Counselor Ash.
Thank you. I mean, as long as we're not seeing the cost of a detail go up, or if that's a double negative, or as long as we aren't noticing more issues at the polls. I guess those are the two things that come to my mind, would be whether the price of a detail has gone up over the years, and then whether or not we're noticing more issues with respect to, politics at the polls on Election Day. So I would defer to you, Madam Clerk.
I could
on that.
certainly come back before this body if I thought that there was some, concerns.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Walker, did you want to add something to this?
Chairman, just briefly, there has been a detail rate increase effective July 1st, so that does play a role in the budgeting process, I'm sure. It had not been a detail rate increase in quite some time under the new CBA with the Police Patrolmen's Union and the Superior Officers Union. There is a detail rate increase.
Do we know what that increase is?
Off the top of my head, no.
Counselor Jacobs.
It's looking like we're talking about cutting this $50,000, right? So, looking back, I don't see how, even with the detail rate increase, even if we're just spitballing it, we're talking, we got $40,000. The detail rate's going to increase by $40,000. I don't know what it is, but that's a lot of money for for 2 days of the election. 'Cause I assume the early voting comes out of the early voting
Yes,
pool. Yeah,
31
so-
precincts.
Right, yeah.
Into account.
Well, some are double.
Yeah, but they do have an officer there at all times.
So if it's a double precinct, they have 2 police officers?
No, they have one there at all times. So if, someone's breaking out, someone else comes in,
Right.
there's a police officer. So there are more than 31 is what I'm saying, because there are the ones that work in the breaks and things like that.
Okay. Counselor Ryan?
For communication, you budgeted $100,000 for the past 3 years. Exactly what is the details of the communication for elections?
Vote on this matter? Okay. I'm going to recuse myself from this vote, but I think we need to settle this matter, and then we can move on to any other questions you have on this budget. So any further discussion on Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just over the years, I have fielded a lot of safety concerns, not just around schools, but around elections. World is changing every day, so I still feel as a moral obligation, I'm not going to be in support of this. Thank you.
Duly noted. Anyone else? Any further discussion? Okay, we ready to take a roll call vote? Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona? No. Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney? Yes. Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan? Yes. And you're right.
I'll recuse myself. Okay.
Okay, so moving on, that will reduce the overall budget by 50,000. We'll get to that vote at the end, but Councilor Ryan, did you have other questions on other line items?
Communication, I just would like to know the detail on what communications you put out during the election, to make sure we
Certainly.
have enough money there.
Certainly. We have Quincy Sun ads, we have President Press that we, the Quincy Sun ads, we do them 4 weeks in advance, and we do everything absentee voting, last day to register to vote, first day of early voting, when it goes to, and then election day.
Okay, okay. What about signage on the streets?
That's all the President Press.
Okay. Do you put a signage out on, you know that little island on West Street? It's on the corner of West and Willard, where it splits?
I believe we do. If not, it may be up further at Furnace Brook and Copeland. But we have got more signage out there lately in the last couple of years. And if you'd like, you know,
Yeah.
we can make sure that that's a spot that gets a sign.
Yes, I would really
state
appreciate that, because I've had a few constituents give me a call with regards to the lack of signage.
West and Quarry?
No, West and Willard. So West Street goes right, and Willard goes straight. So there's a little island there, or you can call it a
Across from
pocket
the-
park.
The Shea Rink.
Could I just ask, do you have anything on the budget?
No.
Okay. No offense.
Well, it was kind of important to me to get
I'm
it out.
sure Ms. Crispo would be happy to take your call tomorrow.
Certainly.
All right.
Any other discussion on this budget? Okay. Councilor Mahoney?
I'm looking at the early voting building custodians. What was the amount we spent in the last 5 years on that? Just curious. Mad Monitor.
Early voting. What line item is that?
That is line item 510252.
Oh, yep, okay. $2,000. Okay, so for fiscal '26, we did not spend any money. For fiscal '25, we did not spend anything. For fiscal '24, we did not spend anything. 1 minute. Fiscal '23, we did not spend anything, and there was nothing budgeted in fiscal '22. In fiscal '21, we did not spend anything.
So what's this for? Actually, we're just going to skip it. We're just going to cut the $2,000 because we haven't spent it in the last 5 years.
I think they take it out of the custodian's line. I'm not sure how the schools.
So it's in your budget, but that doesn't get transferred out?
Right.
Susan, can you tell that, or? It needs to be charged against your account if it's being done. Otherwise, it needs to come out of the budget.
Can I tell if it's?
She's saying that it gets charged to the custodians, but there's no way to see this.
I don't have that, I wouldn't have that information tonight.
And when we have early voting, we have it here. It's Seamus. He probably puts in for his.
He's in the building, right?
Yeah, he's in the building, so.
So I just would like to cut this budget.
The one the days that we go to North and Central, I'm not really sure right off the top of my head.
So let's just cut it by $2,000. If we have to, we'll transfer it back in, but for the last 5 years, it hasn't shown up anywhere, so that's a motion.
Okay, we have a motion to eliminate line item 510252, early voting building custodians, reduce it down to 0. Any discussion on the motion?
How much is this?
$2,000. Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
Hold on, I'm still on the questions here, hold on a second. Clarify this one. What item is this? It's 11:30. Let's give me a little leeway.
510252.
Okay, so it hasn't been used. Does this affect your budget at all, Madam Clerk?
I know they're getting paid, so I'm not upset that it's getting cut because they're getting paid somewhere. So whether it's their own custodians out of public buildings, or if it's out of my custodian's line at the top here in elections.
I hate to say it this way, I'm a pro-custodian person, so I'm going to say no to this one. Okay? Thank you. Go.
Well, the custodians are being paid, but, okay, we ready for a roll call?
Pro-custodian, so I'm going to say no.
Are we ready for a roll call vote? Any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. No. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor Mahoney. Yes. Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Riley.
Yes.
So on the next line, it's actually above, it's the 210 and 251 early voting police details. Just curious, the last 5 years, what we spent there.
While she's looking that up, Ms. Crispo. Did they start to break out the early voting as separate line items when early voting was implemented, so that if it changes, it's not lumped in with everything else?
It actually came a couple of years after the implementation because they wanted to see it.
And track it
so
separately, I get it, okay.
I probably would have rathered it all lumped into one, but
251. Okay. The $15,000 for police details, early voting. To fiscal '26, we did not spend anything. Fiscal '25, we did not spend anything. Fiscal '24, we did not spend anything.
again, they're getting paid. I just don't know out of what line.
We had a
Counselor DeMona.
We had a similar explanation from Assessor's Office and John Rowland about matching it up and not being in the same category and stuff. So for me, again, this is police details for early voting. Is that correct? Is that what line item we're on? Okay.
There's going to be 3 weeks this year of early voting.
It's going to be more than usual. I've never seen it.
It's 2 weeks for a state election and for the final, and a week for the primary.
And it's going to be in this building?
It'll be here and at Central for one weekend.
Again, it's a police item for me. I'm not going to be in support of this.
Do we have a motion?
It hasn't been spent over the last 5 years. If it needs to come back and we have to transfer it, we will, but we haven't spent it, so it has to be cut.
Okay. So we have a motion on line item 510251, early voting police details, to zero that out. I will recuse myself from this one as well. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash? No. Counselor DeBona?
No.
Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee?
Yes.
Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan?
Yes.
Chairman, so 6-2.
Okay, so that passes. Any further discussion on this budget 162 elections? Oh, Counselor Mahoney.
Sorry. Building custodians for, no, 512454. Just curious about this too, because it's 26,100, 26,883. Is this an actual custodian for, I'm just wondering what that line item is.
Early voting?
It's building custodian, so it's a different line item, because you had a different one for early voting building custodians. This one's just building custodians.
Oh, yeah, that's for all the schools in.
Susan, can we go through the same exercise, last 5 years?
Under building custodians, one moment. Fiscal '26, we've spent to date $6,097.81. Fiscal '25, $6,897.30. Fiscal '24, $5,749.04. 1 minute. Sorry, my mouse keeps jumping. Fiscal '23, we've spent $12,180.20. Fiscal '22, we've spent $9,955.49. Do you want me to continue or no?
Nope. So for this line, because the highest line that we spent was 12,000, I'd like to cut by 15,000. That's a motion.
Okay, so I take it that's a motion. Line item 512454, building custodian, reducing that proposed budget line item from $27,890 to, help me with the math, $12,890? Right, did you say 15,000?
It's at 15,000.
Okay, so I think it's 12,890 if I did the math right.
Wait, are you're setting it to 15,000, not cutting it by 15,000?
No, I'm cutting it by 15,000.
She's cutting it by 15,000.
12,890, because the highest we spent was back in 2023, I think, for 12,100.
12,890.
And every other year was about 6,000, 7,000.
Any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this particular item, we have not spent more than $12,000 over the last 5 years, 6 years? Is that correct?
The last time we spent $12,000 was in fiscal '23.
Okay.
And so I guess that, again, we can say that where we went into the schools, it was a lot cheaper than, some of the Knights of Columbus halls and things that we had back then.
No, no, I think your cut is right where it's supposed to be, because you're at 27,000.
We still pay them.
27,890, and your cut is right where we haven't even reached that in the last 5 years. So I'd be more inclined to this one, because you're.
If it's already a custodian in the building, working, cleaning the building anyways, then it doesn't need to necessarily get charged to the election line item. Okay, so we have a motion.
The overtime.
Does it affect you at all on this one?
No, except that we pay the overtime for the early morning and the late part of the day.
What was it, 24, 25? Madam Clerk, Madam Auditor, please.
In 23, fiscal '23, we've spent $12,180.20.
Okay, and then 24?
In '24, we spent $5,749.04. In '25, $6,897.30.
Okay, thank you. Be inclined for this cut. This is going down. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Councilor Yen?
And so the personal service, the three items, 520706.
I think we're going to be voting on the first one. We have to vote on the same line first. We have to vote the.
Oh, we need to vote. Okay, sorry.
So if we're ready, I got it, thanks. If we're ready to take a roll call vote then, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Murphy.
Yes. Okay. Councilor Yuan, did you have questions on other line items that we have not discussed yet?
Okay, so the personnel service, the three items, one is 520706, early voting rental lease, 3,000. And the next line, ramp rental, 18,000. And the next line, professional tech, 5,250. And I checked year-to-date expense of 2026 is all spending zero money. So I would like to know the past 5 years, how much you have been spent on these three items.
Which one?
Councilor, could you just
Okay.
repeat which numbered items, line items you're referring to?
So first is 520706.
520706, early voting rentals and leases, okay? Okay.
One moment. Okay, in fiscal '26, nothing was spent. In fiscal '25, nothing was spent. In fiscal '24, nothing was spent. In fiscal '23, $825 was spent. In fiscal '22, nothing was budgeted and nothing was spent.
So, so the most spent is $820, right?
Yes, but I do want to make note that in fiscal '21, $1,500 was spent.
1,500. Okay, so may I cut it to the 1,500? Make a, okay, I make a motion.
If I may, before you cut.
Yeah.
I have org 0116252, object 520700, for $19,049.50 in, and those are for rentals, United Rental for the van, for early voting, no, not for early voting, for elections.
I think we're talking.
Would you like to see it?
No, I think that Councilor Yuan was talking about, the object is 520706. In the fiscal '27 budget, it was for $3,000. Is that what you were talking about, Councilor? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying 00. My apologies.
And
You may
so
get
I
there.
make a motion to cut this 3,000 to 1,500 because of the.
Okay, motion to reduce that line item to $1,500. I would like to say, Ms. Crispo, that includes my voting place right now that we're temporarily, so that, I don't know how much you pay for that, but I mean, that is a fairly newer expense that wouldn't be probably, well, might be reflected in the 2026, but, okay.
$800.
800. So we have a motion to reduce that line item to 1,500. Any discussion on the motion? Counselor Ash?
Other than that 800 for the Ward 6 voting poll location, are there any other expenses, Madam Clerk, that would be considered to be under this line item of 706, 520706?
No, we take all the stuff in our cars to the, when we move the polling location and move it back. We just take it in our cars.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the only place or is the Nickerson Post, is that correct, 6.5? Is that the, which item, is that the only one on there
Yes.
that we're leasing out?
Well, we rent them all.
Rent them all, okay. All right.
Any further discussion on the motion?
Well, real quick. So that leaves, so it's 825 last year? Was it last year?
That was 23.
Okay.
We haven't
Okay.
used it in 4 years.
Well, it would be per election. So primary and
So
regular.
800 and 800, that's 1,600.
Every election, correct.
We're going to need to use that, at least, the Squantum School's not finished for at least another year. So we're budgeted for next year. We got primary and final.
Although we used it this year and they didn't charge anything to it, so.
Don't we own the Nickerson Post? It's in the-
Don't go there, please.
We own the school buildings too, but we
It's
still
too
pay
late,
them.
David. Counselor Mahoney?
We just looked back 5 years for the expenses, and it was 850, and we have to go back to like 2020. The 1,500 was the, 1,400 was the high, 1,100 was the highest. So you're only cutting it by 1,500. So if you had 850 times 2 last year, you didn't spend 850 times 2. So she's cutting about $1,500. Again, if we end up having to come back at the end of the year next year, we just transfer money from, because it's an amazing thing what we do at the end of the year when we have all this money left over. So.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any further discussion on this motion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Yes. Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? Yes. Chairman Riley?
Yes. Okay. Counselor Yen?
Number 520708, ramp rentals for 18,000. 2026 spend zero money. I want to know the past 5 years, how much you spent on that?
Counselor, if I may, we haven't spent any money out of this line. Because we moved some of the polling places, we don't have to use the Knights of Columbus anymore, which had an extensive ramp system that led into that. However, I did kind of take it still as a line item and wanted to change it to a contingency plan if we needed it. Perhaps some kind of a disaster, or if there wasn't a polling place we could go to, we could get a modular office or something to that. That being said, you know, we haven't used it, and
But if you need it, we always can shift the money,
Of course.
right?
Of course.
So, okay, so this item have never been used for at least 5 years, correct? Or never been used? 520708, ramp rentals.
We did use some money in fiscal 2023, $8,897.32. And we used money in fiscal '22, $7,308.04.
Okay.
We did not use any money in fiscal '26, fiscal '25, or fiscal '24.
So those years that there was expenses against them, that's when you had voting at the Knights of Columbus?
The most you spend is 8,000 or something, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So may I suggest to cut it to $10,000? Is that okay?
Cut it by 10,000 or cut it to 10,000?
Cut it to 10,000.
To 10,000,
Yeah.
take 8,000 off?
Yeah.
Counselor Ash?
I don't necessarily have a question or, but I just wanted to make sure that, or see if we could leave something while we're protecting our wards. I know we recently moved the polling place from 1000 Southern Artery to Clifford Marshall, and I know last year during one of the elections, there were some issues with the polling, with the actual polling location being far away from the door. So actually, I was looking forward to discussing that with you. So I would appreciate if there was some money in here for if we're talking about it being used for ADA accessibility at the polling locations. So to that end, I believe Councilor Yuan was saying to cut to $10,000.
Correct. Any just further discussion on that motion? Counselor DeBona?
So that puts you from 18,000 down to 10,000. We haven't reached that amount, is that correct?
No.
Prior to that, okay. Does that affect you?
And if we could, work with the administration to change the line name from ramp rentals to contingency for operations at polling locations. Right, I'll work with the administration on that.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the motion to reduce this line item 520708 from 18,000 to 10,000. No further discussion. We'll take the roll call.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona? Yes. Counselor Hughley? Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney?
Yes.
Counselor McKee? Yes. Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan? Chairman Riley?
Yes. Okay, any further discussion on any of these line items? Counselor Yen?
I already said I have 3 lines, so the last line is 530000, professional tech, $5,250 from 2026 year-to-date expenditure, $0 been spent. So I would like to know the past 5 years, how much is spent on this item.
Okay, one moment.
I think it just got encumbered, if I'm not mistaken. Joe Newton is,
Okay, so in fiscal '26, we have a requisition pending of $2,220. $2,200. In fiscal '25, we did not spend anything. In fiscal '24, we spent $500. In fiscal '23, we spent $786.21. In fiscal '22, we did spend $5,120.60.
5,000? What's,
Excuse me, do you want me to continue with? Oh, the $5,120.60.
that's in year.
That was in fiscal year '22.
Fiscal year 22.
In fiscal year '21, we did not spend anything.
I would like to have your opinion.
yes, so Joe Newton, the Assistant City Clerk, is away in July of each year, working on his certification as a certified municipal clerk. And he stays there for a week. This year, it's going to be in Rhode Island at one of the colleges. Last year, it was up in New Hampshire. And he's furthering his education certification.
You had your hand up first.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I was going to ask what we're talking about, because before we cut something, I'd actually like to know what it is that we're cutting. So you answered the question, so thank you very much.
Counselor DeBona, did you have a comment?
I know you were going back on years here, 21, 22, 23, 24. However, probably back then, it's probably budgeted a lot less. So at times you have to move that up because now you're going over the budget. So we might have grew to that particular number, but still, in 21, we reached it. It was reached at 5,100 and something, so it's 5,250, so we reached it at one point. And I wouldn't want to see our assistant city clerk not being able to go to Rhode Island and do this classes and stuff and further his education for this type of matter, so maybe reconsider this one. Okay.
Do you expect we'll spend for clerk have a training this year? I mean, spending on this item.
I believe that it's the 2250.
What's 2250?
She said, the auditor said that 2250 has been encumbered in that line.
Oh, I mean, like this year, 2027, how much do you expect the money will be spent on? You said that the clerk go to training, go to something. It's 5,000 to 250?
2250.
2250. Okay. So I would like to cut it to 3,000. Is that okay?
Cut it to 3,000?
Yeah, two. So from 5,250 to 3,000.
Okay, so we have a motion. Oops, sorry about that. We have a motion on line item 530000, professional tech, to reduce that amount from $5,250 to $3,000. Any discussion on that motion? Counselor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that'll allow Joe to go, be able to make that?
It will.
It will be under the budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Hughley.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs. Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. Shannon Riley.
Yes.
Any more? Counselor Mahoney?
Can we just look at communications? Susan, can we go back 5 years for communications, line item 53400? Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you just say?
$944.50. In fiscal '25, $58,447. In fiscal '24, $65,943.61. One moment. In fiscal '23, $67,253.80. In fiscal '22, $47,922.50.
Okay, for this line item, I'd like to make a motion to cut it by $30,000.
We have a motion on the table to reduce line item 530400 communication from 100,000 to, forgive me, it's late, 70,000. Thank you.
Maybe banners that we could tie to things, but anyway, we can talk offline, but I would like to actually keep this line item and work with you to help get people to go out and.
Your position is noted. I know Counselor Hubley and Counselor Jacobs also would like to make comment. Counselor Jacobs, why don't you go first?
I had more of a question on this line item. I mean, I know it's about communication, and it looks like we have, an excess of at least $30,000, seems every year. I mean, I know we're talking about volunteers, and you don't have enough people, but I mean, can we use some of this money to pay the seasonal election workers to also do that, since it's about communication? Like, can't you, if you're paying them a salary, if you're using that money for them to go out and communicate, like, can you do that? You know what I mean? Can we get, some of the election workers who only work the polls, like the poll workers, can they be paid from this line item to also go out and put up signs?
Again, I'm just worried about manning the signs logistically. That's my thing. I know the mayor doesn't like, signs everywhere that
We love signs.
flopped over, or, out on Southern Artery, or, can be blowing around. So I do take all of that into consideration when putting out the signs. But like I said, we can work offline. I don't know the poll workers.
I mean, in my mind, I see C Street, those islands covered with vote signs.
Excuse me?
That those new islands going down C Street, I see those covered in vote today signs, like 800 of them. That's what I see.
Counselor Hubely?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So again, before we cut anything, I want to make sure I know exactly what we're talking about. So I hear signage. Does communication also fall under any type of, things like postage and delivery of things? And is it all encompassing? Can you help me out with that?
It's our President Press, it's our Quincy Sun Ads, it's our Inclusion Solutions, those flag banners that are out at the polling locations, things like that.
Okay, so it's not a postage thing, because I know we're coming up on a postage increase. So I
We
want to make sure
do
we
pay
afford for that.
postage, and we have our own BRM that we also pay. So for our, all of our postcards that we send out, the delivery back, no postage necessary, and we pay that out of our communications line.
Yeah, and the last thing is, I take your point, Clerk Crispo, that I don't know that I'd want volunteers out, putting signage in places, because things need to be, properly affixed, so they're not moving around, blowing around. We need to make sure that there's some liability there. So, I'd lean towards wanting to keep this.
Any other comment? We did have a motion, right? Yes, we did. Any other comment on the motion? One question I have, are most of your workers union workers? The poll workers? They're not union? Okay.
No.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we'll take a roll call.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. No. Counselor Hughley. No. Counselor Jacobs. No. Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. No. Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Yuan. Yes. Chairman Riley.
Yes.
Fails.
Okay.
What if we cut it by 20? I just think it's ridiculous because they're not, what we're having a conversation about isn't going to be able to happen. And we're 65 to 70 was giving, 65 was like 5 years ago. Now we're at 70 and we're going to leave it at 100. And we're not going to get any of the things that any of you are asking for. So this is what we're trying to do, is make sure that we're providing you the number that you need. We can't get the extensions of all the other things out, so I'd like to make a motion to cut it by 20 instead of 30, so bring it down to 80.
It by 20,000 to 100, to 80,000, sorry. Any discussion on that motion?
Move the motion. Just move the motion. Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Ash. No. Counselor DeBona. No. Counselor Hughley. No. Counselor Jacobs. No. Counselor Mahoney.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan.
Yes.
Chairman Riley.
Yes. Okay, that passed. Any other line items on this budget that we would like to have conversation on? Councilor McKee.
I wanted to talk about the overtime for election workers. So I think that that line item is.
Which line item are you referring to?
Sorry, this is the, in the top part, 510130. And looks like in 2025, that was $11,813.99. So far this year, $26,855.24. In 2024, $19,448.87. 2023, $16,208. So we're not getting up to 50,000. So I would like to make a motion to cut this to 35,000. Cut this to 35,000.
So reduce it by 15,000 to 35,000, line item 510130, overtime. Any further discussion on this item? Councilor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular item is good. See, this is what, we have all these numbers in front of us, but the public might not necessarily have them, so I want to clarify every time we go through them. So you're cutting 15,000 to 35,000, is that correct? And have we reached that threshold of even 30 or 35,000 over the last 5 years? If I can get that to the Madam Auditor.
Fiscal 2026, 26,855.24. Fiscal 2025, 11,813.99. Fiscal 24, 19,448.87. Fiscal 23, 16,208.39. Fiscal 22, 18,029.69. In fiscal 21, we did spend $33,440.
Okay, so we haven't reached the 35, okay, but we did get close to it, okay. Thank you.
On this matter? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Ash? Counselor DeBona? Counselor Hughley? Counselor Jacobs?
Yes.
Counselor Mahoney? Counselor McKee? Counselor Ryan?
Yes.
Counselor Yuan? Chairman Riley?
Yes.
7 to 2, sorry, I can't count.
Okay. Any other line items that we want to discuss? No? Counsel Yen, any further line items to go over, or did you get through everything? Okay.
Motion to approve as amended.
We have a motion to approve as amended. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Any opposed? All righty. So we do need to, I guess we did approve that, okay. So that does it for 162 elections. Moving on to licensing board, page 46 for those that are still with us.
Page
46.
46.
What's that? Page 46, yes. Counselor DeBona?
Just to elaborate a little bit on the viewers out there, we're at 12:09 tonight, 12:11 tonight PM or AM. We've gone into the next day. So I know it's Rule 24 goes no later than 11 PM. But we also take into consideration that we've gone into the next day. I mean, even Dan Raimondi, if he's still watching tonight, or even Brian Palmucci, I don't even think they've done that since back in the day when Quincy College was over at the school committee. It's been a long time. So if they're watching out there, if you're still watching this live, God help you. Thank you.
So with regard to the budget 165 licensing commission, any discussion on these line items? No one? I'm getting tired. Motion.
530800, just wondering, what expenditures we actually have. We're budgeting 15,500. What's actually?
So it's OpenGov contract and Hackney plates for the cabs.
Any further discussion
Well, I just wonder what we actually spent on them over the last.
on those items?
Yeah.
Madam Auditor, do you have that information? 530800.
Okay, in fiscal 26, 12,678.75, and we also have a requisition that's pending of another 2,821.25. So that will bring you over $14,000, almost probably into 15. Last year, in fiscal '25, we spent $15,500. In fiscal '24, we spent $15,500. In fiscal '23, we spent $15,050, which was the budgeted amount. In fiscal '22, we spent $14,880.
Okay.
I guess the question here is, do you think that will be enough? It looks like it's pretty, I don't know.
We can't add to it, so.
No, I know, I'm just curious. She made the budget, so.
If the Hackney plates go up or if the OpenGov goes up, I don't have any information of that right now.
I'll entertain a motion. Counselor DeBona, motion to approve this as it stands. Any discussion on that? Okay, roll call. Oh, no, we can just do, all in favor? None opposed? Great. Okay, last one, census. Page 47. This would be 168 census, one line item for unclassified for $100,000.
And cost associated with the annual city census, mailing, postage, and then the build-up to the federal census.
I'm just curious, for my own curiosity, why is it listed as unclassified if it's for the census? Does anyone know? Just for my own curiosity. Do we want?
Do you want me to answer?
I don't know. Do we want to get the numbers on that? Madam Auditor, please.
So it is in the Munis system listed as census, however, the object itself is unclassified. That's just a little background. But in fiscal '26, we have spent $55,112.29, and we also have some encumbrances, which means we have some outstanding bills that will be paid of another $20,000. In fiscal '25, we have $55,678.09. In fiscal '24, we have $80,794.45. One moment. In fiscal '23, $44,083.94. In fiscal '22, $25,308.95.
Okay, Counselor Ash?
My question on this, Madam Clerk, is if, or on Madam Auditor, I'm not sure, is if what the transfer or adjustments of $9,296 would be for this year, if you know. It's on our year-to-date, so I'm not sure if you have.
Was it a transfer in or a transfer out?
It looks like a transfer in.
Okay, one moment.
The original appropriation from last year was $100,000. And
Okay, so that, I
revised
don't,
budget is $109,296.
so there were encumbrances that were carried forward that would go into your transfer in line. So that's what you would be seeing. Those totaled 22,000. And then as those encumbrances get paid down in the new fiscal year, that they go out of the transfer outline, which is 12,703.71. So that's where you're coming up with your 9,000.
Okay, it's on the year-to-date from that we, it's the second call. I just don't think I've seen a transfer in on other sheets, which is
Yep.
why it's jumping out at me. Oh, I see some, okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any motions to adjust this at all? Okay. We have a motion to approve as is? No? Oh, sorry, Council. Oh, sorry.
So the past 5 years, the highest amount spent on this item, what's the number?
26, I'm going to include the encumbrances in there because typically when the city has encumbrances, it's for bills that are due. So that total would be $75,112.29. And keep in mind, we still have 6 weeks left in the fiscal year. In fiscal '25, we spent $55,678.09. In fiscal '24, we spent $80,794.45. In fiscal '23, we spent $44,083.94. And in fiscal '22, $25,308.95.
Okay, so I make a motion to cut it to $85,000 on this item, from $100,000 to $85,000. So that's still cover the highest amount spent in last 5 years.
So we do have a motion on the floor to approve as is. I guess we would have to vote on that in order to vote on the, right? Counselor Hubley.
Yeah, again, I know unclassified is descriptive for some people, and then census might be descriptive for others, but what exactly are we, what is this?
So what we just encumbered was the June 1st mailing for the people that didn't return their census.
Okay.
So they're going to go on the inactive list, so we'll give them a chance to sign the postcard and send it back saying that they do still live there, and we'll make them active again.
So this is
before
related
the
to
state
postage and printing, both of which are subject to yearly increases. So I don't know that we can look year over year back 5 years and make a determination as to what the max is going to be. So, I mean, it's nice to know what we're talking about, so we can, just know what we're cutting.
To date, we have 70,128 voters. We've registered 2,042 voters since the first of the year. We mailed out 50,216 census, 31,500 have been returned. That's where we're at on census.
Yeah, and so this is something, this sounds like communication funding that helps ensure that voters stay on the rolls, that they're aware that they might be falling off the rolls. I don't think I'd want to cut something that could disenfranchise people by not being communicated with. That's just my opinion on it. So it's good to know what we're talking about cutting instead of just looking at year-over-year changes, so.
I give this number basically by past 5 years. So it's only cutting 15,000, so.
Okay. Counselor Jacobs.
I just want to clarify that no one's necessarily being disenfranchised by voting. If you get taken off the active voter list, you can still vote.
Certainly.
You just have to produce an identification at the polls.
And sign an affidavit, yes.
Sign an affidavit saying that you, because I know I see that all the time. So I just want to just reiterate that no one's being necessarily disenfranchised from voting.
Any further discussion? Counselor Hubley?
Well, I heard people say that they aren't exactly thrilled about that occurrence, so I'm just erring on the side of communicating with voters. That's all.
Counselor DeBona?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, what was that number again for the registered voters right now?
70,128.
Okay, that's the most I've ever heard. 70,001 what?
128. We've registered
That's never been-
2,042 voters since the first of the year.
So, on record, it's not going to be the right amount because there's kids in the city and they're not even 18 years old. They have 105, I think, is our population. I'm saying right now from that number, we've got to be at 110. 110,000 people in the city. And I know you're the city clerk and you're going to stay, neutral on that answer, but the city's growing. There's 70,128. That's a lot of registered voters now. It's changing. We're going into a different, so.
Yeah, we're super busy in the election department. They did over 800 nomination papers, certification process. And July 1st, Secretary Galvin will send out the "Do you wish to vote from home" cards. And so, we'll be bringing those in and getting those ready for September and November.
Yeah.
So
breaking down the numbers, we have 10,000 students in the Quincy Public Schools. That's just Quincy Public Schools. That's not even the ones, the twos, the threes, and even the kids that are going to the private schools. So let's just try to put some rounded numbers in here. The population's growing, so I'd be more apt to not cut this because it's growing. We're gonna need to communicate to the new voters that are coming into the city. I was pretty sure it was about 65,000 a couple of years ago. So we're up another 5,000 on registered voters, so good job, kudos to you to get them registered. Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve as is. Do we want to I guess we don't need to take a roll call vote, right? We can yay or nay? No? Oh, okay, roll call vote then.
Hold on, do you want to do it on the cut, or is it on the
We have to vote on, you motioned first.
emotions?
Oh, Richard motioned? Who? Oh, you did, I'm sorry, my apologies.
parliamentary, he'd have to withdraw for the cut to be voted on the cut, but that's up to him if he wants to just go on the motion.
So,
Yeah, we'll just do 2 roll calls. I'm not going to withdraw it. It's fine.
so we have to vote first to accept this as is.
No, yes,
Okay,
to accept as proposed.
not as proposed, right, oh, yes, okay.
It's late.
So we're gonna
Roll
vote on-
call vote, please.
Counselor Ash?
Yes.
Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs?
No.
Counselor Mahoney? No. Counselor McKee? No. Counselor Ryan? Yes. Counselor Yuan? No. Chairman Riley?
Yes,
It passes as is.
okay, that's it then. So just to note that our next Finance Committee meeting, budget hearing will be held on Tuesday, May 19th at 7 PM here in this hall. And if we are all set, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I can bring out if anybody wants it.
Thank you,